Chapter 1, 1000 Failed Confessions, Reward Received. Parallel World. February 14, 2025. Valentine's Day. At this moment, outside building number 1 of the girls' dormitory at Sioux City University, there were quite a few people gathered around. In the center of the crowd, inside a huge heart shape made of candles, Jiang Yuan held flowers in his left hand and a latest model of Apple phone in his right hand. He knelt on one knee and looked at the girl in front of him sincerely. She is tall, with waist-length hair and delicate features. It was Lu Ruyan, the school's recognized beauty. This is a touching scene. But for students of Sioux City University, it has long been commonplace. Even found it a little funny. Jiang Yuan is a famous bootlicker at Suzhou University. Since his freshman year, he openly confessed his love to Lu Ruyan. Every time I was rejected, I still persevered. Tell me, how many times has Jiang Yuan confessed his feelings? Who can remember this? This guy sometimes confesses once, and at most, he confesses 5 times a day. I would like to call Jiang Yuan the most perseverant person in this school. The king of dog lickers. Many people ridiculed it. Of course, some people sighed for each other. Oh, I don't know what is wrong with Jiang Yuan. Normally, if you are rejected after confessing your feelings a few times, you can just let it go. With this perseverance, what can't you succeed in? That's right, speaking of Lu Ruyan, she is really hateful. She could have just refused, but she insisted on accepting the gift from Jiang Yuan. She is undoubtedly a gold digger. Gold digger? You are wrong. This woman is more than just a gold digger. I've stayed overnight at an internet cafe before, and I saw this woman walking out of different luxury cars more than once. Sometimes the person driving him was a young rich second generation, sometimes it was a middle-aged man, and once I even saw this woman kissing an old man in the car. That old man could be her grandfather. How could she bring herself to say that? Of course, the discussions were very quiet, so Jiang Yuan and Lu Ruyan, who were involved, did not hear them. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had her arms folded across her chest, looking superior. She looked down at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, you really are never going to stop. How many times have I told you that I don't like you? You're not my type. Why are you still so persistent? Lu Ruyan asked. Although he expressed disgust. But he was very proud of himself in his heart. After all, as a vain woman, she has been confessed to so many times by men who doll up to her. Every time I confess my love, I become the center of attention. This kind of satisfaction can never be understood unless you experience it yourself. Jiang Yuan had no idea what Lu Ruyan was thinking. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ruyan with full sincerity. Ruyan, I can't make you like me, but you can't stop me from loving you either. My love for you is evident to all. Jiang Yuan spoke fluently. Obviously, he had said these words countless times and had memorized them by heart. Facing the size of people around him, Jiang Yuan felt helpless. I'm desperate too. But I can't refuse the system's reward. That's right. Jiang Yuan is a time traveler. 4 years ago, he traveled to a parallel world and successfully awakened the God-level selection system. The system asked him to choose one of the two. Or, directly reward 10 million Chinese yuan. Or, complete the tasks issued by the system. After completing the task, you will receive 100,000 bitcoins and can withdraw them at any time. So, Jiang Yuan resolutely chose the latter. You should know that in 21 years, the highest price of a bitcoin was as high as 69,000 US dollars. At the beginning of 25 years, the price was as high as 100,000 US dollars per coin. One coin is worth more than 700,000 Chinese yuan. Only a fool would choose the former. However, the tasks issued by the dog system are very strange. Confess his love to the school beauty Lu Ruyan. Moreover, the method of confession must be specified by the system, and Jiang Yuan needs to buy the gift mentioned by the system and let Lu Ruyan accept it. The way to get rewards is also very simple. If a single confession fails, you can get 100 bitcoins. Jiang Yuan was very happy at that time. So, following the system's prompts, I used half a month's living expenses to buy the other person a gold ring. Just when Jiang Yuan was full of expectations and waiting for the other party to reject him, when the bitcoins arrived in his account, the system treated him like a human being. He did fail in his confession. The system rewards also arrived smoothly. But the bitcoin cannot be withdrawn. This is because the system told Jiang Yuan that he could only withdraw the money smoothly when the amount of bitcoins he held reached 100,000. Not only that, gifts once given out cannot be taken back. Jiang Yuan cursed the system for being a ripoff. But he had no choice. Just because 100,000 bitcoins are so tempting. So, for the next 4 years, except for the winter and summer vacations, Jiang Yuan would try his best to confess his love to Lu Ruyan. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan was a loyal reader of Tomato 99.99 Plus in his previous life. He earned some royalties by writing novels, which barely provided him with the funds needed to express his feelings. And every time he confessed his love, without exception, the other party clearly rejected him. But the other party always accepted the gifts given by Jiang Yuan with peace of mind. So far, Jiang Yuan has failed in his confession 999 times. All it takes is this one chance to succeed. Finally, I am free. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. And at this time, Lu Ruyan has already arrived in front of Jiang Yuan. River source. I will accept your thoughtfulness and gifts, but I will choose the more expensive ones. Lu Ruyan ignored the pointing and criticism from others and came to Jiang Yuan. Then, he reached out and took the latest model of Apple phone. And at this moment, suddenly, Jiang Yuan heard a system prompt sound that only he could hear. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed the system task. The confession failed 1,000 times. The system is settling. Ding, congratulations to the host, you are about to receive 100,000 bitcoins. Host can withdraw cash at any time. Chapter 2, the 400,000 yuan was returned in full, and the gold digger collapsed. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan almost cried out of excitement. 4 years. Do you know how I spent these 4 years? While Jiang Yuan was thinking, the crowd watching the excitement around were already planning to disperse. After all, it's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. Jiang Yuan gave the other person a gift, which was a case of one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. Since Jiang Yuan didn't intend to take it, they naturally couldn't interfere in this matter. On the other side, Lu Ruyan was about to walk into the girls' dormitory building. At this moment, she looked reserved on the surface, but she was very happy in her heart. Jiang Yuan, I have to say, you are really a qualified bootlicker. During my 4 years in college, you gave me so many gifts, and I cashed them all. In the past few years, I have saved more than 400,000 yuan. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. But unfortunately, I really don't like you. However, I will graduate soon, and I hope you will keep up the good work and continue to confess your love to me. That way, I won't have to work and can enjoy my life. And just when Lu Ruyan was fantasizing about her own dream of a great spring and autumn, at this moment, a plain voice suddenly came. Lu Ruyan, wait a minute. Jiang Yuan suddenly shouted. Lu Ruyan turned around immediately and found Jiang Yuan walking straight towards her. What, do you have anything else to do? Lu Ruyan asked. Jiang Yuan did not answer, but snatched the unopened fruit phone from the other party's hand with one hand. This scene. Not only Lu Ruyan was confused. Even the onlookers who were about to disperse were staring at each other in amazement. Oh my god, this good show that I have been watching for several years actually has a twist today? Many people looked up at the excitement. Jiang Yuan, what do you mean? Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. What do you mean? Jiang Yuan asked back. You rejected my confession and you still want to take the gift I gave you? Isn't this inappropriate? Lu Ruyan immediately retorted, but before I took your gift, why didn't you tell me? Seeing the other party's righteous look, Jiang Yuan immediately laughed. Before, he had no choice but to complete the tasks assigned by the system. If you ask for the gift back, the mission will automatically become invalid. But now, the mission has been accomplished. Jiang Yuan repeatedly asked the system whether he could get back the things he had before, and the system replied in the affirmative. How can you be so tasteless? Lu Ruyan glared at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, I misjudged you. Originally, I planned to continue to wait and see your determination, but you disappointed me so much. Jiang Yuan sneered. Lu Ruyan, don't say that. Everyone can see who you are. You are a gold digger, and you must have dated many people in these years in college, right? Basically, they take advantage of you, and when the other party has no money to continue supporting you, they kick you out. Do you really think I know nothing? When he said this, Zhang Yuan felt sick. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to speak, Zhang Yuan immediately took out a notebook from his pocket. When I opened it, I saw densely packed records inside. This includes the money I have invested in expressing my love over the past few years, excluding the money I spent on buying flowers. As for those gifts and money transfers, I have records of every transaction. It adds up to more than 500,000. Well, I'll give you a 20% discount, and you just give me 400,000. What? Lu Ruyan was stunned. The people around were also sighing. Wow, Lu Ruyan is really cruel. During the 3.5 years in college, he actually made 400,000 yuan from Zhang Yuan. Not to mention what he got from others. It is true that women become rich when they become bad. The words of our ancestors are indeed golden advice. And at this time, I don't know who shouted, Lu Ruyan, give me back the money. Pay back the money. 400,000, not a penny less. The first person spoke up. The others also started to make a noise. Obviously, everyone is just there to watch the fun. Lu Ruyan was confused at this moment. She thought she was the center of attention today. But who could have thought that he would become the target of public criticism? But, as the saying goes, if you have no shame, you are invincible. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and said, Zhang Yuan, you are such a lowly man. Did I ask you to chase me? The gifts you gave me were all given to me willingly. No one forced you, right? Why should I return the gift I gave you? Zhang Yuan laughed. He didn't say much, but opened up his prestige. He randomly clicked on one and turned on the speaker. Zhang Yuan, I'm short of money recently. How about this, when you confess your love to me tomorrow, transfer 10,000 yuan to me. Zhang Yuan, my cell phone is broken, do you understand what I mean? Zhang Yuan. Hearing this, everyone present sighed. This is already a clear request. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's face turned blue and red. But how could she be willing to give the money she had already earned? That is 400,000. Lu Ruyan, if you have any shame, just transfer the money to me, and from now on, we are even. Otherwise, I can only use legal means against you. By then, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists. But the next moment, she took out her cell phone as if possessed by a ghost. Then, quickly enter the account password. With the first transfer completed, Lu Ruyan continued to transfer money using the second bank card. In this way, a total of 400,000 yuan was transferred in 8 installments. Lu Ruyan was confused. Her behavior just now was completely out of her control. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan had an expression as if he had expected it. After all, the reason why Lu Ruyan behaved like that just now was entirely due to the system. Zhang Yuan quickly clicked to receive the payment and then smiled with satisfaction. Lu Ruyan, we are even now. Zhang Yuan, you bastard. Lu Ruyan was unable to bark. The onlookers around started talking about it. Some people think that Lu Ruyan deserved it. Some people think that Zhang Yuan is too shameless. He wants to take back the things he gave away and turn his back on people. But Zhang Yuan simply ignored all of this. Although, he now has 100,000 bitcoins, worth more than 70 billion Chinese yuan. But that 400,000 yuan was the hard-earned money I earned by typing away countless keyboards over the years. To Lu Ruyan? Does she deserve it? Put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a bad life. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan came to his dormitory building. At the same time, the system interface is also opened. System, withdraw all bitcoins. Ding, Bitcoin is being sold off. Current price, 711,844 Huaxia coins. The sell-off was successful. Zhang Yuan immediately opened his mobile phone, and when he saw the news that more than 70 billion yuan had arrived in his account after deducting the handling fee, he was immediately overjoyed. Luxury cars and mansions, here I come, my lord. Chapter 3 New tasks released, rewards for completing them, 200 billion investment opportunities. When Zhang Yuan returned to the dormitory, it was already 7:30 in the evening. At this moment, the dormitory was filled with smoke. Zhang Yuan's 3 roommates were sitting in front of the computer, playing Dark Horse. Seeing the door open, the eldest brother Wang Yongjin said indifferently, "The third brother is back? It seems that you failed to confess again?" Wang Yongjin said as he controlled the character in the game. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan to speak, Wang Jin took out a few red bills from his pocket and said, "This is all I can lend you." Then, the second brother Zhu Qingqing and the fourth brother Wu Zixue also took out money from their pockets. Jiang Yuan was touched and amused when he saw this. After all, in recent years, Jiang Yuan has made a decent income by writing online novels. But the cost of pursuing Lu Ruyan was too high, so Jiang Yuan spent more than he earned every month and had to rely on borrowed money from his roommates to get by. As a result, my roommates also suffered along with me. "Brothers, stop playing, I have good news for you." Jiang Yuan spoke. Wang Yongjin was a straightforward person, so he asked directly, "What, did Lu Ruyan agree to your confession? So, you come back, pack up, and plan to spend the night with her in a hotel? However, I advise you to be cautious. After all, Lu Ruyan is not a good person and might have contracted some serious disease." Xu Qingqing pushed the frame of her glasses on her nose and said, "Boss, your words may be a little rough, but they make sense. Third brother, I advise you to cut your losses in time." Wu Zixue then joked, "You are overthinking it. How could Lu Ruyan possibly agree to the third brother? Maybe she has already gone to the hotel with other people, and Lu Ruyan plans to wait for that person to leave and let the third brother go and get some." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was extremely embarrassed. However, he naturally knew that his brothers said this on purpose in order to make him give up this unrealistic idea. "You all misunderstood. I have given up pursuing Ruyan Lu. Not only that, I also asked for back the money I spent on her over the years." Hearing this, Wang Yongjin and the other two stood up one after another. They looked at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. There was constant questioning in his eyes. It was not until Jiang Yuan opened the chat history and showed Lu Ruyan's transfer record that they were shocked. "I'll go. The liquor has awakened. Third brother, you are really something. In less than 4 years, you have spent more than 400,000 yuan on Lu Ruyan? No, you have to treat me." Wang Yongjin and the other two stood up and looked at Jiang Yuan eagerly. Jiang Yuan coughed dryly and asked, "What did you say about me just now?" The three of them looked at each other. Then he bowed and greeted his adoptive father. Jiang Yuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Okay, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. All expenses are paid by my father himself." Now that Jiang Yuan is rich, he naturally cannot mistreat those brothers who have suffered with him. He had planned to take a taxi to the city center and have some fun. But several roommates chose to eat in the central square of the university town. All in all, it cost less than 200 yuan. Afterwards, a few of them went to a KTV and sang a few songs at a price of 19.9 yuan per hour. I rushed over before the dormitory was about to close. After washing up, several people seemed very happy. "Brothers, I wonder what plans you have for the future." Wang Yongjin spoke first. "What plans can we have? We are just ordinary undergraduates. After graduation, we will get a fixed salary and work from 9 to 5 as office workers. We will live an ordinary life like this." Xu Qingqing replied. "Yes, we have no money and no connections, so it's good enough if we can have a stable job," Wu Zixue said in a flat tone. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt a little complicated. After all, now, after 4 years of hard work, I have finally received a reward from the system. Now that he has money, he will naturally spend it recklessly. Of course, Jiang Yuan would not sit back and enjoy all the wealth. Making money is the kingly way. And just as Jiang Yuan was planning for the future, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the God-level selection system is issuing tasks. Host, please choose one of the following 2 tasks. Task 1, the host chooses to lie down, and the reward is 50 million. Task 2, the host shocks the 3 roommates through actions. When the shock value reaches 100%, the host can obtain an investment opportunity worth 200 billion. Host, please make a choice within 30 seconds. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan chose task 2 without thinking. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. Furthermore, this mission is many times easier than the previous one. Ding, the host has been selected successfully. This mission is limited to 1 month. The countdown begins now. The next moment, a 30-day countdown appeared on a system interface that only Jiang Yuan could see. While Jiang Yuan was quietly accepting the system interface, Wang Yongjin and others have almost finished their conversation. "Okay, brothers, let us go to bed early. There are only a few months left before graduation from university, and we haven't even started working on our thesis yet. In addition, there is an internship report. Oh, it gives me a headache just thinking about it. Where should we go for internship? Although they said so, Wang Yongjin and his companions subconsciously opened the King of Pesticides and started fighting in the canyon in silence all night. The next morning, Zhang Yuan woke up early. Now, several roommates were still fast asleep. Zhang Yuan quickly washed up, had a simple breakfast in the school cafeteria, and then came to a media company. This company is a company that signs contracts with online anchors. Many internet celebrities on TikTok have collaborated with this company. Zhang Yuan thinks this company has good prospects. Hence the desire to acquire. It can also help solve your roommate's internship problems and gain some shock value. However, just when Zhang Yuan was about to call the person in charge who was in contact with him and let him into the company, an inopportune voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this my loyal dog Zhang Yuan? How did you get here? Are you planning to do an internship here as well? The owner of the voice was Lu Ruyan. Chapter 4, The Gold Digger Turned Against Tian Gang. Was she taking advantage of the power of the tiger? She was humiliated. Sure enough, when Zhang Yuan turned his head, he happened to see Lu Ruyan walking towards him. She still looked superior. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Yuan was full of resentment. Obviously, the humiliation in public last night and the loss of 400,000 yuan made this woman completely resentful of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan didn't even bother with this. After all, the value of this gold digger had already disappeared when he successfully completed the previous system task. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. But Lu Ruyan didn't know what was good for her and went forward. Zhang Yuan, give me back the money and we'll be even now. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it. Zhang Yuan glanced at the other person and thought, idiot. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she was fuming. What did you say? As she said this, Lu Ruyan was about to raise her hand high. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold. As long as this woman dares to take action, I will never let her off. And just when Zhang Yuan was ready to raise his foot, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. The person who came was a short and fat man. He was wearing a suit and looked respectable. But when he saw Lu Ruyan, his eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Zhou, you are finally here. It made people wait for a long time. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan stepped forward and took the short and fat man's arm. The man suddenly started to have wild thoughts. But at this moment, they were outside the company, so he could only let go of Lu Ruyan reluctantly, and then pretended to be serious and said, Xiao Lu, what's the matter? As he said this, he glanced at Zhang Yuan. Lu Ruyan obviously regarded the short and fat man as her backer. So his eyes suddenly turned red and he said, Brother Zhou, you have to make the decision for me. I received your call and came here to have an interview. But this dead bootlicker insisted on following me and I couldn't drive him away. Just now, he even thought about using violence against me here. Oh, by the way, this damn licker cheated me of my money before. Zhou Dongfei has always had a strong interest in Lu Ruyan. Now, having the opportunity to show his manly side, he naturally would not let it go. He looked Zhang Yuan up and down and said, Boy, you are also a student of Suching University, right? If you leave immediately, I won't pursue the matter. But if you still dare to have any improper thoughts about Xiao Lu, believe it or not, I will kill you? Seeing that Zhang Yuan remained calm, Zhou Dongfei immediately took out his cell phone and called the security room. 1 minute later, several security guards holding rubber sticks came over immediately. Without waiting for Zhou Dongfei to speak, they tried to take Zhang Yuan away by force. Fortunately, at this time, a scolding voice suddenly came. Stop it, all of you. Do you want to rebel? These words fell. A mature woman in a long down jacket walked over. Because the zipper of the down jacket is open. Therefore, you can see the black tights, hip skirt and black stockings that the other person is wearing underneath. She had waist-length hair, regular facial features, a hint of coolness, and walked with a heroic demeanor. The appearance of the other party made the security guards retreat subconsciously. Zhou Dongfei, who was originally arrogant, couldn't help but change his expression. But Lu Ruyan didn't notice these. He just looked at Morong Qing silently. In an instant, a feeling of jealousy arose. After all, as a woman herself, she had never seen such a perfect woman. Even she, the campus beauty of Sioux City University, felt inferior to him. But she could see that Morong Ching was slightly older than her, and she immediately found a point of entry. She just took Zhou Dongfei's arm and said, "Brother Zhou, who is this old woman? How dare you, the vice president, to discredit you in person? I guess she doesn't want to do this anymore?" As she said that, Lu Ruyan glared at Morong Ching and said, "I've made the decision for Brother Zhou. You are fired." Zhou Dongfei was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. It is true that he is the vice president of the company. But the Morong Ching in front of him is the boss's sister. And he is the second in command of the company. As the vice president, he is nothing in front of the other party. Think of this. Zhou Dongfei wished he could slap the other person to death. But at this moment, Morong Ching was obviously waiting for the mysterious buyer, so he didn't bother to care about these things. He immediately said, "Zhou Dongfei, take your people away. This is the last time. From now on, don't bring any random people to the company." Lu Ruyan was about to refute. But Zhou Dongfei immediately came forward and whispered something to Lu Ruyan. The latter immediately changed his expression. She had intended to bow and apologize. But Morong Cheng glared at her, and Lu Ruyan could only follow Zhou Dongfei into the company in a hurry. Soon, the security guards returned to their posts. Only Morong Cheng and Zhang Yuan were left here. "Sir, I apologize for what happened just now. You can leave now," Morong Cheng said calmly. "Are you the Miss Morong who contacted me? Who are you? We talked on the phone an hour ago, have you forgotten so quickly? Are you Mr. Jiang Yuan?" Seeing Jiang Yuan nod, Morong Cheng felt a little unbelievable. Is this young man in front of me the mysterious boss who intends to acquire this company? Does he really have the capital? Jiang Yuan could obviously guess what the other party was thinking. He smiled and said, "Miss Morong, I think it would be more appropriate for us to talk. After all, if I were a scammer, the most you could do is waste some time, or even call the police to arrest me. But if I have this asset, then I can solve the current troubles your company is facing. It's up to you to choose." Morong Ching thought this made sense. After all, today's live streaming industry is becoming more and more competitive. Its market is saturated. Half a month ago, a rival company spent a high price to poach several big anchors from the company, causing the company's revenue to decline. Seeing that the profits were dwindling, those investors withdrew their investments one after another. Today's companies can be said to be stretched thin. Although his elder brother ran around trying to attract some investment, it was just a drop in the bucket. If they don't have enough funds to operate, they may face bankruptcy. The most important thing is that my eldest brother is still involved in a lawsuit. It is for this reason that his eldest brother chose to announce the transfer news online. But this news had been released for half a month, and only Jiang Yuan called to express his intention to acquire the company. Let's take a gamble. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. Think of this. Morong Ching immediately chuckled and said, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me in." Chapter 5, the purchase price is 10 million. My confidence comes from the 70 billion. At that time, in Morong Ching's office, Zhang Yuan was sitting there drinking tea. Morong Ching was there organizing documents with his assistant. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan said repeatedly, "Miss Morong, before coming here, I already knew about the situation of your company. So, let us get straight to the point. Can I take over this company with 10 million? What?" Morong Cheng was stunned. You know, she has worked in this company for almost 8 years. In the beginning, the company was small. As the company grew and developed, it also merged with many companies. She participated in all of these. Every time he makes an acquisition, my brother will ask the other party to prepare a lot of information and then check it carefully. After confirming that there is no problem, we will purchase it. Moreover, when it comes to price, they will continue to lower the price until both parties are satisfied. But this is the first time I have seen someone like Zhang Yuan, who made a bid without asking any questions or looking at anything. Mr. Jiang, are you kidding? Morong Ching said with a hint of doubt. Zhang Yuan smiled and said calmly, "This media company was thriving half a year ago and was expected to become one of the top 10 in the industry. However, because rival companies poached employees at high prices, they suffered heavy losses and their profits continued to decline, so many investors withdrew their investments. In the past half month, the company's anchors were also forced to stop broadcasting, and their income was basically zero. The boss of this company, your elder brother, is out on bail pending trial because of a sexual harassment scandal. Morong Chang heard what Jiang Yuan said and did not deny it. After all, these are among the materials I have compiled. She didn't mean to hide Jiang Yuan. But what puzzled her was that since Jiang Yuan knew all this, why did he still pay a premium for the acquisition? After all, the current brand value of this media company is only 8 million. Little did they know the reason why Jiang Yuan is so confident. First, he has more than 70 billion in funds. Second, through his observations over the past few years, he found that the live broadcast industry in this parallel world is basically the same. Singing, talent show, or just shouting. And the content they post is also related to these. But for Jiang Yuan, who has the memory of the earth, these are already outdated. Therefore, as long as Jiang Yuan copies the model he knew in his previous life and applies it to operations, he can give this company a second spring. As for the termination of contracts by those contracted anchors, Jiang Yuan is not worried. After all, in this era of pan-entertainment, as long as there is sufficient funding, it is not a problem to promote a new internet celebrity. As for the sexual harassment scandal that brother Morong Ching was burdened with, Jiang Yuan believed that it was directed and acted out by the anchor himself. The solution is also very simple. Money makes the world go round. Jiang Yuan collected his thoughts. Then he looked at Morong Ching seriously and said, "Miss Morong, I'm in a hurry, so please prepare the acquisition agreement quickly." Seeing Jiang Yuan like this, Morong Ching was still half believing and half doubting. But in the end, the relevant agreement was drawn up. Jiang Yuan checked it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he quickly signed and then transferred the money. Fortunately, in this world, mobile banking transfers are unlimited. Therefore, Morong Ching soon received a call from the finance department. At this moment, Morong Ching felt as if in a dream. She couldn't believe that this company was acquired by Jiang Yuan so smoothly. "Mr. Jiang." "No, boss, I haven't announced the acquisition of the company yet, otherwise," Morong Ching suggested. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "There is no need to rush about this matter. After all, this was the first company I invested in, and I had to reorganize it. When I get back, I will write a detailed plan for the future. I will meet with the employees at that time. As for now, I have something to ask of you." Seeing that Morong Ching was a little curious, Jiang Yuan said seriously, "I need you to go to Sucheng University and hold a campus job fair. The sooner the better. After all, so many anchors have been poached, and this hole must be filled. Oh, by the way, for this recruitment, don't just pick those who are good looking. What I need is someone with an interesting soul who can help the live broadcast industry develop in many aspects." Morong Ching kept them all in mind. Soon, Jiang Yuan left the company through the employee passage. And at the same time, in Zhou Dongfei's office. "Xiao Lu, your hands are so soft. I am so happy to be massaged by you." Zhou Dongfei sat in the boss chair with his eyes closed, looking very happy. Lu Rian smiled charmingly and said, "Brother Zhou, it is my blessing to give you a massage." Although she said this, Lu Ruyan's eyes were full of disgust. Zhou Dongfei was fat and had big ears. He just massaged the other person for a while and his hands were covered in oil. This greasy feeling made her very uncomfortable. But at this moment, I can only do this. After all, who can resist the temptation of being an internet celebrity? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan said softly, "Brother Zhou, I just spoke rudely to General Manager Morong. Do I still have a chance to work in this media company?" Hearing this, Zhou Dongfei immediately opened his eyes, and then said with a serious face, "Don't worry, although Morong Ching is the general manager, I, the deputy general manager, am no pushover either." Nowadays, more than half of the remaining internet celebrities in this company were brought in by me. If I leave, those internet celebrities will definitely leave as well, and the company will suffer heavy losses. Morong Ching must be clear about this in her mind, so she will definitely give me this little face. Having said that, Zhou Dongfei slowly stood up and grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Because of the fat on his face, his eyes were narrowed into a slit. He looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "But having said that, Xiao Lu, since you want to be an internet celebrity under me, you know what you should do, right?" Lu Ruyan was not stupid, so she naturally knew that the other party was greedy for her body. She pretended to be shy and said, "Brother Zhou, you are so bad. How about this, as long as I can get the job, I will treat you to dinner tonight, and after dinner, I will invite you to my house. Oh, by the way, I also bought a sexy pajamas, I guarantee you will like it." When Zhou Dongfei heard this, he immediately hugged the other person in his arms, but I couldn't help it anymore. As he said this, he wanted to touch her all over. Lu Ruyan said delicately, "This is a company. If someone finds out, then..." Zhou Dongfei had been unable to bear it any longer. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, no one dares to come to my office easily." But just when Zhou Dongfei thought that his good thing was about to succeed, the door was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Morong Qing walked in. Chapter 6 Maybach S680 Midnight Edition, Give me 4. Zhou Dongfei suddenly panicked. At this moment, Lu Ruyan didn't know what to do. "General Manager, why are you here?" Zhou Dongfei sneered. Morong Qing naturally knew what had just happened, but he didn't point it out. But in my heart, I already had the idea of eradicating the cancer. Of course, there is another reason why she did this besides Zhou Dongfei's usual misbehavior in the company. That is, these two people had offended Jiang Yuan outside the company before. Although Jiang Yuan did not express his opinion, but she had to show her attitude to satisfy the new boss. However, this matter should be discussed after Jiang Yuan meets with the employees. Think of this. Lu Ruyan said calmly, "Vice President Zhou, please come with me to Suzhou University. I plan to hold an offline job fair at Sioux City University." After saying that, Morong Qing turned around and left. Seeing this, Zhou Dongfei was confused. After all, this media company has been open for so long, but has never held an offline job fair. Now, why did Morong Qing suddenly have such an idea? Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside, was daydreaming at the moment. Sioux City University Job Fair? My school? ISNT, that just perfect? Lu Ruyan was looking forward to it, but at the same time, she also had her own guesses. It seems that the news that the campus belle of Sucheng University, had been confessed to 1,000 times by Jiang Yuan, the die-hard bootlicker, had already spread out. Maybe Morong Qing went there because he heard of my reputation. Very good, then let this school beauty show her best and outshine all the other beauties. Lu Ruyan thought happily in her heart. She felt that internet celebrities with millions of fans were only one step away from her. While Lu Ruyan was thinking, Zhou Dongfei on the side said with a smile, "Xiao Lu, you have to perform well, I am counting on you, you should go back and prepare." Zhou Dongfei also returned to his composure at this moment. After all, between enjoying a moment of pleasure and enjoying happiness forever, he naturally knows which one to choose. But at this moment, Lu Ruyan felt that her successful application was a foregone conclusion. Immediately, his attitude towards Zhou Dongfei became much colder, but because the other party was one of the main persons in charge of this campus job fair. So he didn't break up with her, but suppressed his nausea and said, "Brother Zhou, I'll go back and prepare first. Remember to tell me when the job fair is going to be held." After saying this, Lu Ruyan threw a coquettish glance at the other party and left quickly. Jiang Yuan had no idea about all this. At this moment, he has already arrived at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. This was the first time Jiang Yuan came to such a luxurious place. When you enter, your attention is immediately attracted by the various models of luxury cars in front of you. It's not the peak season right now. Therefore, only a few guests were inside to look at the cars. Several salesmen were explaining patiently. At this time, a manager discovered Jiang Yuan. However, she only took one look at Jiang Yuan and felt that he was not here to buy a car but to watch the fun. After all, she has worked here for 10 years and has seen a wide variety of clients. Therefore, when you see Jiang Yuan wearing cheap clothes, you know he is just an ordinary man. Of course, Jiang Yuan is 1.8 meters tall and quite handsome. Unfortunately, these days, being handsome is useless. But the company's policy is that everyone who comes is a guest. So she looked around and finally called over an intern. "Xiaoli, go and entertain that guest. But remember, just fool around with it. Don't let him touch the car or test drive it." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli nodded ignorantly. She came to Jiang Yuan. "Sir, do you have any car model in mind? I can introduce it to you." Jiang Yuan glanced at the other person and then said, "I wonder which is the most expensive car in your store." Xiaoli immediately brought Jiang Yuan to a black car. "Sir, this is the Maybach S680 Midnight Edition, the most expensive car in the store right now. The landing price is 3.6 million. This car..." Jiang Yuan waved his hand to interrupt the other party's introduction. After all, this new car stole the show at the Beijing Auto Show some time ago. Zhang Yuan was planning at that time that he would buy it after completing the system's task. Of course, with Zhang Yuan's current assets, a car worth more than 3 million is not worthy of him at all. But he has had a driver's license for several years and has never crashed a car. If he buys a car that is too expensive, he will definitely feel sad if it gets bumped or dented. Therefore, this gear is the most suitable. Just treat it as a practice car. Think of this. Zhang Yuan immediately said, I want this car, can you give me 4? What? Xiaoli was confused. He thought Zhang Yuan was joking. But Zhang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly took out his bank card and paid the full amount. Please get it done for me as soon as possible. So, for the next hour, Xiaoli kept busy. Finally, the agreement was reached. Zhang Yuan signed quickly and then swiped the card. This. Xiaoli was a little confused. After all, she had been interning here for almost 3 months and had never opened a store once. But today, as soon as we opened, we received 4 orders. She was almost crying with excitement. I immediately went to the manager and said, Manager Wu, thank you for introducing this order to me. I will treat everyone to a meal when the commission arrives. When Manager Wu heard this, he looked as if he had eaten shit. She felt extremely regretful. This time, I was wrong. This young man is handsome and rich. Could he be the son of some wealthy businessman? Thinking of this, Manager Wu immediately came to Zhang Yuan. Sir, I am the manager of this store. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me. As she spoke, she handed over her business card and looked at Zhang Yuan in a coquettish manner. Zhang Yuan took the business card expressionlessly and walked up to Xiaoli. With the help of the other party, Zhang Yuan successfully drew lots using his mobile phone. After finishing everything, Zhang Yuan left immediately, and when he left, he crumpled up Manager Wu's business card and threw it into the trash can. Now, I have a car. It's time to buy my own house. Zhang Yuan said with a smile, and then went straight to the sales office of the largest villa area in Sioux City. Chapter 7. What? A takeaway meal costs 6,000 yuan? When Zhang Yuan finished everything. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And at this moment, my roommates haven't woken up yet. So Zhang Yuan started beating gongs and drums, making a lot of noise. Who is making so much noise? Are you going to let people sleep? Several people woke up one after another. And when he saw Zhang Yuan sitting there, staring at him with a smile on his face, Wang Yongjin said unhappily, Third brother, what are you doing again? Zhang Yuan smiled and asked, who was it that said yesterday that we should start preparing to write our graduation thesis today, and look for a job and complete our internship report at the same time? Wang Yongjin immediately said, oh, can you believe what you say before going to bed? Okay, stop making noise, I want to go back to sleep. Xu Qingqing chatted with Wu Zixue for a few words and was about to go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan said indifferently, hey, I brought lunch for you. In the end, you guys don't even appreciate it. In that case, I can only enjoy it by myself. When they heard that Zhang Yuan brought them lunch, they immediately became alert. He immediately stood up and said, Third brother, it has to be you. There will be food when you wake up. After saying that, they all stood up and washed up. Come to your desk. Then I saw a huge takeaway bag. Third brother, tell me, what did you bring for us? Wang Yongjin asked. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, nothing. Just a burger, a rice, a portion of beef ribs, and a soup. Hearing this. Okay, how much is it? We'll transfer it to you later. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, no need. I've eaten here a lot in the past few years. I'm just being polite when you say this to me, brother. Hearing this, Wang Yongjin and the other two looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. And at this moment, a calm voice came to Zhang Yuan's ears. Ding, the host brings free food to the roommate, shocking the roommate. The current shock value is 1%. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. I have to say, the three of them have a good appetite. In less than 20 minutes, they had finished the full meal. The three of them tidied up briefly, then took out their cell phones, seemingly looking up something. But nothing was found. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Lao San, where did you buy this meal? Why can't I find it on the food delivery platform? Xu Qingqing asked. Yes, I have looked in several places but couldn't find it. Wu Zixue was also a little curious. What are you looking for this for? Jiang Yuan was puzzled. Wang Yongjin said repeatedly, of course I will transfer the money to you. After all, we are brothers, so it would be a bit too much to talk about repaying you. Besides, didn't you treat everyone to dinner yesterday? We know that you have $400,000 now, but no matter how rich you are, you can't do this. As he was speaking, Wang Yongjin suddenly found a toothpick in the packaging bag. A string of English letters on the toothpick caught their attention. Wang Yongjin started searching immediately. It would be fine if I didn't search it, but I was shocked when I did. Oh my god, isn't this the luxurious Western restaurant in the city center? He searched immediately. Found the URL. This look. Wang Yongjin couldn't help but gasp. Boss, what's wrong? Wu Zishui and Zhu Qingqing looked curious. But when they saw the menu on the phone, they were dumbfounded. I'll go. Premium Angus Burger, 168 per serving. Spicy Seafood Risotto, 188 per serving. Pan-fried beef ribs, 498 per serving. And it's all in US dollars. Third brother, are you crazy? You spent nearly 18,000 yuan to bring food to the three of us? You can't even pay us back even if you sell us out. Jiang Yuan smiled secretly. At this moment, the system prompt sound came to my ears again. Ding, the roommate learned the price of lunch and was shocked again. The current shock value is 5%. Jiang Yuan was delighted. At this time, Wang Yongjin and three others stepped forward and said, Third brother, let's consider this money as something we owe you. We will return it to you when we find a job in the future. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, It's okay, we are all brothers. If you have to count, then I owe you a lot. On Valentine's Day during my sophomore year, you guys helped me collect money to buy a gift for Lu Ruyan, so we ate instant noodles for half a month. In my junior year, I suddenly had an appendectomy. In order to raise money for my surgery, you even took out online loans. So, what does this meal mean? Hearing this, the four of them looked at each other. At this moment, Wu Zishui suddenly sighed. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Wu Zishui said helplessly, Oh, if I had known this meal was so expensive, I should have chewed it slowly. Alas, it turns out that wild boars cannot eat fine bran. After these words were spoken, several people burst into laughter. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Okay, if you want to eat, I will take you there in the evening. The three of them shook their heads like rattles. Let us just forget it. You only have 400,000 yuan. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll have lost all your money before we graduate. These days, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat, so if you have some savings, you'd better save them well. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. He originally planned to tell everyone that he had 70 billion. But now, it is obviously not the time yet. When the time is right, tell them yourself. But I don't know how they would have behaved at that time. And just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, his cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was a message from Murong Qing. The general meaning of the news is that the other party has already reached an agreement with the president of Sioux City University. We will come to school for recruitment at 1:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Yuan was naturally happy to hear this. After all, if you bring food to your roommate, you can get 5% shock value. If they knew that at today's job fair, in addition to the normal recruitment process, I also found good jobs for my three good brothers, I wonder how shocked they would be. Of course, even if there were no system tasks, Jiang Yuan would naturally help his brothers. Just because they totally deserved Jiang Yuan's kindness. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan immediately smiled and said, Brothers, I just received a message. It is said that the largest anchor training company in our city is coming to our school to recruit. Should we give it a try? If we are selected, then there will be a place for our internship report to be stamped. Seeing the three people hesitant, Jiang Yuan said repeatedly, Okay, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I have already bought this company. In addition to the normal recruitment of talents for this job fair in Suzhou, I have also prepared positions for the three of you. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan took out the acquisition agreement he had previously signed with Murong Qing. The three of them came forward immediately. After reading carefully, the three of them returned it to Jiang Yuan. Third brother, did you know that forging a contract is against the law? Besides, it would cost 10 million to acquire this company. How could you have so much money? Jiang Yuan obviously prepared an excuse and immediately said, Have you forgotten what I do? I have a novel and the copyright has been sold for 20 million. So, I used the money to buy the company. Jiang Yuan thought that after hearing this, his three good brothers would be shocked again. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, the values of the three people did not change at all in the system interface. It seems that this shock value is not so easy to obtain. The brothers must see it with their own eyes. In this case, I should let them pass. Think of this. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense and just dragged his brothers out of the dormitory building. Chapter 8. Let us be honest, I am the new boss of this media company. When the four dormitory brothers arrived at the school playground. At this moment, a huge banner has been hung. And a simple recruitment site has also been arranged. Although, the sun is shining. But many people rushed over after hearing the news. Most of them are girls. Some of them dress up beautifully, while others wear sexy clothes in an attempt to impress the recruiters. As for the boys, they mainly came to join in the fun. Some of them came with their partners. Baby, if you really become a big internet celebrity, will you still be with me? A man was looking at the girl who was putting on makeup with a small mirror at the side with a loving look on his face. Silly boy, you are the one I love most in my life. Let alone becoming a big internet celebrity, even if I become a female star, I will only marry you in this life. The girl said casually. I just want to dress myself up. But the boy didn't hear these perfunctory words, but just looked at his lover lovingly. There are supporters, and naturally there are also opponents. Many girls, because of their boyfriend's interference, do not hesitate to break up directly. For a time, various life dramas were being played out. Jiang Yuan, with his three brothers, drank Coke and watched the excitement. Wow, this trip was really worth it. I didn't expect that there are so many beautiful girls in our school. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Wow, it's really a feast for the eyes. Wang Yongjin said with a smile. Although Wu Zixue and Zhu Qingqing did not speak, their eyes kept scanning those beauties. And at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan looked up immediately. Then I saw a girl with baby fat and a sweet smile standing in front of me. Jiang Yuan didn't know the other person. But Wang Yongjin and the other two stood up one after another. They quickly surrounded you and asked, Are you Qianyuer from TikTok? The female anchor with millions of fans? Wow, I'm a big fan of yours, you look better than on TikTok. Can you sign for me? When recognized by the three men, the girl just smiled and said, Hello, I'm Qianyuer. We'll talk about the autograph later. Now, on the orders of our general manager, I'd like to invite Mr. Jiang to talk about something. As she spoke, the girl once again turned her attention to Jiang Yuan. Yes, Morong Cheng sent you here, right? Jiang Yuan asked. Seeing the girl nod, Jiang Yuan quickly stood up. Please lead the way. The girl has turned around. But Wang Yongjin and the other two just stared at each other blankly. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan said unhappily, Look at how useless you are. Come with me now. After you join the company, I guarantee that you will have contact with beautiful women every day. Hearing this, the three of them followed closely with ecstasy on their faces. Soon, the three of them arrived at a lounge next to the playground. At this moment, Morong Cheng was chatting with several staff members in charge of recruitment. See Jiang Yuan appear. Morong Cheng stepped forward immediately. Boss, are you here? Afterwards, Morong Cheng immediately introduced the staff around him. Jiang Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. Then, he introduced his roommate. Mr. Cheng, I just happened to want to talk to you about something. I want you to use the back door to arrange a job for my three roommates. Morong Cheng couldn't help but smile. Boss, this company is yours. Arranging the work is just a matter of your words. As he spoke, Morong Cheng looked at the three people and said, Three of you, our company currently has many vacancies. Company operations, anchor agent, and... Without waiting for Morong Cheng to finish speaking, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, How about this, let my three brothers be the managers of the company first. After all, operations are too tiring, and they have no experience as agents. I think managers have an easy job. On weekdays they are just responsible for drinking tea, playing games and managing employees in the office. Morong Cheng naturally had no objection to this. Wang Yongjin, Zhu Qingqing and Wu Zixue were looking at each other in bewilderment at this moment. They pulled Jiang Yuan aside and whispered, "Third brother, are you really the boss of this company?" Jiang Yuan smiled and asked, "What else? Do you think I would be so bored as to gather such a large group of people to act with me?" If you don't believe it, you can check the company website, where you will find Morong Qing's personal profile. Wang Yongjin immediately turned on his mobile phone and started searching. As a result, he found that all the staff in front of him, including Morong Qing, matched the numbers. For a moment, they didn't come to their senses. And at this time, the system voice that Jiang Yuan had been thinking about suddenly came. Ding, the roommate is convinced of the identity of the host media company's boss and is greatly shocked. The current shock value is 7%. Ding, roommate mistakenly believed that the host's novel sold the copyright and was shocked. The current shock value is 10%. Jiang Yuan felt a little disappointed when he heard this. He thought that what he did this time would at least shock his roommates by 20%. The result was only half of what was expected. However, compared to the first task issued by the system, Jiang Yuan was calm. Anyway, there is still plenty of time left, so take your time. While Jiang Yuan was thinking. At this time, Wang Yongjin spoke. "Third brother, we appreciate your kindness. It's not impossible for us to come to work in your company. But we don't know anything and suddenly become managers. We are worried that we won't do a good job and will lose our people. How about this, you just let us hold a position in the company, we don't need to take a salary, just stamp our internship report." After these words were spoken, the other two brothers nodded. Jiang Yuan was deeply moved when he saw this. After all, there are many people in this world who don't want others to live better than themselves. Most people, after knowing that their friends have become rich, will either continue to plunder them or curse in their hearts that the friend will go bankrupt soon. It is rare to find people like my three brothers who can put themselves in my shoes and consider me like this. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was more and more certain that he had done a good job. Spend some money on them, it's worth it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Let me ask you a question, if any one of you becomes successful at this moment, will you help me?" Seeing the three people nodding their heads, Jiang Yuan said seriously, "Isn't that enough? In short, listen to me in everything. You can learn if you don't know how. Now, General Qing will send someone to take you to the company to complete the onboarding procedures and familiarize you with the environment. As for the salary, it is 20,000 yuan a month. I will increase your salary after the company becomes bigger and stronger. Wait until the three leave." Jiang Yuan also walked out of the lounge. As for the recruitment, it was left to Morong Qing to handle, as he believed in the other party's abilities. However, just when Jiang Yuan was about to go back and take a nap, a figure was walking towards me. It was Lu Ruyan. "Jiang Yuan, why are you here again, you dead liquor? You are such a sticky candy. Can I meet you wherever I go? Are you planning to confess to me again? I advise you to give up on this idea," Lu Ruyan said condescendingly. Chapter 9. How can this be a graduation dinner? It's just to discuss Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was speechless. Where does this woman get her mysterious confidence from? However, when I think about it carefully, I have tried my best to express my feelings to the other party over the past few years, and was rejected time and time again, but I always persisted. I'm afraid Lu Ruyan thought that she did that last night just to attract the other party's attention. Really? Lu Ruyan was heard coming in front of Jiang Yuan in a proud manner. "Jiang Yuan, if you want me to forgive you, it's not impossible. In this way, the 400,000 yuan should be returned first. Maybe I can consider giving you a chance to continue pursuing me. Of course, this is only limited to today. After all, I will soon become a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. By then, you may not even be qualified to see me." Jiang Yuan was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party, and said indifferently, "Sorry, please give way, you treat me as your own." After saying that, Jiang Yuan walked around the other person and left. Lu Ruyan's face was full of resentment. "Jiang Yuan, just wait for me. When I successfully become a big internet celebrity, I will show you how I expose you on the internet. I will make you the object of everyone's ridicule, and let my fans cyberbully you, so just wait for death." After saying this, Lu Ruyan twisted her waist and went straight to the interview site. At this time, the interview had already begun, and there were long queues in the 3 interview areas. 3 interviewers were sitting there interviewing one by one. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped forward. Came to the front. "Please make way. Lu Ruyan said arrogantly. Everyone is queuing, why do you want to cut in line? That's right, we are all here for an interview. Who do you think you are? Why should you be given the first chance? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. Because she didn't see Morong Ching, she naturally became more unrestrained. She immediately said proudly, I am the girlfriend of Vice President Zhou of this media company. I am naturally privileged. Also, you people, don't you look at your own moral character? A bunch of ugly guys, do you have the nerve to come and interview for the anchor position? You should just take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. This statement naturally aroused public anger. Many people were furious. But Lu Ruyan ignored all this. However, the three interviewers did not want to give the other party this privilege at all. Dear student, if you want to have an interview, please line up. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to cancel your interview qualification. Lu Ruyan was already in a bad mood because of seeing Zhang Yuan. So, see the interviewer like this. He immediately said in a domineering tone, well, you guys don't even give Brother Zhou face. After you go back, just wait to be resigned. The interviewers were about to speak. At this moment, a scolding voice suddenly came. What are you doing? No noise is allowed in the interview area. As soon as he finished speaking, the short and fat Zhou Dongfei came hurriedly. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped forward. Brother Zhou, you came at the right time. The people under you are ignorant and don't even let me cut in line. Will you fire them when you get back? Lu Ruyan took Zhou Dongfei's arm and spoke in a tender voice. Seeing this, Zhou Dongfei immediately glared at the three interviewers. Don't you want to do it anymore? You dare to stop my people? Who gave you the confidence? Seeing this, Lu Ruyan was very proud. However, right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. I gave you this confidence. After saying that, Morong Ching walked over surrounded by a group of staff members. See here. Zhou Dongfei suddenly wilted. Lu Ruyan was also a little at a loss at this moment. But she felt that Zhou Dongfei at least had some status in the company. There was absolutely no way Morong Chang would offend the other party in public. He immediately stepped forward and said in a flattering manner, Sister Ching, you are here? Do you still remember me? It's a pity that Morong Ching ignored the other party's initiative to show goodwill. Instead, he ignored the other party and came to Zhou Dongfei. Zhou Dongfei, I'll put you in charge of recruitment. Before recruiting, I made it clear that everything should be done according to the company procedures. If you introduce someone to an interview, you have to queue up. As he spoke, Morong Ching glanced at Lu Ruyan. This person was put on the company's blacklist and would never be hired. Then he looked at Zhou Dongfei and said, as for you, stop reflecting on yourself for now. When you realize your problem, you can be reinstated. The two were confused. Especially Zhou Dongfei. He didn't expect that Lu Ruyan would do such a thing. Publicly embarrass yourself. And also stop yourself from reflecting on yourself? Mr. Ching, aren't you going too far? Zhou Dongfei said with a wry smile. Little did they know that Morong Chang had already considered this matter a long time ago. After all, this guy offended Zhang Yuan, the new boss, in the morning. Even if the other party didn't mention it, she had to deal with Zhou Dongfei. Furthermore, Zhou Dongfei's actions over the years have already made the company a mess. Even if what just happened had not happened, she would still deal with the other party. Thinking of this, Morong Ching said coldly, Zhou Dongfei, why don't you leave? Zhou Dongfei was silent for a moment, then said coldly, okay, you want me to be suspended, right? I quit. I'm done with this. You'll regret it later. After saying this, Zhou Dongfei turned and left. At this moment, Lu Ruyan left in disgrace amid the crowd's ridicule. The other side. Zhang Yuan has returned to the dormitory. As soon as he lay down, he received a message from Morong Ching. When Zhang Yuan learned that Lu Ruyan's interview was cancelled and Zhou Dongfei stopped reflecting on himself, he felt nothing. After all, for Zhang Yuan today, such a small person is not worth his attention. So after giving the other person some perfunctory compliments, Zhang Yuan fell asleep. This sleep. Before I knew it, it was 5 o'clock. When Zhang Yuan stood up, his 3 roommates had already returned. Oh my god, third brother, this company you acquired is really a treasure company. Wang Yongjin praised. There are many internet celebrities there, and many of them I follow. They have fair skin, beautiful faces and long legs. Wow, they are really pleasing to the eyes. Moreover, they all called me Mr. Wang, and it felt so wonderful. Xu Qingqing and Wu Zixue also had smiles on their faces at this moment. Zhang Yuan laughed and scolded, "Okay, don't get a fever anymore. Remember, you are the manager of the company and you are colleagues with those female anchors. Don't have any other unreasonable expectations. Otherwise, if I find out, I won't forgive you." Zhang Yuan actually did this for the sake of his roommate. Although those female anchors are beautiful, they are too proud because they have been sought after by their fans for a long time. The reason why they curry favor with Wang Yongjin and others is actually because of their status as managers. If they tear off this layer of packaging, there is no way those female anchors would pay attention to them. Fortunately, Wang Yongjin and others are relatively sober people. He immediately promised that he would never use his position to do anything unnecessary. "Third brother, don't worry," Xu Qingqing said with a smile. "We brothers saw you chasing Lu Ruyan for so long, and in the end you almost lost both your money and your life. We will not make such a mistake. When we look for a partner, we only look for someone with whom we can live a good life. As for now, shall we prepare for dinner tonight?" Zhang Yuan was a little confused. "Dinner party? What dinner party?" Wang Yongjun laughed and said, "It's our squad leader who insisted that we are about to graduate. So when we have a class dinner, who knows what tricks this rich second generation will play." Zhang Yuan subconsciously turned on his cell phone. Sure enough, I saw the pinned message in the class group. Originally, he thought it was nothing. But at this moment, a photo suddenly came into view. The photo shows a man and a woman. The two of them snuggled together and looked very intimate. The man is squad leader Zhao Yi. And the woman was actually Lu Ruyan. As soon as this photo was posted, the group immediately went wild. Many people sent their blessings in a fake manner. There were also some people who were good at doing things and tagged Zhang Yuan in the group. Zhang Yuan just found it funny. Wang Yongjin and the other two were filled with indignation. Is Lu Ruyan a bus? Anyone can get on it? Third brother, let's not go tonight. This Zhao Yi is deliberately trying to disgust us. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Go, why not?" His heart chilled. Although in Zhang Yuan's opinion, there is no relationship between him and Lu Ruyan anymore. But the other party was like a fly, jumping in front of him for no reason. In that case, just shoot him to death. Chapter 10, The scheming man and the green tea girl teamed up to set up a trap and made Zhang Yuan the scapegoat? Time, 6 p.m. Zhang Yuan and his group took a taxi to the city center, in front of a seafood self-service hotpot restaurant. This is where our class reunion is today. Brothers, what do you think Zhao Yi is planning to do? Wang Yongjin spoke first. Wu Zixue shook his head and said, "Who knows? Anyway, it's definitely not something good." Xu Qingqing glanced at the billboard at the door, and when he saw the words 388 per person, he immediately laughed and said, "What do you think, is Zhao Yi planning to let the third brother pay for it?" When a few people heard this, they thought it was indeed possible. After all, the news that Zhang Yuan went to Lu Ruyan last night to ask for the 400,000 yuan back had spread throughout the school. And Zhao Yi might be planning to kill Zhang Yuan before graduation. At this time, Wang Yongjin took out his mobile phone and opened the calculator to do some calculations. Then he smiled and said, "The average fee per person is 388. There are 43 students in our class. Except for 2 who are doing internships in other places and cannot come back, there are only 41 left. Together with Lu Ruyan, there are 42 people in total. The total amount is 16,000. Is this Zhao Yi's vision limited?" Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing also laughed. But then, Wang Yongjin said repeatedly, "Third brother, if Zhao Yi really wants to kill you, you must not agree." "Why? We don't owe him anything." Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing also calmed down and immediately agreed. After all, it is true that Zhang Yuan is rich. But this party was proposed by Zhao Yi, why should Zhang Yuan pay for it? And just as several people were thinking about it, a shrill whistle sounded. A few people looked subconsciously and found a BMW X6 parked next to them. The car door opened. 2 figures suddenly appeared. It was Zhao Yi and Lu Ruyan. When he saw Zhang Yuan, Zhao Yi was extremely proud. As if to provoke her, he deliberately put his arm around Lu Ruyan's waist and walked forward. "Zhang Yuan, you guys are really fast. You got here so quickly." Zhao said with a smile. Then, he glanced at Lu Ruyan beside him. Oh, they had not been formally introduced yet. The person in front of you is my girlfriend, Ruyan Lu. Having said that, Zhao hurriedly said, sorry, I suddenly remembered that Jiang Yuan, you pursued her 1,000 times, and each time your confession ended in failure. You know her better than anyone else. However, I must say something unpleasant first. From now on, she will be the squad leader's wife, which means she is your sister-in-law, so you must not have any improper expectations. Jiang Yuan just smiled and said nothing. But Wang Yongjin and the other two standing by clenched their fists. However, they couldn't do it. After all, it's not worth it to fight with such a person and end up in jail. While several people were thinking about it, Zhao Yi continued to speak sarcastically. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan didn't say much. But Jiang Yuan felt that these two people must be up to something when they are together. And at this time, a bus also stopped. Then, classmates got out of the car. These people seemed to have colluded with Zhao Yi long ago. As soon as he got off the car, he began to flatter Zhao Yi. Squad leader, my sister-in-law is so beautiful. By the way, we heard you changed your car? Didn't you say you were going to drive over here? It's just right to open everyone's eyes. Zhao Yi smiled and then pointed to the car nearby. As expected, you are the class monitor. This car is so luxurious. Don't know how much it cost? Zhao Yi said calmly, not much, the landing price is more than 800,000. After these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. Of course, everyone's performance this time didn't seem like an act. After all, Zhao Yi's father is a real estate developer, and everyone knows that he is a rich second generation. The reason why the other party was able to become the class monitor was that he spent money to bribe everyone. Most of the other students come from ordinary families. I'm afraid I will never be able to buy such a luxurious car in my lifetime. Okay, everyone, let us go in quickly. By the way, I have reserved this restaurant and I will pay for all expenses. Therefore, everyone should eat hard and make sure to get your money's worth. After these words were spoken, the students all showed excitement. As expected, you are the squad leader. Long live the squad leader. After that, a group of people surrounded Zhao Yi and entered the seafood restaurant. Jiang Yuan and the others just stared at each other in amazement. At today's party, Zhao Yi actually took the initiative to pay the bill? Could it be that they guessed wrong? Is this Zhao Yi here today just to show off? Forget it, never mind. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a bastard. Wang Yongjin said repeatedly. Since Zhao Yi is paying, let us eat as much as we can. As for what they say, let's just treat it as bullshit. Anyway, after graduation, we were all separated by distance and had little in common. Zhu Qingqing and Wu Zixue nodded. He immediately entered the seafood hotpot restaurant. At this moment, it is very lively here. Jiang Yuan and his three companions found a table at the side and started working without waiting for the soup base to be served. Soon, a lot of food was piled up. The four of them began to eat. Compared with Jing here, Zhao Yi and Lu Ruyan on the other side became the focus of everyone's attention. Many students are crazy about fawning on others. And Zhao Yi obviously benefited from this. Squad leader, you should drink a cup of wine with your sister-in-law as soon as possible. Wedding wine, wedding wine. Many people started to make a noise. Seeing this, Zhao Yi actually started drinking with Lu Ruyan. And at this time, someone shouted, Jiang Yuan, our class leader is treating everyone to dinner today, aren't you being sensible? Why don't you give him a toast? The tone is condescending. With a hint of impatience. Jiang Yuan didn't answer the other party, but continued to eat. In response, Zhao Yi said magnanimously, it's okay, we are classmates. There is no need to toast. As he spoke, Zhao Yi picked up the wine glass and walked in front of Jiang Yuan. Zhao Yi came up to Jiang Yuan with a forced smile on his face. He put one hand on Jiang Yuan's shoulder and looked very friendly. But Jiang Yuan didn't hear what the other party said at all. Just when he was full of confusion. But then Zhao Yi suddenly stood up. Zhao Yi, what did you say? You feel bad that I'm treating everyone to dinner this time. So, you plan to invite everyone to sing at KTV? Are you responsible for paying for all consumption? These words fell. Many people smiled. Jiang Yuan, I knew you were not that stingy person. Since you have money, we want to be polite tonight. What are you waiting for? Let us stop here for tonight and save some room for KTV. Wang Yongjin and the other two were furious. Jiang Yuan laughed secretly. Okay. So you were waiting for me here? Want to cheat me out of my money? Are you worthy? Thinking this in his mind, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, since the monitor wants to sing, let's go. Hearing this, Zhao Yi was very proud. He turned around and glanced at Lu Ruyan, and both of them looked as if they had succeeded in their evil plan. Chapter 11 Class Reunion Singing, I Pay for It? Go and dream on. Undoubtedly, except Jiang Yuan and his 3 roommates, all the other students had colluded with Zhao Yi. Therefore, after hearing Zhao Yi say that he was going to sing, everyone started to pack up. At this time, Zhao Yi suggested, Jiang Yuan, since this is the last dinner together, why don't we go to a more luxurious KTV? It just so happens that the owner of Dihao KTV knows my dad, so I called to reserve a private room and he gave us a 15% discount. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan to answer, Zhao Yi immediately came over and started making a phone call. Seeing the other party like this, Wang Yongjin and the other two all had fire in their eyes. Third brother, why don't you refuse? These bastards are clearly trying to trick you. The consumption at Dihao KTV is very high. You are not. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I know. Then why do you? Jiang Yuan smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. Do you think, brother, I am that kind of sucker? Next, we should eat and drink, but remember, don't drink alcohol. If we really want to drink, we can wait until we get back to the dormitory and drink as much as we want. Several people stared at each other. I don't know what Jiang Yuan means by this. But seeing Jiang Yuan's calm look, he finally nodded. They believe that Jiang Yuan definitely has his own plans. Soon, the group finished packing. When going downstairs, the students boarded the bus one after another. Jiang Yuan originally planned to stop a taxi. But Zhao Yi was worried that the other party would run away, so he smiled and said, Student Jiang Yuan, I just drank a lot of wine, and I saw that you have been drinking beverages. How about you drive my car? Before Jiang Yuan could refuse, Lu Ruyan said sarcastically, Jiang Yuan, you'd better drive slower later. Also, please be careful, this is a new car. If it gets bumped or scratched, you won't be able to afford the compensation. By the way, you must cherish this opportunity. After all, this is probably the only time you will get a luxury car like this. Jiang Yuan still looked indifferent. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she was fuming. He glanced at his 3 roommates, and they all walked towards the bus. Seeing this, Zhao Yi had no choice but to let the 4 boys in the car get out. When those people heard that there was a luxury car to ride in, they were naturally very happy. Half an hour later. We have arrived at Dihao KTV. Just got off the bus. I saw a man who looked like a manager, with a large group of waiters waiting in line outside. Zhao Yi got out of the car and the manager stepped forward immediately. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhao? Si Zhao Yi nodded. The manager immediately smiled and said, Hello, I am Manager Han of this KTV. I am here to receive you on the orders of the boss. Zhao Yi smiled with satisfaction, your boss is very thoughtful. Is the super luxurious box I want ready? Manager Han nodded quickly and said, we will naturally arrange the private room that Mr. Zhao wants. Oh, by the way, originally, this box has been booked. But the boss knew you were coming, so he called to cancel it. After all, your father is a good friend of our boss. After these words were spoken, the classmates began to praise him. You are worthy of being the class monitor. You have face wherever you go. Such a difficult box to book has been booked. It's really amazing. At this time, Lu Ruyan also looked at Zhao Yi tenderly and said, My dear, you are so great. I love you so much. Zhao Yi was flattered by everyone and felt elated for a while. 5 minutes later. The group entered this oversized luxury box. This place can accommodate about 100 people, so even if the entire class of students enters, it is not too crowded. At this time, Manager Han led his men in. They pushed carts filled with fruit plates and various snacks. Mr. Zhao, the boss knows that you brought your friends here to dine, so these fruit plates and snacks are all free of charge. As for these 2 boxes of foreign liquor, they were a huge gift from our boss. Enjoy it, and feel free to call me if you need anything. Hearing this, the students cheered again. Class monitor, you are so awesome, aren't you? The fruit plates and snacks in KTV are not cheap, costing several hundred yuan each. This table full of food must cost several $1,000s, right? Also, squad leader, do you know the daughter of the owner of this KTV? Oh, he specially sent you 2 boxes of foreign liquor. Could it be that he likes you? After these words were spoken, everyone started to make a noise. Joey smiled and glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was jealous beside him. Okay, don't make such jokes. Even if the daughter of the KTV owner likes me, I cannot have any thoughts about it. I have my own principles and bottom line. Let us not talk about this for now, let us get excited. Eat and play to your heart's content. As he spoke, Joey found a tall and strong student, who was the deputy monitor of the class and also Joey's lackey. After whispering in the other person's ear, the latter immediately stood up and left. When we came back again, we were brought in by the KTV waiters, who brought in more than a dozen boxes of beer. In addition, there are 3 boxes of foreign liquor. Brothers, let's drink to our heart's content. After all, this is our class's last gathering, so we must drink to our heart's content. Everyone responded. At this time, the deputy monitor was too lazy to talk nonsense. Call a few classmates and open all the wine. See here. Zhang Yuan in the corner remained silent. But Wang Yongjin and the other 2 all showed expressions of disgust. This Joey is really shameless. Wang Yongjun was filled with indignation. Let the third brother pay the bill, and in the end, all the favors are on his side. Also, these drinks are free? Take it all apart. What if I can't finish drinking it? Shu Qingqing sneered, since they didn't have to spend any money anyway. Naturally, there is no need to save. Wu Zixue came close to Zhang Yuan and whispered, "Third brother, I've got nothing to say now. If you pay the bill later, you are not my brother. After all, whoever does this kind of thing will be in trouble." Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at the other person. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." When several people were communicating. On the other side, the male students were planning to do something weird again. Monitor, the girls in our class don't drink much. How boring would it be if only grown men like us were drinking? I think, should we find some young ladies to keep us company? Joey laughed and said, "Since you have already asked, I naturally cannot refuse. I'll arrange it now." Soon, Manager Han brought in a large group of young ladies. They were dressed beautifully, some were plump and some were slender, and their smiles were as beautiful as flowers. "Everyone, if you like it, you can leave it. If I'm not satisfied, I can change the batch." Hearing this, the students came forward one after another and scrambled to choose the young lady to accompany them for drinking. When the girls saw this, they immediately said, "Class monitor, you can't favor one over the other. We also want male models, tall and handsome male models." Joey said repeatedly, "Yes, there will be." Soon, the whole box was bustling with activity. Countless men and women were toasting each other, making the scene very lively. "Come on, let us go out and get some fresh air," Zhang Yuan said calmly. Naturally, Wang Yongjin and the other 2 had no objection to this. But what they didn't expect was that as soon as they went out, the deputy monitor also followed them out. "Zhang Yuan, where are you going?" The deputy monitor said with a wry smile. "Are you planning to run away with the bill?" Zhang Yuan said calmly, "Running away? There's no need for that. We just want to go outside to get some fresh air." The deputy monitor said repeatedly, "What a coincidence, I also want to get some fresh air, can I go with you?" Zhang Yuan naturally knew that this guy was sent by Zhao Yi to follow him, probably because he was afraid that he would leave. However, Zhang Yuan had no intention of leaving. So they just rested for a while on the sofa in the hall outside. Then, enter the hotel box again. And at this time, Manager Han entered again with a group of waiters. They kept putting wine on the coffee table. When Zhao saw Zhang Yuan coming back, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Zhang Yuan, you came at the right time. While you were away, I ordered a few more foreign wine sets. Spade series, brandy series, cocktail series. You don't want to spoil everyone's fun, do you? So, I'm sorry to have cost you money." Seeing the other party's cunning look, Zhang Yuan smiled and thought it was hard to explain whether it cost money or not. It's a class dinner, just as long as everyone is happy. After saying that, Zhang Yuan pulled Wang Yongjin and the other 2 to sit in the corner again. "Let us build it. You can create as many as you want. You will have a chance to cry later." Chapter 12. The money is mine, why should you control it? Time passed by unknowingly and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There is still 1 hour before the school dormitory closes. At this moment, everyone was almost drunk. Several students even went to the toilet to vomit several times. At this time, Zhaoyi smiled and said, "Classmates, I think it's time to end today's gathering. Let's go, it's time to go home." Everyone stood up. Came to the bar. Zhao Yi came to Zhang Yuan. "Waiter, please pay the bill," Zhao Yi said with a smile. The waiter immediately turned on the computer and said, "Sir, the total consumption this time is 458,000. Manager Han said that he will give you a 15% discount, the total amount is 390,000. Among them, beer." Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Zhao Yi waved his hand and said, "No need to be so troublesome. 390,000, right?" See the other party nod. Zhao Yi turned around and came to Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, are you paying by card or cash?" "I'm so sorry, we were so happy drinking that we drank more than we expected," Zhao Yi said with a smile. These words fell. The students all looked at Zhang Yuan. He looks like he's enjoying the fun. On the other side, the smile on Lu Ruyan's face was harder to suppress than AK's. She knew that she would never get her 400,000 yuan back. In this case, there is absolutely no way I can let Zhang Yuan keep the money. Now, Zhang Yuan has suffered a heavy loss. She is happier than anyone else. Wang Yongjin and the other two were extremely angry at this moment. That is 390,000. It is impossible for an ordinary family to save so much in a lifetime. But in the end, this happened at a class reunion? Of course, they knew Zhang Yuan was rich. But this is not the way to spend money. "Third brother, you." Wang Yongjin was about to speak. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. A look of being fully intelligent. He came to Zhao Yi and asked, "Sergeant, when did I say I wanted to pay the bill?" "What?" After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Zhao Yi's face darkened. Lu Ruyan roared, "Zhang Yuan, do you still have any shame?" Before at the seafood hotpot restaurant, Zhao Yi clearly said that all expenses in the KTV would be paid by you. You didn't refute it at that time, what do you mean now? Not going to admit it? After Lu Ruyan spoke up, the other students began to criticize. For a moment, it seemed as if Zhang Yuan had done something extremely outrageous. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this. Instead, he looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile and said, "Let us not talk about paying the bill this time. How about this, you ask the squad leader to give me his car." "What do you think?" Lu Ruyan said unhappily, "Zhang Yuan, are you an idiot? Why should I give you my boyfriend's car? Besides, the car is his private property and I have no right to control it. You must have had your brain stuck in the door to say something stupid, right?" When Zhang Yuan heard this, he was not angry, but laughed happily. "Yes, it's private property, why should others control it? Only a fool would do such a stupid thing." When Zhao Yi heard this, his face became extremely gloomy. For a moment, there was no reason to refute. However, Zhao Yi relied on his acquaintance with the owner of the store and immediately called Manager Han over. "Mr. Zhao, what happened?" Manager Han asked. Zhao Yi immediately pointed at Zhang Yuan and said, "Manager Han, this guy is trying to dine and run away without paying. You decide how to deal with him." When Manager Han heard this, he was speechless for a moment. As the manager of this KTV, he must have experienced many ups and downs. This kind of thing, if you can't handle it well, you might lose your job. He immediately joked, "Mr. Zhao, I'm just an employee, please don't make things difficult for me. My orders were to treat you well, give you the best treatment and the most favorable prices. As for who pays the bill, I really can't make the decision on this matter. You guys can only discuss it." Zhao Yi was furious for a moment. "Manager Han, I see you don't want to do this anymore? Do you believe that I can just make you pack up and leave with just one phone call?" Manager Han was also a little angry at this moment. But based on the principle of customer first, I could only smile and say, "Mr. Zhao, please don't make things difficult for me." Zhao Yi was furious. He glared at Manager Han and said, "Just wait, this time, I will call your boss and fire you right now." But before the call could be connected, a deep voice suddenly came. "No need to call me, I'm right here." These words fell. A tall middle-aged man walked in, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Next to the man was a sweet-looking girl with some baby fat. "Third brother, look, she is not." Wang Yongjin and the other two were a little surprised. Jiang Yuan immediately raised his hand and made a gesture to keep quiet. The performance of the four people did not attract Zhao Yi's attention. At this moment, when he saw Shen Changlin coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Shen, you are finally here. You have to make the decision for me, your employees." Without waiting for Zhao Yi to finish, Shen Changlin waved his hand and said, "Xiao Zhao, I already know what is happening here." Then he came to Jiang Yuan. "You four, come with me, will you?" Jiang Yuan was a little confused. But when he caught a glimpse of Qianyuer, he found that she was winking at him. He nodded immediately. Wang Yongjin and the other two followed closely behind. Seeing this, Zhao Yi laughed triumphantly. At this time, a student said, "Class monitor, I think we should leave quickly." Without waiting for Zhao Yi to speak, Lu Ruyan asked repeatedly, "Why are you leaving? That Jiang Yuan is playing us for fools. We will of course wait here. We want to see with our own eyes that this guy is beaten to death and then thrown out." Manager Han, who was standing by, saw this and said nothing. After all, just now, the boss sent a message asking him to keep an eye on Zhao Yi and not let them leave. Now that these guys refuse to leave, it saves him a lot of trouble. The students also looked like they were enjoying the show. I immediately found a place and waited patiently, waiting for Jiang Yuan to be carried out. Chapter 13. Stop bragging, how can you afford a Maybach? At that time, in the office on the second floor of KTV, Jiang Yuan and his three companions stood there expressionlessly. Shen Changlin looked at Jiang Yuan carefully. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment. At this time, Qianyuer sat next to Shen Changlin and said in a coquettish voice, "Daddy, stop pretending, you scared my boss." These words fell. Jiang Yuan, Wang Yongjin and others were all horrified. What? The owner of this KTV is actually the father of internet celebrity Qianyuer? Originally, they thought that Qianyuer and Shen Changlin had some special relationship. It seems that their thoughts are dirty. While several people were thinking about it, Shen Changlin changed his previous serious attitude. He immediately smiled and said, "Come here, quickly pour tea for Mr. Jiang and their friends." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Boss Shen, let's just have tea. After all, we drank a lot of tea in the box before." As he said that, Jiang Yuan looked at Shen Qianyu and said, "But I didn't expect that. In our company, there is a female anchor who has millions of fans. Her father is actually the daughter of the owner of the largest KTV in our city." Shen Qianyu smiled and said, "Boss, please stop making fun of me. However, I didn't expect to meet you here." He said with a curious look, "Boss, what is going on? Aren't you having a class reunion? Why are they arguing over who's going to pay?" Shen Qianyu said curiously. No wonder she was so confused. After all, Jiang Yuan was able to buy the company she worked for, so his financial resources were self-evident. And from the way he gets along with his roommates, it can be seen that he is definitely not a stingy person. Jiang Yuan wanted to explain. Wang Yongjin and the other two had been holding back their anger for a long time, with no place to vent. Now that I have someone to talk to, I will naturally not miss the opportunity. A few people were talking to each other. Shen Qianyu finally knew the whole story. "I'll go. Isn't Zhao Yi too shameless? Also, his girlfriend is simply a bus. During the day, I also saw her flirting with Zhou Dongfei, a short and fat guy in our company, and she said she was his girlfriend." As a result, the short and fat guy started dating Zhao Yi as soon as he was suspended for observation. Has Zhao Yi never eaten good meat? Isn't it disgusting to eat from a bowl filled with shit? Jiang Yuan, Wang Yongjin. Several people stared at each other. I was extremely stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Shen Qianyu looked harmless. When it comes to complaining, no one can match him. Bowl of shit. Used to describe Lu Ruyan, she is simply invincible. At this time, Shen Qianyu said indignantly, "No, I must teach these two people a lesson. It's so disgusting." As she said that, Shen Qianyu took Shen Changlin's arm and said, "Daddy, do you think those two people should be taught a lesson?" Shen Changlin smiled and said, "My precious daughter has already asked, so I will naturally agree." At this time, Shen Qianyu continued, "However, how are you going to explain to Zhao Yi's father then?" Shen Changlin snorted coldly. "What do you want to confess? Isn't Zhao Wuchao just a second-rate real estate developer? Not to mention that I taught his son a lesson. Even if I taught him a lesson, he could only lick my face and say that I taught him well. After saying that, Shin Changlin stood up and said, "Let us go out." About what happened in the office, Zhao Yi and others had no way of knowing. At this moment, they were still fantasizing about the scene of Jiang Yuan being beaten to death. At this time, the sound of footsteps was heard. Zhao Yi stood up suddenly. But when they saw Jiang Yuan and the other three coming over unharmed, I was a little confused for a moment. "Uncle Shin, this." Shin Changlin waved his hand to interrupt the other party. He immediately said seriously, "Xiao Zhao, I have already investigated the matter clearly. You will pay for this consumption. It's settled. Once you pay the money, you can leave." Hearing this, Zhao Yi's face was so ugly. But Lu Ruyan, who was standing by, obviously didn't know Shin Changlin's identity. He immediately said coldly, "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you dare to let my boyfriend pay the bill? My boyfriend's father is a real estate developer. You." Shin Changlin originally intended to make a big deal out of a small matter. After all, we are in business, so it's not easy to fall out with each other. This is what Lu Ruyan is like. Shin Changlin immediately sneered. He glanced at Zhao Yi, then said, "Ask your boyfriend what my identity is, Shin Changlin. Although I am not the richest man in Suzhou, I have a decent network of contacts. Do you know how Zhao Yi's father, Zhao Wuchao, met me? It was a gathering of wealthy businessmen in Yuncheng. He took the initiative to toast me. Later, when I was decorating my KTV, I asked him to cooperate with me. Oh, by the way, before, that old guy wanted me to invest in his company, but I thought it was too small, so I refused." Lu Ruyan was suddenly shocked. She couldn't afford to mess with such a big shot. But I have to say, if a person has no shame, he is invincible. Lu Ruyan changed her previous attitude. He immediately said in a friendly manner, "Boss Shin, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. I hope you can forgive the mistakes of a villain." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan shamelessly stepped forward and tried to hold the other person's arm. "But I haven't taken many steps yet." The bodyguard beside Shin Changlin pushed the other person away. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground immediately. At this time, Shin Changlin came to Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, I changed my mind. I want to give you a discount for your spending this time. I'll just charge you the amount you paid. I'll give you 3 minutes to pay and leave." Zhao Yi felt extremely aggrieved. But he didn't dare to offend Shin Changlin at all. He wanted to pay, but the next moment, he felt extremely embarrassed. It was because he had asked his father for 1 million yuan under the pretext of starting a business after graduation. But it cost him nearly 800,000 yuan to buy the car. The remaining money is not enough to pay. "Uncle Shin, can I owe you this money first?" Zhao Yi asked. Shin Changlin sneered, "No, now you have two choices, either online loan. Or, you can mortgage your car to me and come back to pick it up when you have money." So Zhao Yi had no choice but to park the car here. After all, he spent money recklessly during his college years, and when he didn't have enough money, he borrowed online loans, so his credit record had long been black. Seeing the other party like this, Shin Changlin smiled indifferently and said, "Zhao Yi, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be a nouveau riche, it's embarrassing." After saying this, Shin Changlin glanced at Jiang Yuan, and the two of them exchanged glances before leaving. 10 minutes later, the group came to the outside of the KTV. At this moment, the bus had already left. The students stood there in a mess in the wind. At this time, the deputy squad leader stepped forward and said, "Squad leader, we agreed before that you would order a car for us, you shouldn't go back on your word, right?" The others looked at Zhao Yi. At this moment, Zhao Yi was naturally extremely angry because he had lost his beloved car. He looked at everyone and said, "Are you qualified to order a car? If it weren't for you bastards eating and drinking so much and wasting so much wine, how could my car be mortgaged here? I don't care, you must compensate me for my losses tonight. The total consumption tonight is 450,000, and each of you just needs to give me 10,000. When the students heard that they had to pay AA, they immediately started to act like a spoiled brat. "Zhao Yi, look at what you are saying, is it human language? You said that we can eat and drink for free tonight, Jiang Yuan will pay for us, so we can build as much as we want, since it's not our money that is being spent. Now you have failed to gain anything and ended up losing the rice. You deserve it." I saw a few people biting each other. Jiang Yuan had a calm look on his face. But Wang Yongjin and his friends were delighted. "Third brother, you are really amazing. This is beautifully done. As these words fell, Zhang Yuan suddenly heard the voice of the system in his ears. Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host has perfectly solved the problem of being taken advantage of. The shock value increases, and the current shock value is 12%. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He was looking forward to it. I wonder how much the three roommates will be shocked when the next surprise comes. Just as he was thinking about it, Wang Yongjin suddenly spoke. Third brother, we have seen enough fun. Now, let's take a taxi back. We didn't have enough fun at the KTV before, so it's time to have a good drink after returning to the dormitory. Zhang Yuan smiled and said there was no need to fight. Wait a minute, my special car will be here. I saw that several people looked strange. Zhang Yuan smiled and asked, weren't you curious before why I didn't let you drink? In fact, I bought 4 Maybachs, one for each of us 4 brothers. The car will arrive in 5 minutes, and then we'll drive back. What? Wang Yongjin and the other two looked at each other. And at this time, Lu Ruyan, who had been hiding in the crowd, suddenly came out. Come and have a look, there are cows flying in the sky. Lu Ruyan shouted at the top of her voice. Zhang Yuan, you are really brainless. How dare you brag like this? Do you know what Maybach is? You bought 4 cars at once? It really makes me laugh to death. Chapter 14, what does it have to do with you whether the car is mine or not? Who do you think you are? Lu Ruyan spoke. The rest of the students also expressed doubts. After all, the cheapest Maybach costs 1.4 million. If there are 4 cars, that would be more than 5 million. Zhang Yuan is just a student, how could he buy 4 cars at once? At this time, Zhao Yi, who was already upset because his car was mortgaged, also stepped forward and started to mock him. Zhang Yuan, do you think you are me? Can you buy a luxury car easily? If you can buy 4 Maybachs, I will live stream peeing upside down. After these words were spoken, there were voices of agreement from all around. To this, Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention. Instead, he looked at his 3 roommates with a smile on his face. At that time, Wang Yongjin and others were also a little confused. Because they mistakenly believed that Zhang Yuan had sold the copyright of his novel, they only knew that the other party had 20 million. But the other party used 10 million of it to buy the media company. Third brother, don't joke with me. That's a Maybach. You bought 4 at once? How much money do you have left? Wang Yongjin spoke first. Xu Qingqing agreed, that's right, even if you have money, you can't spend it like this, right? Third brother, I hope you are joking with everyone. Wu Zixuan nodded and said, I think so too. I don't want you, the third brother, to spend so much money at once just for the sake of face. What a waste. Zhang Yuan laughed and said that the money should be spent when the time comes. After all, isn't the purpose of making money to be spent? Besides, buying a car for your roommate isn't really a waste. Zhang Yuan's words were naturally spoken from the heart. After all, in order to complete the system task, he had spent more than 500,000 yuan on Lu Ruyan. That was when I had no money. Now, the second task of the system is to obtain shock value from the roommate. If you complete the task, you will get an investment opportunity of 200 billion. But unlike Lu Ruyan, his roommates really cared about him and treated him as a brother. Zhang Yuan felt it was worth spending money on them. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, stop talking nonsense. There are 4 cars, and I can't finish driving them all by myself. Give it to you, and you shall receive it. Seeing Zhang Yuan so confident, Wang Yongjin and the other 2 looked at each other. Third brother, are you serious? Wang Yongjin asked. What else? I don't need to lie to you. The 3 of them remained silent. They really believed that Zhang Yuan bought 4 luxury cars. But on the other side, Lu Ruyan continued with the rhythm and the mocking voice continued. Zhang Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to this. Facts speak louder than words. And at this time, Lu Ruyan sneered and said, Zhang Yuan, didn't you just say that your luxury car will be here in 5 minutes? 5 minutes will be up soon. Where is your car? Zhang Yuan was about to speak. And at this time, not far away, a light came from somewhere. Then, 4 cars formed a long line and slowly drove towards this side. These 4 cars are exactly the same color. And there is a temporary license plate on the front of each car. The appearance of this scene instantly shocked everyone. The car stopped. 4 employees got out of the car. They all came to Jiang Yuan. "Mr. Jiang, we have delivered your car. Please sign the form." Jiang Yuan smiled and signed quickly. The 4 men left the key and left immediately. And at this time, many students came forward. "I'll go. Maybach S680 Midnight Edition. I have only seen this car on TikTok before. Now, I actually saw it with my own eyes, and there were 4 of them?" Someone exclaimed. A girl asked, "Is this car famous?" "Nonsense, this car costs 3.6 million. And it is Maybach's flagship model this year." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. At this time, Zhao Yi's face became extremely ugly. Impossible. For Maybach S680s cost more than 10 million yuan in total. Even my dad is reluctant to buy this kind of car. How could Jiang Yuan be so rich? Zhao Yi's heart was boiling like the sea. His eyes were full of disbelief. As for Lu Ruyan, she was also confused at the moment. But after a moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly sneered. Jiang Yuan, you are really ridiculous. I understand everything now. You are still that disgusting licking dog. You were jealous of Zhao Yi and thought he had become my boyfriend, so you rented 4 luxury cars just to save your face. Do you think that I can change my mind like this? Go ahead and dream your big dream. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. But the more he did this, the higher Lu Ruyan jumped. Jiang Yuan, it's not impossible for you to ask us to believe you. Do you have the ability to produce the car purchase contract? If it doesn't work, you can just show us the invoice. If not, this car is rented by you. Jiang Yuan remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan did not continue to mock. Instead, he crossed his arms and said in a condescending manner, "Forget it, Jiang Yuan, I see that you are spending so much money to attract my attention. Well, I'll just reluctantly take your car." As she said that, Lu Ruyan came to one of the Maybachs and looked at Jiang Yuan. "Why are you still standing there? Open the car door for me quickly." Jiang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. At this time, Wang Yongjin pushed the other person away and said, "Lu Ruyan, where did you come from, Billion? Why do you want to ride in our car? Also, whether the car is leased or purchased, what does it have to do with you? Do you think the third brother is just bored? Why should he prove in front of you whether he bought the car? Do you really think you are a bit of a garlic?" After saying that, Wang Yongjin asked Jiang Yuan for a key and then started the car. As for Wu Zixue and others, it is the same at this moment. Seeing this, the students all expressed their desire to take the bus. But several people directly rejected it. After all, after what happened before, they finally saw the true colors of these classmates. Soon, the 4 cars drove away. Only the students were left standing there, looking disheveled in the wind. And at this time, Lu Ruyan turned around and came to Zhao Yi. "Honey, shall we take a taxi back?" Lu Ruyan said. Zhao Yi felt very upset at this moment. Therefore, when he saw Lu Ruyan's behavior, he was so angry that he slapped her. Lu Ruyan was confused. "Zhao Yi, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me?" Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and said, "You bitch, you flirted with Uncle Shin in the KTV before. And just now, you wanted to go back in a luxury car. Have you ever thought about how I feel? You bitch." After saying this, Zhao Yi, who had nowhere to vent his anger, directly vented all his anger on Lu Ruyan. Chapter 15. Want to shut down my brother's company? Whoever it is, fuck him. Jiang Yuan and his 3 companions returned to the dormitory on time. On the way back, I bought some barbecue and snacks from a roadside stall. I also bought a few boxes of wine at the supermarket along the road. As soon as they entered the dormitory, Wang Yongjin and his friends burst into laughter. Happy. Today was such a great day. In my 4 years of college, I have never been as happy as I am today. Wang Yongjin spoke first. Shu Qingqing nodded quickly. What he said was right. He felt really aggrieved before. And today, I feel like I have let out all my anger. This feeling is comfortable. Jiang Yuan was not surprised to see several people expressing such sentiments. After all, during their 4 years in college, they had never been able to get any awards or selection honors in the class. The reason for this is that they registered late and therefore were not in the same dormitory as other students in the class. Because the four of them didn't like flattery, they were excluded early on. Just like today's dinner, the class clearly arranged a bus, but they had no idea about it and could only take a taxi to the destination. Third brother, I admire you more and more. I didn't expect that you would betray Zhaoyi today. Seeing him suffer a loss makes me happier than if I earned 100 million myself. Wu Zixue said with a smile. Yes, looking back, we were worried that you would actually pay for it. As a result, you suddenly have a checkmate. All I can say is, well done. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, okay, let us not review it for now. If we review it again, the barbecue will be cold. So, several people quickly got busy, brought some small chairs to use as a makeshift dining table, then picked up a book, put it on the ground, gathered together, and started eating while drinking. Third brother, what's wrong with your car? Wang Yongjin spoke. Xu Qingqing and Wu Zixue also looked at Zhang Yuan. Didn't I make it clear when I went upstairs just now? There is one car for each of the four of us brothers. Of course, at present, you only have the right to use it. In the future, when you have made contributions to the company, I will transfer the car to you. That's all Zhang Yuan could say. After all, if you give it directly, they will definitely refuse. Who knows? Even though Zhang Yuan said this, the three roommates still shook their heads. Third brother, I just checked and found that Maybach has a very high value retention rate. I think you should just keep one and sell the other three as used cars. This way, you can recover some blood. After all, cars are consumables and will become worthless after a few years. Zhang Yuan smiled. Stop making trouble. If you sell a new car you just bought, wouldn't that be a waste of money? Okay, just do as I say. You've already bought it, so don't worry about it. Wu Zixue quickly said, I am just worried about your money. After all, you are the boss of the company now and there are many places where you need money. You spent all your money on the car, do you have anything left? As he was speaking, Wu Zixue reacted belatedly. He immediately took out his cell phone and turned on his computer. Third brother, that's not right. Didn't you sell the copyright of your novel for 20 million? Adding the 400,000 you asked for back from Lu Ruyan, the total is only 20.4 million. You bought the company for 10 million, but you spent 14.4 million on the car. Where did the extra 4 million come from? Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed dryly. Miscalculated. Before, he was only concerned with preparing surprises for his roommates. Therefore, I forgot to carefully count the accounts. Zhang Yuan originally planned to find another excuse to fool people. But in the end, I gave up. He immediately laughed and said, okay, I won't pretend anymore, let us be honest. Actually, I am a first-generation rich. I have more than 70 billion in my hands. Moreover, I possess the system and the novel. Didn't you wonder before why I was pursuing Lu Ruyan? And it keeps repeating itself. In fact, this is a task assigned to me by the system. Every time my confession failed, I would be given 100 bitcoins, but I needed to collect 100,000 bitcoins before I could withdraw the money. Zhang Yuan thought that his words would be believed by several people. But he was actually somewhat looking forward to it. After all, it would be pretty good if I could achieve 100% shock level for my three roommates in one go. But unfortunately, the three roommates didn't believe it at all. Instead, he picked up the beer and started drinking. Don't disbelieve me, I can show you my account balance. Zhang Yuan said repeatedly and was about to open his mobile banking. What a pity. Wang Yongjin and the other two didn't believe it at all. He even joked, third brother, you are worthy of being a novelist. You are really good at editing. If you have 70 billion, then you can give us 200,000 each? Zhang Yuan was stunned. These guys. Is this all you can achieve? I wanted to transfer the money immediately. But the next second, Wang Yongjin waved his hand and said, okay, we want to ask how much money you have. As for your car, we'll just drive it. However, we will only drive it for 1 year. Next year, we will go to the used car market and get an appraisal. Then we buy it. Zhang Yuan said helplessly, okay, I'll do as you say. So, let's continue drinking? After this was said, several people began to clink glasses and chat pleasantly. It was not until 12 o'clock that everyone had almost finished drinking, and then they simply washed up and went to bed, without saying a word all night. The next morning, Zhang Yuan woke up early. He seemed to have thought of something. The system interface opened immediately. When he saw that the shock levels of his 3 roommates had increased from 12% to 20%, he couldn't help but smile. Yes, in just one day, 1/5 of the task has been completed. It seems that it won't be long before the reward for this second task arrives. Zhang Yuan felt a little excited. He had intended to continue sleeping. But at this moment, his cell phone rang. It was Morong Cheng who called. Just connected. Morong Cheng's anxious voice suddenly came. Boss, something bad has happened. Our company may be in big trouble. Zhang Yuan frowned. What is going on? Morong Cheng on the other end of the phone immediately said, didn't I suspend Zhou Dongfei yesterday? At that time he said he was quitting. I originally thought that the guy was just speaking in anger. But unexpectedly, he actually submitted his resignation. If it was just him resigning, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem is, I don't know what means that guy used, but he made the remaining female anchors in our company terminate their contracts with us early. In our company, Chen Yuer is the only one who has not requested to terminate the contract. Not only that, those female anchors who proposed to terminate the contract also spread rumors on the internet, saying that my brother sexually harassed them during work. My eldest brother has been taken to the police station for questioning. If this matter continues to ferment, I'm afraid. Zhang Yuan's eyes darkened when he heard this. But he did not lose his composure, but comforted, I will go to the company now. You stabilize them first. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan immediately got up and got dressed. Brothers, come to life. Zhang Yuan shouted. Wang Yongjin and the others were sleeping soundly at the moment and immediately started to complain. But when I heard that something happened in Zhang Yuan's company, they all stood up. What? Someone is trying to shut down my brother's company? Let us go to the company. Whoever it is, fuck him. Chapter 16, is Zhang Yuan crazy? He actually gave in to this group of people? At the school, Zhang Yuan and his 3 companions quickly packed up their things and left. On the other side, the company lobby was in chaos at this moment. Morong Cheng confronted the large group of people in front of him with a gloomy expression. These people are headed by Zhou Dongfei, and behind him are a large number of female anchors of the company. They each held a termination agreement in their hands, with a look of indifference in their eyes. Compared with the other side's large number of people, Morong Cheng seemed to be a little alone and weak. Because, apart from the 2 assistants, only Shen Xianyu was standing beside him. If there hadn't been security guards watching around, I'm afraid the 2 sides would have started fighting long ago. Zhou Dongfei, are you really planning to make a big deal out of this? Morong Cheng asked with a cold face. Zhou Dongfei said proudly, Mr. Cheng, I don't want this to happen either. But you insist on killing me. There's nothing I can do about it. Morong Cheng's face turned pale. For a moment, I was at a loss. After all, the eldest brother has been called by the police for investigation. Now, rumors about Big Brother's sexual harassment of female anchors are becoming more and more intense on the internet. If the situation continues to ferment, this company will probably be doomed. Although Zhang Yuan was on the way, Morong Cheng felt that even if Zhang Yuan arrived, he would not be able to solve these problems. And at this time, Zhou Dongfei's proud voice came, Mr. Cheng, I think you'd better sign my resignation report as soon as possible. As for the termination letters of these female anchors, you also have to sign them. Otherwise, I can guarantee that within 3 days, this company will become the target of public criticism. By then, this company will end up closing down. Morong Cheng gnashed his teeth in anger. But at this moment, her IQ is still online. He immediately asked, Zhou Dongfei, these female anchors spread rumors online, was it you who instructed them to do so? Just to deliberately discredit my elder brother? By the way, let these female anchors terminate their contracts at a low cost? Zhou Dongfei burst into laughter. Of course he couldn't admit this. Instead, he said seriously, Mr. Cheng, you think too highly of me. I can change jobs with these female anchors. But I can't bear to be slandered by them. After all, defamation is a crime. Furthermore, these female anchors are all girls. Who would be willing to spread rumors about their own innocence? Morong Cheng was speechless for a moment. At this time, the female anchors came forward one after another. Mr. Cheng, please sign the termination letter as soon as possible. If you don't want to make a big deal out of it. Morong Ching had a serious look on his face. After a pause, she asked, "Let me ask you, if I sign, will you delete those videos that slander my eldest brother and clarify the matter on the internet?" These words fell. The female anchors remained silent. Instead, he subconsciously looked at Zhou Dongfei. I have to say that although Zhou Dongfei is cunning, he is a smart man. He immediately sneered and said, "Mr. Qing, what you said is a bit too much. After all, the termination of the contract follows normal procedures and has nothing to do with what happened on the internet. I still say that these female anchors are just stating the facts online, not slandering others. No girl is willing to use her innocence to spread rumors. Therefore, there is no way to excuse your elder brother's sexual harassment." Morong Ching didn't know how to refute for a moment. And just when Morong Ching was at a loss, an indifferent voice suddenly came. "Ah, it's really lively today. I didn't expect such a thing to happen just after I acquired this company. It's really unbelievable." As these words fell, Zhang Yuan walked in. "Boy, is that you?" Zhou Dongfei looked gloomy. My heart was filled with astonishment. Obviously, no one expected that Zhang Yuan would be the new boss that Morong Ching mentioned. But didn't T. Lu Ruyan say before that this boy was just his bootlicker? What is going on? When Zhou Dongfei was confused, Zhang Yuan has already arrived in front of Morong Ching. "Mr. Qing, how serious is the situation now?" Zhang Yuan asked. Morong Ching explained it concisely. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then, he walked up to one of the female anchors, took the termination letter from her hand and started reading it. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan read the termination letters from several other people one after another and found that the contents were basically the same. That is, in this termination of the contract, the company voluntarily gave up the right to pursue legal action and would not seek compensation for breach of contract. In addition, it had to compensate each of them for mental damages of 200,000 yuan. Zhang Yuan almost laughed out of anger. However, after a brief silence, Zhang Yuan immediately looked at Morong Ching and said, "Mr. Qing, let's do this, let's sign the termination letters of these female anchors. However, this matter was caused by your eldest brother, and must be resolved by him personally. So, you go to the police station and bail your brother out. Once the contract termination issue is resolved, let him cooperate with the police investigation." Morong Ching was confused. She really didn't understand why Zhang Yuan would give in. After all, the current situation, although serious, can still be controlled. The reason why those female anchors did not continue to make trouble was because they were stuck on the issue of contract termination. They can use this matter as a bargaining chip. But if the contract is terminated, these female anchors will definitely act unscrupulously. Even his eldest brother will inevitably suffer an unjust accusation. Even from then on, they were unable to recover. "Boss, this." Morong Ching was a little anxious. But Zhang Yuan looked calm and composed. He said, "Just do as I say. It's better to have less trouble than more. By the way, when your big brother comes, just double the compensation for these female anchors." Morong Ching suddenly understood. It seems that the boss is planning to spend money to avoid disaster. I could only nod helplessly. After all, this may be the best solution Zhang Yuan can think of at the moment. Morong Ching left quickly. At this time, Zhang Yuan turned around and came to Shen Qianyu. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Shen Qianyu asked. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Qianyuer, now, you are the only anchor left in our company. It seems that we can only train you vigorously. By the way, what is your current salary?" Shen Qianyu said repeatedly, "At present, my minimum salary is 8,000 yuan a month, and the income from live streaming is split 40% and 60% with the company, and I take 40%. Zhang Yuan touched his nose. "Isn't this too little? In this way, I will give you a guaranteed salary of 30,000 yuan per month, and I will give you 70% of the live broadcast income. By the way, from now on, all new female anchors recruited by our company will follow this standard." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuer immediately understood what Zhang Yuan meant. After all, Zhang Yuan knew her identity and was aware that she was not short of money, but her purpose in doing this now was self-evident. Aren't those female anchors changing jobs just for better treatment? Now that Zhang Yuan has extended an olive branch to herself, those female anchors who attempted to terminate the contract must be tempted. Thinking of this, Shen Yuer said repeatedly, "Boss, with you in our company, it will definitely be renewed." Zhang Yuan smiled, then said to the two female assistants, "You should quickly find someone to draft an agreement and let Shen Yuer sign the new agreement." Chapter 17. The counterattack begins, their plan is exposed. Half an hour later. Shen Xianyu successfully obtained a new cooperation agreement. After signing, Shen Xianyu deliberately showed a look of joy. And everything was just as Shen Xianyu had guessed. When the female anchors saw that Shen Xianyu's salary had increased, they immediately became envious and their eyes turned red. But they did not show it and instead came out of the company one after another. After avoiding the camera, one of the female anchors said, "Mr. Zhou, you also heard what the new boss said just now, right? We went to great lengths to switch to a new company, but in the end we only got a guaranteed salary of 15,000 yuan, while the income from live streaming was split 2:8. Moreover, everything has to start all over again. I don't care, you have to negotiate with the new company to increase our minimum wage, and the live broadcast revenue must also be increased. Otherwise, we can only give up the termination of the contract." Zhou Dongfei was a little confused for a moment. But now is obviously not the time for internal strife. So Zhou Dongfei could only say, "Everyone, don't worry, I will do my best to help you negotiate with the new company. But for now, let us terminate the contract first." But those female anchors are obviously not fools. They looked at Zhou Dongfei with a sneer and said, "Mr. Zhou, we don't want this kind of pie, we just need a promise. As long as we can get the same treatment as Jianyuer, we will terminate the contract as soon as possible, otherwise." Zhou Dongfei couldn't help but sneer when he saw these people acting like this. "Are you guys threatening me?" However, don't forget that you did not hesitate to spread rumors on the internet in order to terminate the contract at a low cost. What do you think will happen to you if this matter is exposed? The group of female anchors suddenly became anxious. "Zhou Dongfei, what do you mean? We do this, isn't it you who taught us? You are the instigator. You think that this exposure will have no impact on you?" Zhou Dongfei sneered, "If you insist on forcing me, then I can only give up. Also, what do you mean by instigator? Didn't T Xiao Huijun teach you to do this? I was not involved in this. If you speak, you must provide evidence. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation." Seeing that the female anchors were angry and embarrassed, Zhou Dongfei immediately said, "Okay, I will call the boss of the new company now and explain your demands." Soon, the call was connected, and Zhou Dongfei immediately showed a flattering smile and said, "Boss Su, I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Dongfei originally thought that after he expressed the demands of those female anchors, he would arouse their anger. However, Boss Su on the other end of the phone kept saying, "Only 30,000? That's too little. I'll give you a guaranteed salary of 50,000. In addition, the income from live streaming will be split 20% to 80%. Zhou Dongfei obviously didn't notice anything unusual in the voice on the other end of the phone, and he was immediately surprised and happy. And because the phone was on speakerphone, the female anchors could hear everything. "How about it? Boss Su is very wealthy. Your request has been granted." Those female anchors immediately changed their expressions. They were extremely happy when they thought about getting several times the compensation after the contract was terminated, and also about the good treatment they would receive after joining the new company. "If that's okay, shall we go inside and wait?" Zhou Dongfei said. Everyone rushed into Zhang Yuan's company again. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was leisurely lying on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor playing with his mobile phone. Seeing Zhou Dongfei and others appear, he immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, in 10 minutes, President Qing will pick up his eldest brother. At that time, you can sign, get the compensation, and leave." Zhou Dongfei smiled smugly when he heard this and said, "You'd better do what you say." Zhang Yuan smiled but said nothing. 10 minutes passed quickly. At this time, Morong Cheng had already brought Morong Fei back. "Bro, let me introduce you to this person, he is the boss who acquired our company." Morong Cheng introduced. Morong Fei immediately stepped forward to greet him. Zhang Yuan deliberately put on a cold face and said, "Mr. Morong, you have caused me so much trouble. Originally, I acquired this company with the intention of making great strides in it. But nowadays, a large number of female anchors are terminating their contracts. You are to blame. So, once you have dealt with the current problem, you can resign on your own. I don't want to see you here." Upon hearing this, Morong Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, I understand." After saying that, Morong Fei asked Morong Ching to bring the company's official seal, and then signed with the female anchors. However, the female anchors who received the termination letters had no intention of leaving, but instead looked at Jiang Yuan. "Now, isn't it time to give us compensation?" One of the female anchors spoke up. They looked expectant. Jiang Yuan didn't waste any words and immediately asked Morong Qing to get started. Half an hour later, the group of female anchors received compensation of 200,000 yuan each. "Hey, what do you mean? Didn't they say before that the compensation would be doubled? Where did the other 200,000 go?" the group of female anchors asked. Morong Qing on the side was extremely angry. "I cursed these female anchors in my heart for being greedy." But Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is all the money we have. After all, it's written in black and white. If you..." Before Jiang Yuan could finish his words, the female anchors suddenly felt that they had been fooled. They immediately started to act like a spoiled brat and said, "I don't care, you have to give us the remaining 200,000. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Zhou Dongfei also stepped forward and said, "Mr. Jiang, I can see that you are rich and powerful, and you are also a smart man. So, don't lose the big picture for the small. There are 30 female anchors in total, and each of them earns 200,000, which is only 6 million. This money is nothing to you. But if you refuse to pay, these female anchors will continue to make a big deal out of it online. At that time, do you think this company still has hope of survival?" Seeing this, Morong Qing seemed unable to help himself. She wanted to go up and argue with these guys. But he was stopped by Shen Xianyu, who was standing beside him. "Mr. Qing, don't be angry. Our boss has a way to handle the current situation, just wait and see." Morong Qing was half believing and half doubting. After a brief thought, I decided to watch patiently from the side. At this time, Jiang Yuan walked forward slowly and said, "Everyone, I advise you to stop. You have terminated the contract as you wished, and also received compensation of 200,000 yuan. So, it's time for you to leave. After you go back, it's best to delete the previous rumor-mongering video. By the way, let me clarify that what you did before was just to terminate the contract at a low cost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." When saying this, Jiang Yuan was full of amusement. After all, people are greedy. If I hadn't said that the compensation would be doubled, these guys would have left long ago. But the attitude I showed before was that of a soft persimmon. Therefore, these female anchors are bound to take advantage of the situation. Really? When Jiang Yuan finished speaking, those female anchors took out their mobile phones at the same time, intending to take videos and then expose them online. But at this time, Jiang Yuan's laughing voice suddenly came. "Everyone, before you expose me, let me introduce two friends to you." As these words fell, Wang Yongjin walked over first. Next to the other person, there was a man holding a camera. Jiang Yuan came to Wang Yongjin and said with a smile, "I think you all know this person, right?" Then I want to introduce it in detail. Then he pointed at the man holding the camera and said, "Let me introduce you to this person. His name is Liao Fifan, and he is a paparazzi." After saying that, Jiang Yuan looked at Liao Fifan and said with a smile, "Mr. Liao, could you please show everyone the video you just shot?" Liao Fifan didn't waste any time and immediately opened his mobile phone and played the video. The content of the video is exactly the scene of Zhou Dongfei and those female anchors at the company gate, and what they talk about can be heard clearly. Chapter 18. The trouble was solved perfectly, and the rival company was acquired at a low price. The appearance of this scene made Zhou Dongfei and those female anchors look horrified. There was no solution for a moment. Zhou Dongfei has seen many storms. But at this moment, I was a little confused. Fortunately, his brain reacted quickly enough. He immediately glared at Jiang Yuan and said, "Boy, do you know that secretly taking photos and eavesdropping are illegal? By doing this, you have violated our privacy." Facing the other party's accusations, Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. Then he reached out and patted Zhou Dongfei on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your help." After hearing this, Zhou Dongfei was a little confused. Jiang Yuan continued, "If it weren't for you, even if I had the video, I wouldn't have any way if I didn't have the audio. Thanks to the bug you had on you, I was able to record the video successfully. However, I have to say that your performance just now was really good. With just a few words, you made these people confess to spreading rumors." As he spoke, Jiang Yuan reached out to the other person's sleeve and took out a button-like bug. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan was stunned. "You bastard, you slander me? Zhou Dongfei was extremely angry. Jiang Yuan, however, looked innocent. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, now that things have come to this, you don't have to pretend anymore. Anyway, everyone has seen the true faces of these female anchors. Your mission has been completed, and as for the 1 million I promised you, I will give it to you intact." Zhou Dongfei was a little flustered at this moment. But fortunately, he was not stupid and immediately said, "Boy, are you slandering me? But do you think these female anchors are fools? What do you say, and they believe it?" Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Just keep pretending." After saying that, Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Yongjin. Wang Yongjin didn't waste any time and immediately opened his mobile phone and found a recording. "Boss Jiang, tomorrow, I will take those female anchors to terminate the contract. When the time comes, I will find a way to induce them to speak up, and after that's done, you have to give me the 1 million. As this recording came down, the female anchors all looked at Zhou Dongfei. But at this moment, Zhou Dongfei didn't know how to start. After all, even he felt confused at the moment. That recording was not only different from my own voice, it was almost exactly the same. But he never remembered saying this. At this time, Jiang Yuan decided to add fuel to the fire. He immediately stepped forward, hugged Zhou Dongfei and said, "Mr. Zhou, I will arrange the 1 million quickly. More than that, I will make you the head of this company. Okay, you can back off now." Zhou Dongfei wanted to speak. But those female anchors all came forward. They wished they could cut Zhou Dongfei into pieces. I was filled with anger. "Jiang Yuan, do you think Zhou Dongfei is a good person?" One of the female anchors stepped forward and said, "Yes, the reason why this company is in this state is entirely caused by Zhou Dongfei. Half a year ago, he was bought out by a rival company in an effort to bankrupt the company. However, I didn't expect that this bastard was actually a fence-sitter. Oh, by the way, Xiao Weijun spread rumors online before, saying that Morong Fei sexually harassed her. This matter was actually led by Zhou Dongfei. Later, she asked Xiao Weijun to teach us how to operate and how to spread rumors on the internet. This bastard is the real culprit." Jiang Yuan listened to these words with an expressionless face. He immediately scolded coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Dongfei is my man. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense, otherwise I will sue you for defamation." These words fell. The female anchors suddenly became anxious. They immediately rushed forward and said, "Boss Jiang, I have evidence here." As she spoke, one of the female anchors turned on her phone. Then I opened a WeChat group. The group leader was Xiao Weijun, who kept sharing his experiences in the group. Moreover, he taught everyone how to spread rumors, and even posted screenshots of himself encouraging fans to stir up trouble in the group. "See this scene." Jiang Yuan laughed. Then he looked at Liao Fifan and said, "Mr. Liao, I don't know, did you take the video just now?" Liao Fifan made an okay gesture. "It seems that the evidence is conclusive." He turned around and looked at Morong Fei. "Mr. Fei, it seems that your suspicion has been cleared. However, you still have work to do. After all, you have suffered unjust accusations for so long. Is it time to protect your own rights?" Morong Fei was a little dazed. Then I called the phone. "Is Yaoling?" "Hello, I want to call the police." Soon, the police arrived and took the female anchors away. Liao Fifan handed over all the videos he had previously shot as evidence. Zhou Dongfei was taken away for investigation on suspicion of abuse of power and extortion. As for Morong Fei, as a victim, he naturally has to cooperate with the investigation. "Boss." Morong Qing came to Jiang Yuan with a grateful look on his face. "Thank you, if it weren't for you, my elder brother." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. After all, this is my company. Everything I do is for the development of the company." Morong Qing nodded without saying anything. At this time, Shen Xianyu said, "Boss, it seems that things are not over yet? What about Xiao Weijun, has she not been punished yet? Furthermore, the rival company was the instigator. If they don't go bankrupt, Jiang Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, Xiao Weijun has been detained long ago." "As for the rival company?" "No, that's already my company." "What?" Shen Qianyu and Morong Qing stared at each other. My heart is full of disbelief. Jiang Yuan wanted to speak. At this time, Zhu Qingqing and Wu Zixue happened to come in from outside. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan said with a smile, "Brothers, you have worked hard. You did a great job this time. Now, can you tell me about your achievements? Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing spoke one after another with great excitement on their faces. These words fell. Morong Qing and Xin Qianyu were immediately surprised. It turned out that in the morning, Jiang Yuan learned that something had happened in the company and had planned for the four brothers to come together to confront Zhou Dongfei. But halfway through, Jiang Yuan changed his mind. So, Wang Yongjin asked his good friend who was a paparazzi to come to the company to look for evidence, and at the same time use computer-synthesized recordings to make Zhou Dongfei and those female anchors fight each other. As for Zhu Qingqing, he went to the police station to report the incident, saying that the female anchor Xiao Huijun and her friend deliberately spread rumors online in order to terminate the contract at a low cost. Wu Zixue contacted Xin Qianyu's father Xin Changlin and asked him to go to the rival company with him. Under pressure from Xin Changlin, the boss of the rival company immediately backed down and directly transferred the company at a low price. After the transfer was completed, Wu Zixue immediately called the police and had the other party arrested. Now, there is both witness and evidence. Those involved in the case will probably be punished by law. Having said that, Jiang Yuan looked at Xin Qianyu. Genuere, this time, it was all thanks to your father's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to acquire the rival company so smoothly at a low price of 3 million. Xin Qianyu smiled and said, Boss, if you want to thank me sincerely, how about treating me to dinner tonight? As she spoke, Xin Qianyu revealed an expectant look. Hearing this, Wang Yongjin and the other two were immediately overjoyed. After all, what's the harm in having a meal with a beautiful woman? It would be best if we could call Morong Qing along. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Xianyuer, didn't I express my gratitude before? You forgot that I raised your basic salary and also increased your share of the live broadcast income. Jiang Yuan said repeatedly, Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered that I haven't written my graduation thesis yet, so I'll say goodbye first. After saying that, Jiang Yuan took his 3 roommates and left in a hurry. Xin Qianyu, on the other hand, stood there, pouting, looking very unhappy. Came outside the company. Wang Yongjin said unhappily, Third brother, you are stupid. Xianyuer's attitude shows that she is interested in you. If you grasp the opportunity, you may be able to take a further step. Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Then Wu Zixue said with a smile, Third brother, you wouldn't dislike the cute Xianyuer, but are interested in the mature and steady Morong Qing, right? If that's the case, can we brothers give you a hand? After all, whether it is Xianyuer or Morong Qing, they are both far better than Lu Ruyan. But Jiang Yuan didn't have this idea at all at this moment. For him, the most urgent task was to increase his roommate's shock level. Then you will get the 200 billion investment opportunity awarded by the system. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan immediately opened the system page. At this moment, the voice of the system came suddenly. Ding, the roommate shocked the host and perfectly solved the company's public opinion problem. The shock value increased. The current shock value is 21%. Ding, the roommate is shocked that Jiang Yuan does not covet the beauty of Xin Qianyu and Morong Qing. The shock value increases. The current shock value is 28%. I go. Jiang Yuan was a little dumbfounded. This increase in shock value is completely different from my expectations. He originally thought that he would get at least 5% shock value for his hard work in solving the company's problems. The result is only 1%. On the contrary, the fact that he did not invite Xin Qianyu brought so much shock. Unreasonable. It's so unreasonable. Just thinking about it. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Open it and take a look. It turned out to be my mother calling. As soon as Jiang Yuan answered the phone, he heard his mother's voice, Son, where are you now? I still have half an hour to reach the high-speed rail station. By the way, your uncle is here too. Please come and pick us up. Jiang Yuan felt a little strange when he heard this. After all, my uncle and his family have always looked down on my family. But why did he suddenly come to find me? It's definitely not a good thing. Thinking so in his heart, Jiang Yuan could only say, Mom, I get it, I'll go to the high-speed rail station to pick you up now. Chapter 19. You can laugh at me, but don't mess with my mom. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yuan arrived at the high-speed rail station. Because Jiang Yuan didn't know why his uncle came with his mother. He believed in his intuition, that is, this person came to him for no good reason. But since his mother came along, Jiang Yuan naturally couldn't leave her alone. Of course, Jiang Yuan didn't drive here. Because, in this world, besides your enemies, there are also people who don't wish you well, and that's your relatives. Zhang Yuan arrived at the exit and waited patiently. Soon, news of the vehicle's arrival came from the radio outside. Zhang Yuan waited for a while and saw two figures. It was his mother and uncle. At this moment, the mother was holding a snakeskin bag in her hand. The snakeskin bag seemed quite heavy, and every step the mother took was very strenuous. In contrast, his uncle Jiang Shuawu looked like he was preparing for a battle without any preparation, and had no intention of lending a hand to his mother who was standing beside him. There was some displeasure in Zhang Yuan's eyes. But he didn't show it, and quickly stepped forward. I took the snakeskin bag from my mother. Mom, you just came, why do you bring so many things? Zhang Yuan asked. He felt extremely distressed. This bag of stuff weighs at least 40 or 50 kilograms. Zhang Milan smiled and said, Son, when mom comes to see you, she must bring you some good things. In this bag, there is smoked meat that was not eaten at home during the New Year. In addition, I also pickled some pickles for you, and in addition, there is some fermented tofu made for you. Zhang Yuan naturally knew that his mother meant well. He didn't say much at that time. He put down the snakeskin bag and greeted his uncle Jiang Shuawu. In response to this, Jiang Shuawu just responded coldly. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't take the other party's cold attitude to heart. After all, if I were to argue with such a person who despises the poor and loves the rich, I would have been angry to death long ago. Mom, uncle, you have been sitting in the car for several hours, you must not have eaten, right? You guys wait here, I'll order a taxi and we'll find a place to eat. Jiang Shuawu waved his hand and said, No need to bother, your cousin is driving over. Zhang Yuan was about to speak. At this time, a figure in a suit and leather shoes quickly walked over. Then, Jiang Shuawu's originally cold face was instantly filled with a smile. Oh, my big son is here. Jiang Wei walked forward with a smile and said, Dad, are you getting anxious? Let us go, I've parked the car on the side of the road, let us go over there quickly. After saying that, he was about to pull Jiang Shuawu away. As for Zhang Yuan and his mother, they were selectively ignored by the other party. In response, Jiang Shuawu had no intention of blaming him, but said with a smile, Son, I heard that you bought a car? What brand is it? Is it a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz? Jiang Wei chuckled. It was a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, not much money, only 700,000 yuan. The two of them just chatted like that. The meaning of showing off wealth is self-evident. Zhang Milan has long been accustomed to this. But considering that they were relatives, he immediately smiled and said, Jiang Wei, you are really promising. A car worth 700,000 yuan was bought just like that. When Jiang Wei heard this, he pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, isn't this my aunt and my cousin? Look at me, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Come on, let's go to the car. After saying that, he took his father's hand, and the two of them talked and laughed, completely ignoring Zhang Yuan and Zhang Milan. Zhang Yuan's eyes were deep in response to this. Zhang Milan smiled and said, Son, don't be angry with this kind of person. There is absolutely no need. After all, you know who your uncle is, right? And your cousin, who thinks he has a master's degree, looks down on everyone. I believe my son will definitely be more successful than your cousin. Of course, even if you don't achieve anything, you are still my son. Okay, this bag is quite heavy, let's carry it together. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, Mom, I'm fine. I can still carry this little weight. Soon, they came to the side of the road. Sure enough, I saw a car parked there. Zhang Yuan originally planned to go over. At this time, a woman wearing fur got out of the car. The woman had heavy makeup on her face, was very thin, had thin lips, and no flesh on her face, giving people a very mean feeling. Zhang Yuan knew the other person. It was Jiang Wei's girlfriend. I saw him during Chinese New Year. However, when Zhang Yuan came to visit, the other party seemed to be indifferent. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. And at this moment, the three of them were chatting there. Jiang Wei would point towards Zhang Yuan from time to time. Hearing this, the woman seemed unhappy. She immediately walked towards the side in high heels. Aunt, right? You can take our car. But why not throw away this broken bag? After all, this is a luxury car. If it gets dirty, you can't afford to pay for it. Zhang Milan frowned. But he did not quarrel with her. Instead, he said with a smile, "Girl, my bag is full of good things. Oh, by the way, I heard that you like spicy food, so I made a spicy fermented bean curd for you. I'm sure you will like it." As she spoke, Zhang Milan opened the snakeskin bag, fumbled around for a while, and soon took out a bottle wrapped in a clean plastic bag. Zhang Milan took out the fermented tofu, wiped it carefully with toilet paper, and then handed it forward. "Girl, why don't you take it back and try it?" Pop. The woman slapped the bottle away, and the bottle fell directly to the ground, with the fermented bean curd inside spilling all over the floor. Zhang Milan was heartbroken when she saw this. "My daughter, if you don't want to eat, you shouldn't do this, okay? Alas, what a waste." But the woman ignored him and turned back into the car. "You are so rude. Apologize to my mom." Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. The woman turned around and rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. "You guys? Are you worthy of asking me to apologize?" Although Zhang Yuan didn't like hitting women, he couldn't tolerate someone bullying his mother. But he was stopped by his mother. And at this time, Jiang Wei also stepped forward and asked, "Zhang Yuan, what do you mean? How dare you yell at my girlfriend? What? You don't need me to find you a job anymore, right?" Zhang Yuan suddenly understood after hearing this. "It turns out that my mother and uncle came here to ask Jiang Wei to arrange jobs for them?" He sneered in his heart. I was about to refute it immediately. But he was stopped by his mother. "Forget it, son. Don't be angry. Just now, I was the one who didn't hold it firmly. No wonder your cousin's girlfriend was so angry. Also, work is important, so don't lose sight of the big picture." Zhang Yuan was about to speak. But he knew that his mother had a bad heart. If you make the other person angry and he or she relapses, it will be troublesome. I immediately said, "Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you." After saying that, Zhang Yuan wanted to carry the snakeskin bag and put it into Jiang Wei's car. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wei said with a stern face, "Zhang Yuan, you and your mother should just fight. Just tell the driver to go to Century Hotel." After saying this, Zhang Yuan immediately got into the car. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of anger rising at the arrogance of this family. He originally planned to take his mother directly to his company. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to give up. Good, since they like to show off their wealth. Then let them brag to their heart's content. But I must get this place back. You can make fun of me, but you can never make my mom angry. After thinking about it, Zhang Yuan immediately stopped a taxi and headed straight for the Century Hotel. Chapter 20, A Shameless Family, Asking Me to Borrow Money, and Doing It So Openly? Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan and his mother arrived at a private room in Century Hotel. At this moment, in the private room, a table of dishes has been served. Jiang Shuowu, Jiang Wei, and Yang Xiaoxian were eating and chatting. Seeing Zhang Yuan and the other person, Jiang Wei immediately said hypocritically, "Aunt, cousin, I'm really sorry. I had already ordered the dishes before I went to the high-speed rail station. I saw my dad was hungry, so I ate first. Do you mind?" Zhang Yuan felt a little cold in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and shook his head and said, "I don't mind, of course I don't mind." After saying that, Zhang Yuan sat down with his mother. But the two of them showed no intention of picking up their chopsticks. Seeing this, Jiang Shuowu said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yuan, hurry up and eat. These dishes cost several hundred yuan. Your family is not as well off as mine. If you hadn't come to the city this time, you would probably never be able to eat such delicious food in your life, right?" Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention. But Zhang Milan felt that she needed something from the other party. "I could only pick up the chopsticks and try to pick up some food." But just as he stretched out his chopsticks, he saw Yang Xiaoxian turning the table. Zhang Milan was also a little angry at this moment. In response, Jiang Shuowu and Zhang Yuan smiled at each other. At this time, Jiang Wei was drinking and said, "Xiao Yuan, I remember you are an ordinary second-tier university student, right? Do you have any career plans after graduation?" Zhang Yuan said calmly, "Please give me some advice, cousin." Jiang Wei put down his chopsticks and said in a condescending manner, "Then I will tell you the truth. Originally, based on your educational background, you could at most find a job with a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000. Fortunately, I have good connections. How about this? I arrange for you to work in a real estate development company. However, you are not a construction engineer, so you can only start with security. The monthly salary is more than 6,000 yuan, and there is also a place to live. As a person, you should be down to earth. Zhang Milan was confused. Then he said, Xiao Wei, you just like to joke. Xiao Yuan is a graduate of a second-tier university, and you asked him to guard the gate, isn't that? Jiang Wei said seriously, and, don't underestimate the gatekeeper. The company I arranged for Xiao Yuan was Jiao South Real Estate Company. That company has great prospects. Most people don't have the opportunity to go there and see the gate. If I wasn't a buddy with the young boss of Zhao's company, you wouldn't have this opportunity. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Zhao Real Estate Company? Zhao ES Family Company? He sneered. Seeing Zhang Yuan like this, Jiang Wei continued, if it really doesn't work, I will introduce you to work as a security guard at Dihao KTV. After all, I have a close relationship with Xin Changlin, the owner of Dihao KTV. Zhang Yuan remained silent. I was a little curious. If Xin Changlin saw me applying for a security guard position at his KTV, would he be shocked? Just as Zhang Yuan was mumbling, Jiang Wei continued, why? You don't like security? Zhang Yuan, I'm telling you, don't aim too high but underestimate your abilities. In today's society, if you don't have any connections, you can only start from the bottom. Do you think you are me? After a pause, Jiang Wei spoke again, okay, let me arrange a relatively easy task for you. Your cousin's wife is a relative of the former boss of such a media company. This company is amazing. They are engaged in live streaming and you can do some odd jobs there. By the way, this company was recently acquired by a mysterious rich man. I heard that the rich man is a recent college graduate, and he seems to be from the same school as you. As he said this, he looked at Zhang Yuan with contempt and said, hey, tell me, they are all college graduates, why are these people so different? But don't worry, although the company has changed its owner, I can definitely get you a job. All you have to do is do your chores. Zhang Yuan heard this. Almost burst out laughing. Okay. So I'm only fit to be a security guard or do odd jobs. However, he did not expect that all the jobs mentioned by Jiang Wei were related to him. Especially the last one. Go to your own company and do odd jobs? Isn't this the reverse of Tiangang? Zhang Yuan laughed to himself. Some thought. Zhang Yuan said with the mentality of teasing a fool, cousin, why don't we go to the media company you mentioned? When he said this, he felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. I wonder what kind of expression this cousin who belittled me from head to toe would have when he found out that I was the mysterious rich man he was talking about. While Zhang Yuan was muttering to himself. At this time, Jiang Wei softened his tone and said, cousin, tell me, I solved your employment problem, how can you repay me? Zhang Yuan originally thought that the other party was going to let him pay the bill. But little did he know that the next moment, Jiang Wei said with a forced smile, cousin, I heard about your story. So, I plan to borrow some money from you. Not much, just 800,000. Zhang Yuan frowned. I was confused for a moment. Zhang Milan was also confused at this moment. Xiao Wei, stop joking. Your cousin, where does he get so much money? Seeing this, Jiang Wei continued, Aunt, didn't you buy an apartment in the county town before? I have asked someone, and if you sell your house, it will be worth at least 400,000. Zhang Yuan's eyes were somewhat deep. You know, the house in the county town was bought with the old couple's life savings. And it's the down payment. Over the years, my parents have been living frugally and paying off the mortgage every month. It was paid off just the year before last. Why sell it? Jiang Wei ignored Zhang Yuan's dissatisfaction. He looked at Zhang Yuan and continued, as for the remaining 400,000, my cousin can give it to me. As he spoke, he stood up and said, cousin, I have been to your school before. Originally, I came to investigate the mysterious rich man and planned to ask him for help in investing. But I heard about you. You were in college, writing books, and pursuing the campus beauty, but she didn't like you, so she returned all the money you spent on her. A full 400,000. Zhang Milan, who was standing by, was shocked and asked, son, is this possible? Zhang Yuan nodded with a dry laugh. Then he looked at Jiang Wei and said, cousin, I have no intention of selling the house in the county town. As for my 400,000, who knows? Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to finish, Zhang Xuelin said repeatedly, Xiao Yuan, this is your fault. Let me tell you, your cousin earns $1 million a year. At the end of this year, I will be preparing to marry your cousin's wife. The 800,000 is used to decorate the new house. If you don't pay this money and your cousin cannot get married, you will be guilty of a serious crime. Besides, we do this for your own good. Your house has been idle all this time, and except for a few days when you go back to stay there during the Chinese New Year, you rarely take care of it. Might as well sell it and pay back the money. You just need to live in the house in the country. You have just graduated and have $400,000 in your hands. What if you get cheated? It's safer to keep this money with us. Zhang Yuan was almost speechless. Although he knew that this uncle was shameless. But I didn't expect it. It's so shameless. Asking me to borrow money openly. And they even call it doing it for their own good. Zhang Milan, who was standing by, also laughed out of anger at this moment. She was originally curious as to why the other party would offer to help Zhang Yuan find a job. So, you are planning to ask them for money? Moreover, she knew that once the money was lent out, it would be difficult to get it back. Think of this. Zhang Milan was about to refuse. But Zhang Yuan kept saying, "Mom, don't be anxious." As he said that, Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Wei and said, "Cousin, if you help me find a job, I will lend you money. This is reasonable. But before that, let's go to the media company first, shall we? At least, wait until I get a job." Hearing this, Jiang Wei smiled happily. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner, let's go to the media company." Soon, several people came to the hotel front desk and planned to check out. "Everyone, our boss said you can skip this meal," the cashier said with a smile. Jiang Wei was confused. At this time, the cashier continued, "Our boss is Shin Changlin, and he said that Mr. Zhang in box 3 is his friend." Hearing this, Jiang Wei looked very proud and said, "Okay, I got it. Please thank your boss for me." The cashier obviously didn't know that the Mr. Jiang Shin Changlin was referring to was Zhang Yuan, and he nodded repeatedly. Zhang Xuewu burst into laughter at this moment. "He is worthy of being my son. He has connections wherever he goes." Jiang Wei's face broke into a smile when he heard that. They were planning to leave. At this time, Yang Xiaoxian saw two figures not far away. "Honey, isn't that boss Shin Chanlin?" The person in front of him seemed to be Zhao Yi, the small boss of Zhao Real Estate Company. Jiang Wei saw this. He immediately smiled and said, "It's true." Zhang Xuewu said repeatedly, "Son, boss Shin invited you to dinner, you should go and thank him and consolidate our friendship." When Jiang Wei heard this, he thought it made sense. He immediately walked over with a proud look on his face. Zhang Yuan saw this and laughed secretly. Next, there will be something interesting to watch. Chapter 21. Zhang Yuan is not worthy of being my son-in-law, are you worthy? Zhao Yi didn't know what was happening on the other side. The reason he came here was actually to find Shin Changlin to redeem his beloved car. Originally, Zhao Yi didn't intend to tell his father about this. But after some thought, he finally spoke. And his father, after scolding him, finally gave the other party 500,000. There is no other reason. The other party didn't dare to offend a big shot like Shin Changlin. "Uncle Shin, I have transferred the money to the hotel account. When can I get the car?" Zhao Yi asked with a flattering smile on his face. Shin Changlin glanced at the other person indifferently. "Zhao Yi, you are really petty. It's just a car worth less than $1 million, and you want to redeem it so quickly. What? Are you worried that I might damage your car?" Shin Changlin spoke with contempt. Then he made a phone call and gave orders. "Okay, you can go to Dihao KTV and just drive the car away," Shin Changlin said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi expressed his gratitude profusely. He was planning to leave. But at this time, Jiang Wei just happened to walk over. "Mr. Zhao, it's been a while since we last met. How are you?" Jiang Wei said with a smile on his face. "Shake hands with the other person immediately." But Zhao Yi looked at the other person strangely and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Jiang Wei was a little embarrassed. "I introduced myself immediately. You forgot that we met once a month ago. I also drank with you, and at the table, you left me your business card and said that I could come to you if I had any problems in the future." Zhao Yi looked confused. Apparently he couldn't remember it. Jiang Wei didn't say much about this. After all, he knew that compared to Zhao Yi, Shin Changlin was his main friend. He immediately turned around and walked towards the other person. "Mr. Shin, thank you for your hospitality. The food in this hotel is so delicious. Shin Changlin was also confused at this moment. Do I know you? Facing the other party's questioning, Jiang Wei repeatedly said, Boss Shin, stop pretending. I dined at your restaurant, but when I paid, you asked the cashier to waive my bill. Moreover, you said you were inviting Mr. Jiang to dinner, so I am Mr. Jiang? Upon hearing this, Shin Changlin immediately understood. Then he smiled and said, I think you must have misunderstood. I don't know you. And the Mr. Jiang I'm talking about is not you. Jiang Wei was extremely embarrassed. I felt a little confused. After all, apart from himself, there were only 3 people who had the surname Jiang who had eaten there before. I have been excluded. And Zhang Yuan is absolutely impossible. Could it be that the other party was talking about his own father? Think of this. Jiang Wei quickly said, Oh, it turns out that I misunderstood. After saying that, Jiang Wei turned around and shouted to Jiang Shuawu, Dad, come here quickly. Jiang Shuawu was confused. I thought my son was planning to introduce me to some important person. He immediately walked forward with a proud look on his face. Zhang Yuan looked at his mother and said, Mom, shall we go over too? Zhang Milan said unhappily, What are we going to do? Do you want to be a background board for others? Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, No, we want to see how our uncle and the others embarrass themselves. Hearing this, Zhang Milan was skeptical. But in the end, I followed. The 3 of them came in front of Shin Changlin. At this time, Jiang Wei hurriedly said, Dad, you kept it a secret from me. You actually know Boss Shin? You don't know that the reason this meal is free is entirely because Boss Shin is doing it for your sake. Jiang Shuawu was a little dumbfounded at this moment. But my son said so. Naturally, he believed it without a doubt. I felt a little strange. Could it be that I accidentally made friends with such an important person? If that is the case, then wouldn't his son be able to rise rapidly in the future? Thinking of this, Jiang Shuawu's face was full of smiles. He was going to speak. Who knows? Shin Changlin ignored the other party and went straight to Zhang Yuan. Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect that we meet again? Shin Changlin asked with a smile. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and said, Hello, Boss Shin. You have quite a lot of assets. I didn't expect that this hotel was also opened by you. Shin Changlin laughed. Then he turned around and gave instructions to his assistant. Soon, the assistant left. When the other person comes back, the assistant respectfully handed a black card to Zhang Yuan. Mr. Jiang, this black card is given to you by our general manager Shin. As long as you spend at the places indicated on the card, you will get a 50% discount. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, I can't afford such a generous gift. Shin Changlin said repeatedly, No, Xiao Jiang, you must keep this black card. Otherwise, you don't consider me a friend. By the way, I wonder if the food and drinks in our restaurant suit your taste? Zhang Yuan said awkwardly, The food in your hotel is naturally delicious and beautiful. As for how it tastes, unfortunately, my mom and I haven't tried it yet. After all, when we arrived, my uncle, cousin and his family had already started eating, so we wouldn't want to eat their leftovers, right? Shin Changlin frowned and asked, So, you didn't eat a single bite of this meal? Seeing Zhang Yuan nodded firmly, Shin Changlin turned around and shouted towards the cashier. Cashier, come here for a moment. Boss, what do you want? Remember to collect the money for the previous table of food. Remember, if you collect 1 cent less, all your salary for this month will be deducted. The cashier was not stupid and naturally knew what the boss meant. He immediately came to Jiang Wei and said, Sir, please come with me to pay the bill. Right now. Jiang Wei, Zhang Shuawu, and even Yang Xiaoxian all looked confused. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the reason Shin Changlin waived the bill was because of Zhang Yuan's face. It has nothing to do with them. What is going on? However, small people like them naturally did not dare to question. So, I could only keep my head down and go to settle the bill. Zhao Yi, who was standing beside him, was also stunned. He was deeply shocked. And more of them are puzzled. After all, he and Zhang Yuan were classmates for 4 years in college. Although their relationship was not very good, he thought he knew the other person inside and out. The other person is useless except for being able to write novels. How could he have such a good relationship with Shin Changlin? Zhao Yi couldn't help but recall what he had done at Dihao KTV last night. Could it be that Jiang Yuan is with Xin Chanlin's daughter? So, that's why it is like this?
After all, when they first came to the KTV yesterday, manager Han said that the other party sent foreign wine, which was specially ordered by Xin Chanlin's daughter.
While Zhao Yi was thinking.
On the other side, Jiang Wei and others had already paid the bill and walked over. Obviously, they also want to figure out what happened this time.
Right at this moment,
Zhao Yi spoke first and raised his question.
Boss Shen, how could a big shot like you be with someone like Jiang Yuan? Don't be fooled by his appearance.
I was his class monitor. This guy didn't study much in 4 years of college and was basically thinking about how to pick up girls.
He is slick and has no integrity.
Such a person is not worthy of being your son-in-law. I heard Zhao Yi's gossiping words.
Xin Changlin frowned. He looked at Zhao Yi coldly and said, "What, Xiao Jiang is not worthy of being my son-in-law, are you worthy?"
But soon, he smiled bitterly to himself.
He could see that his precious daughter was indeed interested in Jiang Yuan.
He would be very happy if the other party could become his son-in-law. This young and promising guy was able to so easily resolve the public opinion storm for a media company that was supposed to be in turmoil. A glimpse of the whole picture. He felt that if he gave the other party a few years, he might become the richest man in Sioux City. It's a pity that Jiang Yuan doesn't seem to have any idea in this regard. After all, my daughter had already told me what happened at the company. His own daughter had hinted at that level, but Jiang Yuan simply didn't respond. While Xin Changlin was thinking to himself.
Zhang Shuowu, who was standing aside, secretly despised Jiang Yuan. He whispered, "Humph, I thought Jiang Yuan was very capable." As a result, he was actually thinking of living off Boss Shen's daughter. But Jiang Wei didn't think so. He glanced at Yang Xiaoxian beside him, then looked at Jiang Yuan, feeling extremely dissatisfied. The same as living off others. Why didn't I get to eat the free rice of Xin Chanlin's daughter? He couldn't help feeling unbalanced. And at this time, Zhang Milan suddenly spoke. "Son, are you really pursuing Boss Shen's daughter? I'm telling you, give up on this idea.
After all, living off a gigolo is not something a man should do.
Moreover, if you are not a good match for your husband, they might let you marry into their family. Let me tell you, if you become a son-in-law, I will break off all ties with you.
We are poor, but we cannot be discouraged." Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Mom, the more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes."
Zhang Milan was about to speak again. At this time, not far away, a pleasant voice suddenly came. "Dad, I brought Mr. Cheng from our company to have dinner." "Hey, boss, you are here too?"
As these words fell, 2 figures walked over. The people who came were Xin Qianyu and Morong Qing. Chapter 22, The Old Mother Arranged a Marriage. Well, this matter is hard to explain. The appearance of the 2 people obviously broke the slightly awkward situation.
When Xin Changlin saw his daughter, he immediately smiled and said, "My dear daughter, you are here? Come on, come here quickly." Xin Qianyu stepped forward immediately, and he wanted to say something.
But when he caught a glimpse of Zhao Yi, he immediately said unhappily, "Dad, why is this guy here again?"
How annoying. Zhao Yi wanted to speak.
Xin Changlin took the lead and said, "My dear daughter, you are right, this Zhao Yi is really annoying.
Look, before you came, this guy was gossiping.
She thought that Xiao Jiang was your suitor and said something like he was not worthy of being my son-in-law."
Puff. Xin Qianyu couldn't help laughing.
Later, he came to Zhao Yi, who had an embarrassed look on his face.
"TSK. Xin Qianyu shook her head.
"Zhao Yi, I really can't tell, you are 7 feet tall and look like a man.
But you don't do manly things. I used to think that only the aunties buying vegetables in the market liked to gossip. I didn't expect you to be so good.
I think you should just ask your dad for some money and go to Thailand."
Hearing this, Zhao Yi was extremely embarrassed. Even a little ashamed. "What, you're not leaving yet? Do you want me to ask the security to carry you out?"
Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi quickly apologized and fled in a hurry.
Then, Xin Qianyu turned around and came to Jiang Yuan. "Boss, who are these?"
Jiang Yuan introduced with a smile, "Oh, let me introduce you, this is my mother." Upon hearing this, Xin Qianyu immediately stepped forward, shook Zhang Milan's hand and said, "Hello, auntie.
My name is Xin Qianyu. Work as an internet anchor under your boss."
When Zhang Milan saw this, she immediately said, "What a pretty girl." She looked at the other person carefully, and then said, You are the TikTok celebrity Qianyuer, right?
Me, I am your fan. You are even more beautiful than on TikTok. I almost didn't recognize you.
As she was speaking, Zhang Milan seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, By the way, what did you call my son just now?
Shin Qianyu blinked and said, I call him boss. Auntie, don't you know? Zhang Milan did not answer. Just look at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan wanted to speak. But Jiang Wei jumped out. This must be fake, right? How could Jiang Yuan be the boss?
Jiang Shuawu immediately agreed, That's right, his family is so poor that they can't even come up with 800,000 yuan, and they have to sell the house.
Besides, if he became a boss, how could he ask my son to introduce a job to him? Shin Qianyu is a smart person. Naturally, it was obvious at a glance that Jiang Shuawu and his men did not get along with Jiang Yuan. But he did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he blinked and said, You said you want your son to introduce a job to my boss? Oh, can you tell me about it? Jiang Wei didn't say anything. Jiang Shuawu began to describe it vividly. Puff. Shin Qianyu couldn't help laughing. He looked at Jiang Wei with contempt and said, I thought you were so capable. So, these are the only jobs you can recommend? You still have the nerve to say that you know my dad? Who do you think you are?
Morong Qing, who was standing by, also stepped forward at this moment.
Boss, it seems that your relative is not good enough. Using the excuse of introducing you to a job as a pretext to make money honestly?
What's even more ridiculous is that he introduces you to do odd jobs in his own company. Having said that, Morong Qing glanced at Yang Xiaoxian. Then he said coldly, You are Yang Xiaoxian, right?
I've heard of your name from my mother. Your family runs a food factory and you always consider yourselves as a wealthy family.
I also heard that you kept a gigolo.
Could it be the person next to you? As he spoke, Morong Qing turned his attention to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was extremely embarrassed.
At this time, Shin Qianyu spoke.
What are you waiting for, three of you? Could it be that we have to stay here for dinner?
But, I'm sorry, my dad's restaurant does not serve those who despise the poor and love the rich. At this moment, Jiang Wei no longer had the face to stay here, so he immediately pulled his father and Yang Xiaoxian and fled in a hurry.
Ah, the air becomes a lot fresher when people leave. Shin Qianyu smiled.
Then, he turned and walked to Zhang Milan and said, Auntie, come on, I'll treat you to dinner.
Then, we'll go to the company and let you take a look at the boss's company. Jiang Yuan wanted to refuse. It can be seen that my mother is so happy.
I had no choice but to agree immediately.
Inside the box, the atmosphere was extremely joyful.
Zhang Milan had a smile on her face, with Morong Qing sitting on her left and Shin Qianyu sitting on her right.
Girl, your name is Morong Qing, right? I can tell at first glance that you are a lady from a noble family. This temperament is simply wonderful. Besides, I see that you must have read quite a few books, right? Well, yes, you smell like books. Morong Qing felt a little embarrassed after being praised by Zhang Milan. I immediately said, Auntie, you are too kind.
Zhang Milan said with a smile, I am not flattering you, I am just telling the truth. Seeing this, Shin Qianyu joked, Auntie, I know that Miss Qing has a good temperament, but you can't just praise her.
Can you praise me too? Zhang Milan nodded lovingly and said, Okay, I will praise you too.
Qianyuer is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and has regular facial features, especially her eyes, which are simply breathtakingly charming.
Jiang Yuan, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He immediately said angrily, Mom, why don't you praise me?
Zhang Milan glanced at Jiang Yuan and immediately scolded him, You little bastard, how dare you ask me to praise you?
What's going on with you, kid? Aren't you a novelist? How did you suddenly become the boss of the company? Such a big thing, and you didn't tell me?
I'm now worried about you finding a job after graduation. I won't say anything to you in front of these two girls, but wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back.
Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Mom, can you at least give me some face in front of my employees? You have made me lose all my authority. How can I manage them now? Zhang Milan didn't say anything.
Instead, he looked at Jiang Yuan first, and then at Morong Qing and Shin Qianyu. After a brief thought, Zhang Milan said, I feel like I have a connection with both of these girls.
How about I adopt you as my goddaughters? Hearing this, Morong Qing was stunned.
But Shin Qianyu said with anticipation, Okay, I'd love to. It just so happened that my biological mother left my father and followed me when I was very young. From childhood to adulthood, I have never felt the love of a mother. Godmother, please give me more guidance in the future." And Morong Ching also echoed after a brief hesitation. "See here." Zhang Milan was laughing so happily. Okay, I came to the city to visit my son, and ended up picking up 2 daughters for free. I made a lot of money." Xin Xianyu immediately ordered the hotel waiter, "Come here, quickly prepare our hotel special dishes. Don't let my godmother starve." 2 hours later. The meal is finally over. After dinner, Morong Cheng and Xin Xianyu said goodbye. Xin Xianyu arranged a luxurious suite for Zhang Milan in her own hotel. As the door closed, Zhang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time, Zhang Milan came in front of Zhang Yuan. "You little bastard, you've kept this from me for so long," Zhang Milan said. Zhang Yuan thought his mother was going to ask him why he suddenly became rich. He repeatedly said, "Mom, please listen to my explanation. The reason I had the money to buy this company." Zhang Milan immediately waved her hand to interrupt and said, "Who asked about your company? I don't care where your money comes from, as long as it is legal and compliant." "What I'm asking is about those 2 girls?" Zhang Yuan was a little confused. "What about them? What's the meaning?" Zhang Milan snorted, "You little bastard, are you still pretending in front of me? I can see that those 2 girls are interested in you. Don't fool your mother, I'm an experienced person." As she said this, she muttered to herself, "I have to say, whether it is Qianyue or Morong Ching, they are both good daughters-in-law to be my daughter-in-law. After all, one is playful and cute, the other is dignified and elegant. Moreover, their family conditions are all good." Having said that, she immediately glared at Zhang Yuan, "But, you little brat, don't do anything stupid. As a man, you must be loyal. It doesn't matter who you choose, but if you plan to flirt with the 2 of them, don't blame me for dealing with you." Zhang Yuan was speechless. "Mom, they're really just my employees. Apart from this, there is no other relationship. And they treated me like this simply because I was their boss. More importantly, we've only known each other for 1 day." Zhang Yuan tried his best to explain. Zhang Milan was about to say something. And at this time, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yuan immediately went to open the door. Then he found that Xin Xianyu and Morong Ching were standing outside. Behind him, there were 2 hotel waiters. They were carrying large and small bags, obviously bought by the 2 women. "Just put your things here and you can go to work," Xin Xianyu ordered. "Wait until the 2 waiters put the things away." Xin Xianyu and Morong Ching entered immediately. "Godmother, we just went to the mall to buy some things. Consider this a gift to you, please accept it," Morong Ching said with a smile. Xin Xianyu said repeatedly, "Godmother, we have something to do at the company, so we will go back first. You can rest here with peace of mind. If you feel bored, just call us and we will come to accompany you. Oh, by the way, I have already instructed the hotel that if you have any needs, you can tell them and they will meet them unconditionally." After saying this, the 2 women closed the door and left without waiting for Zhang Milan to speak. Zhang Milan looked at the various gift bags on the coffee table and smiled bitterly for a moment. These 2 children. That's really thoughtful. However, I came here empty-handed and without any preparation, but they were so thoughtful that I felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Mom, they have already bought it, so just accept it. At worst, I can compensate them more with my work in the future." Zhang Milan nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. As she said that, Zhang Milan was about to open the gift boxes. It turned out that in addition to health products, some gold jewelry, and several sets of clothes, there were also 2 sets of men's suits. These 2 suits are made of fine materials and are very delicately crafted. They are obviously worth a lot of money at first glance. Zhang Milan took the suit and waved it in front of Zhang Yuan. "You little bastard, you still say that these 2 girls are not interested in you?" Zhang Yuan was helpless. "Have to. Now, even if I had 8 mouths, I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly." And just as Zhang Yuan was muttering, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Yongjin who called. "Third brother, it's bad, we may not be able to get our diplomas," Wang Yongjin said in a deep tone. "What's going on?" Zhang Yuan frowned. Chapter 23, Being expelled from school and then having the chance to meet the school director?
20 minutes later. Downstairs of the hotel. Zhang Yuan waited calmly for Wang Yongjin's arrival.
Compared with his calmness, Zhang Milan on the side was very anxious.
Son, what is going on? Aren't you graduating in a few months? How come you guys can't get your diplomas?
Zhang Milan said with concern. Mom, don't worry, I will take care of this.
Zhang Yuan said calmly. Of course, for Zhang Yuan, the graduation certificate is just a certificate. It doesn't matter whether you take it or not.
It had no effect on him at all.
But he had to get his diploma.
After all, my parents worked hard to send me to college.
In the end, if I can't get the certificate, I will be letting my parents down. I think Wang Yongjin and the others have the same idea.
Furthermore, in this matter, I must have been deliberately targeted. Otherwise, why did the four of them get into trouble, while the rest of the class were not affected at all?
But Zhang Yuan was not clear about the specific details.
It was because Wang Yongjin just said on the phone that the department head asked them to go to the school to go through the withdrawal procedures.
Could it be that Zhaoyi? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. But then, he gave up the idea.
He didn't think that Zhaoyi could do such a thing.
10 minutes later. Wang Yongjin finally arrived by car.
Because the situation was urgent, the few of them simply greeted each other and got in the car. After a quick rush, they finally arrived at the school.
When several people appeared in the department office. I just happened to see Zhaoyi walking out of the office.
When he saw Zhang Yuan and his three companions, he immediately became very proud.
Zhang Yuan, you've come to this day? The department head is already waiting for you inside.
You guys go in, the information is ready.
After you sign, you can pack up and leave. Leave this aside. Zhaoyi left immediately. Looking at the other person's arrogant back, Wang Yongjin clenched his fists. This bastard, I really want to beat him up. Wu Zixue said, gritting his teeth. Xu Qingqing said coldly, how can you get rid of your anger by just beating him up?
After beating him, throw him into the stinking ditch.
Zhang Yuan smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go in and see what's going on, shall we? Then, come up with a solution. The three of them naturally had no objection to this. Just got into it.
Zhang Yuan saw the fat-faced director Kai Yubao, who was sitting there sorting out documents.
He was about to speak.
But Mother Zhang Milan was the first to step forward.
Director Kai, please don't let my son drop out of school. My sons are all good kids. If I drop out at this time, wouldn't my 4 years of college be wasted?
Zhang Milan said with a hint of tears in her voice. In response, Kai Yubao did not answer, but slowly pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose.
He said calmly, parent, it's no use begging me. After all, this matter was decided by the school directors. And I am just following orders.
Having said that, Kai Yubao took out the notice of withdrawal that he had prepared in advance.
He didn't even look at Zhang Yuan and the others.
Instead, he said coldly, please read the expulsion letter carefully.
If you have no problem with it, just sign it. Zhang Milan was about to speak. But he was stopped by Zhang Yuan. They all opened the disciplinary notice. This look completely confused me. Because there is no violation in this notice. It just said that several people voluntarily dropped out of school and were expelled. Once signed, it becomes effective automatically. Zhang Yuan laughed angrily. Director Kai, if you say that we have violated school rules, we admit it. Wang Yongjin spoke. But what does it mean that we voluntarily drop out of school? This is not intentionally directed at. Without waiting for Wang Yongjin to finish, Kai Yubao said repeatedly, hey, Wang Yongjin, don't say such things. Our school strictly follows the rules and procedures. How could it be intentionally targeted?
In short, I was just following the instructions of the school director, and I knew nothing else.
This is my job, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Okay, sign and leave now, I have other work to do.
Zhang Yuan and his friends looked at each other and smiled.
Zhang Milan was so anxious that she cried. She was going to beg. Who knows?
Zhang Yuan said, Mom, don't beg anymore, the matter has been settled.
So, we can only accept our fate. What?
Zhang Milan was confused.
Wang Yongjin and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. Obviously, none of them expected that Zhang Yuan would not intend to fight. This doesn't fit Zhang Yuan's personality. And when several people were stunned, Zhang Yuan picked up the expulsion notice and signed it quickly. You guys should sign it quickly too. Wang Yongjin originally planned to ask some questions. But when he looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes and saw his deep gaze, he finally made up his mind and signed quickly. Wait until all four have signed. Kai Yubao immediately smiled and said, That's right. You can go now. By the way, come to school again tomorrow and take your files away. As for your expulsion notice, it will be announced on the official website after the school's regulations and procedures are completed. However, during this period, you must go back to the dormitory and pack up. After all, from the moment you sign, you are no longer students of the school. Zhang Yuan didn't answer. Turn around and walk out. Arrived outside the office building, Zhang Milan burst into tears. Oh my god, what a sin this is. After 4 years of college, I am finally about to graduate. As a result, he was fired. Zhang Yuan hurried to comfort her. Mom, don't worry, this matter will not end like this. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Moreover, I will graduate from this school successfully. Zhang Yuan said in a deep tone. Upon seeing this, Wang Yongjin immediately said, But we have already signed. How can the situation be reversed? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Just wait and see. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan was about to take out his cell phone and call Shin Changlin. Who knows? The call just got through. Shin Changlin's laughing voice came. Xiao Jiang, I was just thinking about calling you. Are you free now? I'll send you my location. Why don't you come over to my place for a cup of tea? Zhang Yuan was in no mood to drink tea at the moment. He originally planned to get straight to the point and ask the other party to help investigate the situation regarding his school. In particular, the composition of the board of directors of this private second-tier university was used to try to find some clues. But before Zhang Yuan could speak. But Shin Changlin continued, By the way, the investors of your school will also be having tea with us this time. If you are free, I will send you the location and you can come over. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Just as he was forced to be expelled, Shin Changlin wanted to introduce him to the school's board of directors. This is really like giving a pillow to someone when they are falling asleep. Okay, Boss Shin, I'll come to you right away. After receiving the location sent by the other party, Zhang Yuan immediately looked at Wang Yongjin and the other two and said, Don't worry. We won't be expelled from school. We will definitely be able to get our diplomas smoothly. As for you, please accompany my mother to my company and wait for my good news. Chapter 24, he just wanted to support the younger generation, but it turned out that he is richer than anyone else? Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan arrived at a tea house called Pinmingxuan in the city center. As soon as he got off the car, a waiter immediately asked him questions. After confirming that Zhang Yuan was the person he was waiting for, he immediately took him into the box. Xiao Jiang, you're here at last. Shin Changlin said with a smile on his face. Zhang Yuan immediately greeted the other party with a smile, and at the same time, his eyes swept across the box. In addition to Shin Changlin, there are 5 other people here. Zhang Yuan actually knew all these 5 people. This is because these people are all well-known wealthy people in this city. They often appear in major financial headlines in Suzhou. It's hard not to know him. Their assets are at least 700 to 800 million, and the largest one has more than 2 billion. With Shin Changlin's introduction, Zhang Yuan got to know everyone one by one. As for Zhang Yuan, those people seemed to be very polite. Everyone praised Zhang Yuan as a young and promising man. Everyone, you guys praised me. Gu Jilong, the school director, said with a smile, Xiao Jiang, don't underestimate yourself. You have to remember that you are only in your 20s. When I was your age, I was still working in a factory screwing screws. Everyone here started to make their fortune in their 30s or 40s. And you, at the age of 20, can buy a company. Your future achievements will definitely be much better than ours. As he spoke, Gu Jilong smiled and said, By the way, Xiao Jiang, you are the best among this year's graduates. I think, why don't you give a speech at this year's graduation ceremony? When the time comes, I will make a big banner for you at school. Your photo and relevant resume will also be hung on the banner. What do you think? Zhang Yuan sneered and said, Mr. Gu, thank you for your kindness. However, let's forget about this kind of attention-seeking thing. As a person, it's better to be low-key. Gu Jinlong was not angry at Zhang Yuan's rejection.
Instead, he gave her a thumbs up and said, "Xiao Jiang, I really like you more and more." Although he is young and has a lot of assets, he is neither humble nor arrogant, and does not like false fame.
There are really not many young people like you who are low-key and steady.
Zhang Yuan smiled but said nothing. However, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to talk about his situation.
He immediately looked at Xin Changlin and said, "Mr. Xin, I wonder what the purpose of your organizing this party is?"
Xin Changlin smiled and said, "This time, in addition to introducing you to several investment seniors in Sucheng, I have one more thing to do. That is, I plan to open a resort in Sioux City. After all, our Sioux City tourism industry has been growing rapidly in recent years. Every year, the number of tourists visiting Suzhou reaches more than 200 million.
If you can seize this business opportunity, it will definitely be profitable."
At this point, Xin Changlin laughed dryly and said, "However, the investment in this holiday villa is not a small amount.
That's why I found these people to discuss cooperation. Of course, I think Xiao Jiang, you can also invest." Zhang Yuan suddenly realized.
He was shocked by Xin Changlin's methods. After all, ever since he met Xin Changlin, Zhang Yuan had researched his situation online. His total assets reached 1 billion. He owns more than a dozen businesses, including KTVs, hotels, and supermarkets.
Moreover, every industry has huge profits. After some thought, Zhang Yuan asked curiously, "I wonder how much money it will cost this time? And how many are there already?" Xin Changlin said truthfully, "According to preliminary estimates, this investment will require at least 2 billion. At present, I can only come up with 300 million. And Mr. Gu can get 100 million. Mr. Hong can offer 80 million. Currently, there is still a shortfall of 1.4 billion. Speaking of this,"
Xin Changlin sighed and said, "At present, I have contacted Han Dang, the richest man in our Sucheng. Moreover, I also contacted several friends in the provincial capital.
But they did not express their opinion immediately, saying that they were going to consider it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
Then he smiled and said, "I believe in Boss Shin's vision.
Otherwise, I will pay the remaining 1.4 billion by myself." "What?"
Xin Changlin, Gu Jinlong, and the other 6 looked at each other.
Especially Xin Changlin.
"You know," he called Zhang Yuan this time. "Treat the other party as a potential stock. Plus, her own daughter has a crush on Zhang Yuan." So he went with the flow and planned to give the other party a hand.
His original plan was that Zhang Yuan would just invest a few million or tens of millions and consider it as a stake.
But the result?
Zhang Yuan directly said that he invested the remaining 1.4 billion alone? "Xiao Jiang, are you kidding?" Xin Changlin asked subconsciously.
Gu Jinlong was also in a daze at this moment. You know, in his eyes, Zhang Yuan is just a junior with some potential. This time, inviting the other party to come for tea was entirely Xin Changlin's way of helping him expand his network.
How could he possibly come up with 1.4 billion in one go?
After all, Gu Jinlong had worked hard in Sioux City for decades and was said to have assets worth 2 billion.
But the available liquidity is only a few hundred million.
Seeing everyone like this, Zhang Yuan didn't waste any words, but looked at Xin Changlin and said, "Boss Xin, you should have prepared the investment agreement, right?"
See the other party nod. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Then we can sign now." Xin Changlin felt like he was in a dream.
But after some thought, he still came up with the agreement. After Zhang Yuan took a quick look at it and confirmed that there was no problem, he quickly signed it.
Then he took out a checkbook. Zhang Yuan took time out to go to the bank to handle this, just in case of need. Zhang Yuan signed on it in unison.
Then he handed it to Xin Changlin.
"Xiao Jiang, you." Xin Changlin was still full of disbelief. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Boss Xin, you can call the bank to confirm." If so, Xin Changlin actually made the call.
After some confirmation, he found that the money could really be used, and he was shocked.
"Xiao Jiang, you." Xin Changlin spoke.
But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back.
After all, assets are personal privacy. Naturally, he didn't ask too many questions. However, he really didn't expect that Zhang Yuan's net worth was actually in the billions.
At the same time, Gu Jinlong and others were also caught off guard.
Right now, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Because, in everyone's eyes, Zhang Yuan is a junior who needs to be promoted.
But the result? The other party can easily come up with 1.4 billion yuan in funds. The gap between before and after is really too big. Fortunately, everyone has seen big scenes. Therefore, Shen Changlin said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that our funding problem has been solved." He glanced at Zhang Yuan and said, "Xiao Jiang, it seems that you will be the biggest investor of this holiday villa in the future. If there are any decision-making matters in the future, we need your nod." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Boss Shen, I am only responsible for the investment. How to operate the holiday villa should be left to you, my senior. After all, I only have a vague understanding of investing." Shen Changlin had no objection to this. "I am so happy today. Everyone, I think we have almost finished our tea, right? I'm the host tonight. I'll contact my hotel now and everyone must eat and drink well." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Let us forget about the meal. After all, I came here to ask for something." Several people showed curiosity. Zhang Yuan didn't waste any words. He glanced at Gu Jinlong and said, "Mr. Gu, I was expelled from Suching University." Chapter 25. How could they afford to offend someone who even the chairman had to curry favor with? At that time, Sioux City University. In the principal's office. Principal's son Lizzie is making tea. In front of him, there were two young men sitting. Facing the two of them, the usually extremely dignified principal now had a fawning smile on his face. While making tea, he looked at the young man on his left and said, "Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with my performance?" Qin Changqing smiled indifferently, "Satisfied, of course satisfied. Principal's son, what you did this time was great. Later, I will tell my father that you will be the person in charge of the new research institute in the south of the city." Hearing this, son Lizzie immediately smiled happily. "You know, he has been coveting the position of the head of the South City Research Institute for a long time. But unfortunately, I don't have any way. Never had any chance with it." But he didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity just by expelling a few students. This is simply pie in the sky. After thinking about it, son Lizzie asked curiously, "Mr. Qin, I am very curious about one thing. I wonder why you expelled those students." Qin Shangqing glanced at Zhaoyi beside him. Then he smiled and said, "Zhaoyi is my little brother. He was bullied by those guys. As the eldest brother, I have to vent his anger for him." Son Lizzie was stunned. "Is it that simple?" Qin Changqing nodded, then stared at son Lizzie with disdain. "What? Do you have any objections?" Son Lizzie hurriedly said, I dare not. I'm just worried that those students will cause trouble. After all, there was no reason for this dismissal. If they report it to the Education Bureau and investigate, my position as principal." Qin Changqing quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Besides, those guys are just small fry. Even if I give them the courage of a leopard, they dare not report it. Besides, even if I report it, what will happen?" Zhang Yuan, who spent 4 years in college, was an unlearned man who only knew how to pick up girls. He is a famous bootlicker. This has seriously affected the reputation of the school. As for his roommate, he drives a luxury car at school. Of course, that's not all, those guys also cheated during the exam. I can easily list the reasons for firing them." Son Lizzie smiled. He naturally knew that these were just false accusations. But what does this have to do with him? They can only say that they are unlucky. Provoked the son of the school director. "Okay, principal's son, this matter ends here. You don't need to worry about what happens next. I will take care of everything." After saying this, Qin Changqing stood up and left. And Zhaoyi followed closely behind him like a younger brother. Wait until the two leave. Son Lizzie could no longer suppress his inner excitement. He had already imagined himself making a fortune after becoming the head of the Changnan Research Institute. But at this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Son Lizzie answered the call immediately. A cold voice suddenly came. "Principal's son, I'm Gu Jinlong, please come to the conference room." Son Lizzie was startled. He immediately said, "Director Gu, I'll be there right away. Wait until the phone hangs up." Son Lizzie was puzzled. Just because Gu Jinlong is the largest shareholder of this school, he is also the head of the school board. But the other party rarely comes to school. As for meetings, they are even rarer. The most recent time was 5 years ago, when I was the principal of this school and held a special appointment meeting.
Forget it, let us go and take a look first. 10 minutes later.
Son Lizzie came into the meeting room.
Now. This conference room is full of people.
Except for Chairman Gu Jinlong, the rest of the board members are also on the list. But among these people, there are several familiar and unfamiliar figures.
Why is Mr. Shin Changlin here? Besides, isn't Mr. Hong engaged in real estate development? Why are you here? He felt strange.
What surprised him most was the young man standing next to Gu Jinlong.
Hey, why does that young man look familiar? But I just can't remember it. He naturally felt that Jiang Yuan looked familiar.
After all, I had seen Jiang Yuan's photo when I was writing the dismissal report.
And at this time, Gu Jinlong has already arrived in front of the other party. Chairman, I don't know if this meeting.
Without waiting for Gu Jinlong to finish,
Gu Jinlong waved his hand and said, please find a place to sit first. Some people haven't come yet. After everyone arrived, the meeting officially began. Son Lizzie didn't understand.
But he could only nod and bow, then sit down.
3 minutes later. Another figure walked in.
It was Jiang Yuan's department head, Kai Yubao. At this moment, Kai Yubao was feeling extremely anxious.
At the same time, I am looking forward to it. After all, he is just a small department head.
Logically speaking, let alone attending the school board meeting, even if he could meet the school board on a daily basis, this matter would be enough to become a topic of conversation at the dinner table. He really didn't understand why Chairman Gu Jinlong would call him personally and ask him to attend the meeting. Suddenly, Kai Yubao felt happy.
Could it be that I was the son of Director Qin, and I fired Jiang Yuan and the others, so I was promoted by the other party? Certainly.
At this moment, Kai Yubao did not dare to look at Gu Jinlong. Otherwise, if he saw Jiang Yuan, who was fired by him, standing next to him, he would probably be scared. Kai Yubao didn't notice Jiang Yuan, but Jiang Yuan saw him.
He sneered indifferently. Then he looked at Gu Jinlong and said, Mr. Gu, I'll trouble you from now on. I'd better find a place to sit down and wait for your results. Gu Jinlong naturally had no objection to this. Wait until Jiang Yuan comes to the corner and sits down. Gu Jinlong immediately gave a dry cough.
The meeting room, which had been a bit noisy, suddenly became silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, our board meeting begins now.
As these words fell, everyone showed curious expressions. After all, today's board meeting was a temporary decision made by Gu Jinlong.
Moreover, no information was disclosed in advance.
Therefore, even the school directors did not know what had happened.
Under everyone's expectant gaze, Gu Jinlong looked around. Finally, the attention fell on a man with a mustache. Xin Dahu, please get up for a moment.
Xin Dahu in the crowd stood up with a confused look on his face.
Then, Gu Jinlong looked at the principal, Son Lizzie, and said, Principal Son, you should stand up too. After saying that, Gu Jinlong glanced at Kai Yubao again. Wait until the three of them stand up. Gu Jinlong said calmly, Ladies and gentlemen, I will announce 3 things next. The first thing is to expel Xin Dahu from the school board. The second thing is to revoke the appointment of Principal Son Lizzie.
The third thing was to fire the department head, Kai Yubao. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet conference room suddenly became noisy.
Everyone looked stunned.
Especially Xin Dahu and the other 2 who were involved. They looked at each other, confused for a moment.
The same is true for the school directors. Chairman, expelling a school director is a big deal.
This requires a vote by raising hands.
So, can you give us a reasonable explanation? Someone spoke up.
After this was said, the rest of the school directors echoed it.
Gu Jinlong said sternly, You want a reason, right?
The reason is that the school director Qin Dahu indulged his son Qin Changqing in expelling students from the school indiscriminately. The principal, Son Lizzie, cooperated with Qin Changqing, abused his power for personal gain and issued an expulsion notice. The department head, Kai Yubao, did not report the matter and directly asked the student to sign.
What? Hearing this, the school directors present looked at each other again.
After all, the children of these school directors have more or less attended this school.
Their children, relying on their status as children of school directors, usually act arrogantly in school. Gu Jinlong has always turned a blind eye to this. Even if the situation is serious, at most an internal meeting will be held to criticize it. But today, why did the other party suddenly behave like this? I can't help it. They turned their attention to Zhang Yuan in the corner. Could it be? Is this young man the one who was fired? For a moment, everyone began to have wild thoughts. Among them, most people speculated that Zhang Yuan was most likely Gu Jinlong's illegitimate son. That's why the other party is so angry. At this moment, Kai Yubao also noticed Zhang Yuan. His heart was filled with disbelief. Obviously, he could never have imagined that Zhang Yuan would actually ask school director Gu Jinlong to personally take action and make the decision for him regarding his expulsion from school. What is going on? While Kai Yubao was thinking, Gu Jinlong quickly came in front of Zhang Yuan. Xiao Jiang, I wonder if you are satisfied with the way I handled it? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Gu. Gu Jinlong nodded repeatedly. Then, what we talked about on the way here. Zhang Yuan nodded without thinking, Of course, I will invest in this school. At that time, a branch school will be established. As for the funding, let us just do as I said before, 500 million. Hearing this, Gu Jinlong was overjoyed. And the conversation between the two. Apparently, everyone around heard it. They looked at each other. Obviously, he hasn't recovered. After all, Gu Jinlong has always had the idea of establishing a branch school. But due to insufficient funds, this plan has been shelved. But today, Zhang Yuan actually threatened to spend 500 million to build a branch school. What kind of courage is this? Of course, Zhang Yuan did not act like this out of impulse. After all, the profits of private second-tier universities are very considerable. A student will have to pay more than 100,000 yuan in tuition for 4 years of college. This kind of investment opportunity is hard to come by. Zhang Yuan naturally has to seize the opportunity. Think of this. Zhang Yuan stood up and said, Mr. Gu, since you have already helped me deal with the dismissal, then I'll leave now, and I'll leave the rest to you. Let me know once the contract is drawn up. Gu Jinlong sneered and personally saw Zhang Yuan off. When he returned to the conference room again, the entire room suddenly fell silent. At this time, a school board member spoke up. Chairman, can this student come up with 500 million in one go? Is this true or false? Gu Jinlong said calmly, You should know that I have always planned to cooperate with Xin Changlin to build a holiday villa, right? This matter has been settled. Originally, we were still short of 1.4 billion in funds, and this money was supplemented by Xiao Jiang. These words fell. Everyone was shocked again. At this moment, they finally understood why the chairman acted like this. On the other hand, Qin Dahu, Sun Lizzie, and Kai Yubao looked as if they were struck by lightning. They originally thought that Zhang Yuan was just taking advantage of the power of others. But the result? The Real Tiger turned out to be Zhang Yuan. They regretted it deeply for a moment. I felt like I had kicked a steel plate. At this moment, Gu Jinlong's gloomy voice was heard. Now, let's start voting. These words fell. Except for Qin Dahu and others, the rest of the school board members raised their hands to vote. After all, even Gu Jinlong has to curry favor with someone, so naturally they can't afford to offend him. Chapter 26 Zhaoyi leads people to smash and destroy the dormitory, expect to bleed heavily. After Zhang Yuan left the school's conference room, he planned to call his roommates and tell them about the situation. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived at the school gate, Zhang Yuan happened to see 3 roommates getting off the car in a hurry. Also traveling with them was Zhang Yuan's mother Zhang Milan. Mom, boss, why are you back? Didn't you say you were waiting for my news at the company? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. He had intended to tell the 3 that they would not be fired. Unexpectedly, Wang Yongjin was the first to speak. Third brother, our dormitory has been ransacked. What's the meaning? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Wu Zixue asked repeatedly, Didn't you read the group message in our class? Zhang Yuan immediately took out his cell phone, only to find that it had run out of battery and had automatically turned off. So he quickly asked Wu Zixue for the cell phone. Open the group message and take a look. I saw the video that Zhao Yi posted in the group. Zhang Yuan was immediately furious. The background of the video is in his own dormitory. At this moment, Zhang Yuan used a crowbar to force open the dormitory. Then, several students rushed in and threw all the bedding and books on the ground. As for other miscellaneous items, they were also thrown away.
Even their notebooks were no exception. Zhang Yuan even deliberately stepped on the laptop a few times. He was afraid that the laptop would be damaged, so he smashed it with a crowbar.
After the dormitory was in a mess,
the video stops abruptly.
Okay. This Joey really can't wait even a second. The school clearly gave us some buffer time.
Instead, he went straight to our dormitory and caused trouble.
Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth.
The coldness in his eyes was extremely strong.
But the next second, Zhang Yuan started laughing. Third brother, are you still laughing? This Xiao Yi is shitting and pissing on our heads, and you don't care? You can bear it, but I can't.
Brothers, let's go and settle the score with Xiao Yi. Even if I have to go to jail for a few days, I'm going to beat that bastard to death.
Wu Zixue couldn't bear it anymore. Xu Qingqing and Wang Yongjin also looked furious.
Even Zhang Yuan's mother changed her previous kindness at this moment, and said angrily, "This guy, I will not forgive him if I see him.
How dare you bully my son like this?" Zhang Yuan said repeatedly, "Mom, please be patient." Then, Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Yongjin and the other two, and said, "And you too, don't be impulsive. School violence is not acceptable. Besides, I managed to keep everyone's diplomas with great difficulty. If you start a fight, you will be fired and I won't be able to help you."
What? The three of them were overjoyed.
Zhang Milan was also surprised and said, "Son, you just said that you don't have to be fired? Is this true or false?" Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. "Okay, let us not talk about this for now. Go back to the dormitory. Get back the spot." Seeing Zhang Yuan like this,
several people were immediately as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
Although they didn't know what Zhang Yuan was trying to do,
but they believed that they will get satisfactory results.
5 minutes later, outside Zhang Yuan's dormitory, Zhang Yuan pointed to the messy dormitory and said, "Dormitory manager, this is roughly what happened.
Now, our dormitory has been pried open.
Everything inside was smashed. How do you think we should deal with this matter? Should I call the police or report to the school?"
The dormitory manager was also a little confused at this moment. After all, she has been here for 10 years.
But I've never encountered anything like this before.
Of course, she knew that she couldn't call the police about this.
If the matter gets out of hand, it will have an impact on the school. A brief thought.
The dormitory manager kept saying, "Don't worry.
I will contact the school to handle this matter. Now, you should check to see if any property is lost."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately began to pretend to check.
After some searching, Zhang Yuan's face changed immediately. "Oh no, Auntie, my 400,000 is gone."
"What?" The dormitory manager was shocked.
I felt a little bit unbelievable in my heart. Zhang Yuan is just a student, how could he have 400,000? At this time, Wang Yongjin and the other two immediately cooperated.
"Third brother, I remember you said before that your aunt was coming, so you withdrew 400,000 yuan and planned to let your aunt deposit it into the card.
Did you keep this money in the dormitory?" Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, this money was earned from writing novels before.
I am a student and cannot afford so much money. My parents happen to be planning to pay off the mortgage on their house in the county town ahead of time. But the result..."
Zhang Yuan deliberately showed a nervous expression.
Seeing this, Zhang Milan immediately agreed.
"Son, are you stupid? Why don't you just transfer the money to me directly? Why did you take out the money for no reason?" Of course, Zhang Milan would not be like this under normal circumstances. But it's all because Zhao Yi is so abominable. So, if he doesn't bleed, who will?
Zhang Yuan replied, "Mom, I have never seen so much cash before.
So I took it out." But who would have thought? Several people were talking to each other. The combination is seamless.
But the dormitory manager was always skeptical.
He asked, "Student, you can't speak nonsense. You said there were 400,000, where is the evidence?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the bank withdrawal receipt.
Afterwards, Zhang Yuan opened the mobile banking app, found the withdrawal information, and showed it to the other party. The dormitory manager suddenly became extremely solemn.
Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. After all, Zhang Yuan had indeed withdrawn this money before.
I do plan to save it for my mother as living expenses. The reason was simple, he wanted to see how much he could get by adding up the 400,000. However, Jiang Yuan always kept this money in his car. Oh, if I had known this would happen, I should have taken more. Jiang Yuan grumbled in his heart.
And at this time, Wang Yongjin spoke again.
Dormitory manager, 400,000 is not a small amount. I think we should call the police.
Otherwise, I'm worried that Zhao Yi won't admit it.
Wu Zixue and others also echoed this. The dormitory manager didn't know what to do at this moment.
A brief thought.
The dormitory manager immediately said, I can only contact the school for this matter. If there is no other choice, we can only invite the principal.
Who knows?
Just as the dormitory manager was about to call to report. But at this moment, a triumphant voice came immediately.
Hey, you guys, haven't you gotten out of school yet? What? You've been expelled, but you still plan to stay in school?
The person who spoke was Zhao Yi.
See the Real owner appear.
Jiang Yuan and the others smiled at each other.
Then they came forward one after another. Look at each other coldly. You, what do you mean? Are you planning to fight in the dormitory building? Zhao Yi asked.
Somehow, he had a bad feeling in his heart.
Chapter 27, Evil will be punished, forgive you? Do you deserve it?
Zhao Yi, originally, I thought you just had distorted values.
But I didn't expect that you would engage in petty theft. You brought people to our dormitory to smash and destroy things, and also took away the 400,000 yuan that belonged to the third brother. How could you do this? Do you have any shame? Wang Yongjin was the first to accuse.
Xu Qingqing and Wu Zixue immediately agreed and spoke crazily.
Zhao Yi was a little confused. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I take 400,000 yuan from Jiang Yuan? If you don't have evidence, don't make any statements.
Also, I was just exercising my authority as class monitor.
I have already issued you an ultimatum, asking you to move out of the school as soon as possible. But you didn't listen, so I had no choice but to bring people to help you move. After all, you have been expelled, and the notice about you will be uploaded to the school's official website soon. Hearing this, Wang Yongjin punched out with a bang. Zhao Yi was furious and said, You bastard, you dare to hit me?
As he spoke, he was about to fight back.
But Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing kept shouting, Boss, don't be angry. The school will handle this matter. If you hurt Zhao Yi, it will be troublesome then.
The two men said this, but they reached out and grabbed Zhao Yi's hands.
In order to prevent the other party from resisting, they even used their knees to press against each other's waist. For a moment, Zhao Yi had no idea where to put his energy. At this time, Jiang Yuan walked forward with an expressionless face. Seeing this, Zhao Yi was a little panicked. He looked at the dormitory manager beside him and said, Auntie, you saw it, these guys were going to beat me up. You are the dormitory manager. If I was beaten, shouldn't you report it to the school? But the dormitory manager suddenly said, Student, you also know that I am an administrator?
Now, an incident of property loss has occurred in the dormitory that I manage. Therefore, you need to cooperate with our investigation. I advise you to return the money honestly, otherwise I can only let the school investigate. After all, there are surveillance records of you leading people to smash and destroy the dormitory. You are the most suspicious. Zhao Yi was confused. But the next moment, his expression darkened. He looked at Jiang Yuan and others and said, Are you guys planning to frame me? I didn't steal your money. Don't try to throw dirty water on me. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Instead, he looked at the dormitory manager. The dormitory manager didn't waste any time. She immediately took out her cell phone and contacted the head of Jiang Yuan's major. But after calling for a long time, I couldn't get through. And at this time, a figure walked over. The dormitory manager knows each other. It was the director of another department. Sister Zhou, what is going on? The department head said curiously. The dormitory manager spoke concisely. Upon hearing this, the department head immediately said, If you are looking for Kai Yubao, then forget it. This guy has been taken down. In addition, even the principal was dismissed. The dormitory manager looked surprised. What was going on? The department head shook his head and said,
I don't know the details. But according to gossip, it seems to be related to 4 students. They didn't do anything wrong, but they were expelled by the department head and the principal. Oh, by the way, it seems that there was also a school director who was kicked out of the school board. His son seemed to be the instigator of this incident. The dormitory manager looked confused. Then he said, "So how should we deal with this matter?" The department head said indifferently, "Well, you figure it out yourself. After all, I'm not from this department, so I won't interfere." After saying that, the other party turned around and left. And at this time, Zhao was completely confused. The bad premonition in my heart became stronger and stronger. He struggled hard. Xu Qingqing and Wu Zixue actually let go of each other. Zhao quickly took out his cell phone, planning to call Qin Chongqing. But the voice prompts that the phone is turned off. So Zhao called the principal's son Lizzie again. Still no response. Zhao was confused. And at this time, Wang Yongjin suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god. Brothers, please check the school's official website." After these words were spoken, Wu Zixue and the others quickly got busy. Then they saw the school's pinned announcement. It turned out to be the department head Kai Yubao, the principal's son Lizzie and the school board members. Xin Dahu was expelled and an investigation was launched. The 3 were extremely surprised. The third one. What is going on here? Wang Yongjin and the others all looked at Zhang Yuan. My heart is full of disbelief. Don't blame them. After all, when they came back, they heard Zhang Yuan say that the issue of being randomly fired had been resolved. But who could have thought that the people involved would end up in trouble? Zhang Yuan laughed. Brothers, don't ask so many questions for now. After all, this matter has not been resolved yet. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan took a look inside the dormitory. Wang Yongjin and others nodded, and then turned their attention to Zhao Yi again. Zhao Yi, you have also seen that we don't need to be expelled from school. But you broke into our dormitory and smashed things. Moreover, he also stole 400,000 yuan from the third brother. You should compensate me quickly. Zhao Yi did not answer, looking distraught. He took a deep breath and said, "I will compensate for the loss of your dormitory. But I didn't take the 400,000. Don't spit blood on others. I refuse to accuse anyone." Zhang Yuan sneered. He was going to speak. And at this time, a cold voice came. Slandering others? You are talking about yourself, right? Everyone turned their heads to look. I immediately spotted a large group of people walking towards this side. The dormitory manager didn't know the leader, but he recognized the existence behind the other person. The deputy head teacher, and the school as senior leaders. Third brother, who is that in the front? Wu Zixue said curiously. Why does it feel like the vice principal and the others are all just following my orders? Zhang Yuan smiled. His name was Gu Jinlong and he was the chairman of the school board. After hearing these words, several people were shocked. Under their curious gazes, Gu Jinlong had already walked over. Mr. Gu. Zhang Yuan walked forward and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Jiang, several people involved in the incident have all been dealt with. Gu Jinlong asked. You should have seen the school's notice on the official website, right? Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Mr. Gu, thank you for your hard work. I see it all. However, there is still one last thing that has not been resolved. My 400,000 yuan in cash was stolen. Gu Jinlong nodded, and then came to Zhao Yi. At this moment, Zhao Yi was trembling. That look was even uglier than eating shit. After all, as a so-called rich second generation, and the son of a school director, Qin Changqing's younger brother, he naturally knew the members of the school's board of directors. Moreover, he also knew how terrifying Gu Jinlong, the school chairman, was. The other party is definitely ranked among the wealthy people in Sioux City. In terms of status and position, he is even higher than Xin Changlin. And his father couldn't even raise his head in front of Xin Changlin, let alone face Gu Jinlong. At this moment, Zhao Yi felt like crying but had no tears. But he could only step forward tremblingly and said, Mr. Gu, hello, my name is Zhao Yi, I am. Gu Jinlong said indifferently, I know your name is Zhao Yi. And your father, Zhao Wuchao, is a real estate developer. So, is this your capital to show off at Sioux City University? Zhao Yi was about to speak. But Gu Jilong glanced inside the dormitory and said, "This is your masterpiece? You, go and call over those people who vandalized the dormitory. Clean this place up quickly. By the way, it was you who took Xiao Jiang's 400,000 yuan, right? You should make compensation quickly." Zhao Yi originally intended to explain. Gu Jilong suddenly sneered and asked, "What? You don't want to compensate? Do you want me to call your father?" Zhao Yi was about to cry. But he could only grit his teeth and say, I am willing to compensate. This was all Zhao Yi could do. After all, the reason why his father has been able to survive in the real estate industry in Suzhou over the years is entirely because he has a backer. And that backer was nothing compared to Gu Jilong. Maybe the other party just needs a phone call. If he loses his father, he will lose all his resources. It's all over. Therefore, he can only make a big deal out of a small matter and come to Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, I was wrong before. I'm a bastard. I deserve to die. I shouldn't target you. Please forgive me this time?" As he spoke, Zhao Yi slapped himself hard. What a pity. Zhang Yuan just looked at the other person coldly. "Forgive you? Are you worthy?" After saying that, Zhang Yuan took his mother and 3 brothers from the dormitory and walked downstairs. Chapter 28. Qian Yuer wants to ask for a favor, pretending to be a boyfriend? In the dormitory cafeteria. Because it's not time for dinner yet. Therefore, there are not many people here. "Mom, try the food in our school," Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Zhang Milan naturally had no objection to this. Start eating immediately. At this moment, she was full of joy. The reason is very simple, that is, Zhang Yuan can graduate successfully. On the other hand, Wang Yongjin and the other 2 were in the same situation at this moment. They looked at Zhang Yuan eagerly. "Third brother, there is no outsider here. Now, can you tell us what is going on?" Wang Yongjin said bluntly. And Zhang Milan also stared at Zhang Yuan curiously. Don't blame them. Although Zhang Yuan had received a call from Xin Changlin before and learned that the other party wanted to introduce him to the board member of Suzhou University, they all knew about it. Knowing is knowing. Whether the other party will help solve the problem is another matter. But the result? The school chairman took action personally. Not only was the department head fired, they even fired the principal and the school board. This is a bit scary. Therefore, they felt that there must be something fishy going on. Zhang Yuan naturally knew that his brothers would ask this question. He immediately said with a smile, "In fact, this matter is not as complicated as you think. Qian Yuer is my employee. And Shen Changlin is Qian Yuer's father. Gu Jilong would naturally give him face." So, the other party took action. Wang Yongjin snorted. Zhang Milan on the side said unhappily, "Son, I don't believe what you said, let alone Xiao Wang and the others." Wang Yongjin and the other 2 immediately nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan spread his hands and said, "Okay, actually this is the case. Boss Shen Changlin plans to invest in a holiday villa. I saw this investment as profitable, so I joined. When he came back, Mr. Gu said that he planned to invest some money to establish a branch school. I took the money too. So, in fact, I am Mr. Gu's partner." Wang Yongjin was a little surprised. Then he asked curiously, "Third brother, could you please tell us how much these 2 investments are worth in total?" Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, but gestured on the table and wrote down the numbers 1 and 9. 1,900,000? Less. Could it be 19 million? Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to answer, Wang Yongjin and the other 2 exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yuan shook his head. The 3 of them looked at each other. Could it be 190 million? At this moment, the 3 of them could no longer hold back. Even Zhang Milan, who was standing by, looked stunned at this moment. "Son, are you kidding me? Mom has a bad heart. Don't scare me. Where on earth did you get so much money? It's not just Zhang Miran." Wang Yongjin and the other 2 were also frightened. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "It's still not enough. It's 1.9 billion. I invested 1.4 billion yuan in the holiday villa. As for the Sioux City University branch, I plan to invest 500 million. What?" Wang Yongjin and the other 2 stood up one after another. Their eyes widened.
and Zhang Milan was stimulated.
He immediately took out his heart medicine and started taking it. "Mom, are you okay?"
Zhang Yuan said with concern. Zhang Milan took a deep breath and waved her hands.
At this time, Wang Yongjin said seriously, "Third brother, are you really not kidding?"
Zhang Yuan had no choice but to take out the investment agreement signed with Xin Changlin.
Zhang Yuan wanted to speak.
At this time, Zhang Yuan's cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was a WeChat message from Gu Jinlong.
Zhang Yuan unplugged the power bank and opened the agreement sent by the other party. Several people gathered together to watch. This look. They looked at each other. For a moment, I couldn't recover from the shock. And at this moment, Zhang Yuan was full of expectations. The next moment.
Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host has solved the problem of being fired, and the shock value has increased.
The current shock value is 30%.
Ding, roommates are shocked that the host invested in a resort hotel.
Shock value increases. The current shock value is 35%. Ding, roommate is shocked by.
Zhang Yuan looked at the numbers jumping in front of him. When we saw it finally stop at 38%,
Zhang Yuan felt a little disappointed. System, what exactly is your judging standard?
Before, I could improve my score by 8 points by refusing to treat Xin Yu to a meal.
I spent 1.9 billion this time, how come the total is only 8 points? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask in his heart. Ding, please do not doubt the objectivity and fairness of this system.
The shock value given by this system has its own evaluation criteria.
Zhang Yuan said speechlessly, then tell me about it?
Unfortunately, the system did not respond at all.
Zhang Yuan was helpless.
At the same time, I felt somewhat relieved. After all, Zhang Yuan had originally wanted to show his account balance directly to his brothers.
Give them a good shock. Now it seems that I am glad that I didn't do that.
Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach 100% in one go.
He really didn't know how to continue completing the task next. When Zhang Yuan was secretly complaining, Wang Yongjin spoke. "Third brother, how do you have so much money? Of course we can't ask too many questions. But you have to have some idea in your mind.
After all, these days, no industry is easy to do business in.
And you have money, why not deposit it in a fixed deposit? The interest alone is enough."
Zhang Yuan smiled but said nothing.
Fixed deposit? Let us just forget it. He wouldn't even know if the money disappeared one day.
This kind of thing has been reported in the news more than once or twice. At that time, you will be held accountable yourself, but others will just find someone else to take the blame, and it will be difficult to protect your rights.
Zhang Yuan was mumbling. At this time, not far away, a figure was walking towards this side. The man had a bruised face.
There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. I can't recognize the other person's true face at all. Fortunately, the other person's clothes did not change, so they recognized him at a glance.
It was Zhaoyi. "Oh, isn't this our class monitor?"
Xu Qingqing said sarcastically.
"Why, were you beaten like this? Or did you accidentally fall while walking?"
Zhaoyi was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. Naturally, he would not admit that he was beaten up by his father. He could only sneer and said, I accidentally bumped into the electric pole." After saying that, he came to Zhang Yuan.
"Classmate Zhang Yuan, I'm here to compensate you." After that, Zhaoyi asked Zhang Yuan for his bank account and transferred the money into it. After confirming the receipt. "What, do you have anything else to do?" Wang Yongjin asked.
Zhaoyi nodded and said immediately, "Dear students, I have bought replacements for all the things that were broken in your dormitories.
I also bought a new computer for you. I really know I was wrong this time. I will change, I will definitely change." As he said that, Zhaoyi looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, please tell Mr. Gu not to let my father's company go bankrupt and don't fire me." Seeing that the other person was crying, Zhang Yuan had a cold expression on his face. He naturally knew that the bankruptcy of Zhao Wuchao's company was definitely caused by Gu Jinlong. As for the expulsion, I'm afraid it's not just Zhaoyi who was responsible. Those guys who smashed up his dormitory must also be involved. While Zhang Yuan was thinking, Zhang Milan on the side said, "Son, this child looks miserable.
After these words were spoken, Wang Yongjin and the others hurriedly said, "Auntie, he deserves it. You don't know how this guy treated us before. We were expelled before, and it was all because of him." Without waiting for the three to finish, Zhang Milan immediately said, "Children, you misunderstood. I mean, he looked pretty miserable. What do you think? Doesn't this mean that evil will be punished, and that it happens in this life?" After these words were spoken, several people burst into laughter. As for Zhao Yi, he knew that there was no hope for the situation to improve, and it would be embarrassing if he continued to stay here. I could only leave in shame. Zhang Yuan and his friends were happily eating their meals in a good mood. Half an hour later, several people have eaten and drunk their fill. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Yuan planned to send his mother to a hotel to stay there first. But just as they stood up, but then I saw a beautiful figure walking towards me hurriedly. It was Shen Qianyu. See the other party appear. Zhang Milan asked repeatedly, "My daughter, are you here to look for our Zhang Yuan?" Shen Qianyu nodded and said, "Godmother, I want to see the boss about something." Zhang Milan nodded, then looked at Wang Yongjin and the other two. The three of them understood immediately and said, "Third brother, let us take care of sending Auntie to the hotel. Don't worry, the three of us will chat with Aunt and will definitely not let her get bored. As for you guys, just date well." After saying that, they immediately left in a commotion. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to look at Shen Qianyu and said, "You look like you have something to ask me. Tell me, what's wrong?" Shen Qianyu's face flushed red, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Finally, I mustered up the courage to say, "Boss, I want you to do me a favor. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Accompany me to a party." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Oh, so it was. What? What the hell are you talking about? Pretending to be your boyfriend?" Chapter 29, A Gold Digger Trying to Get Close to a Rich Man? Another close call to provoke Zhang Yuan? Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan and Shen Qianyu appeared in front of a hotel called Ruihua in the city center. Right now, the entrance of this hotel is very lively. Countless luxury cars are parked neatly in the parking lot. Many security personnel are patrolling back and forth. Those luxury cars, the cheapest ones, cost millions. The most expensive one is the Bugatti Veyron. As for pretending to be Shen Qianyu's boyfriend, Zhang Yuan refused at first. After all, to him, Shen Qianyu was just an employee under him. Although the other party had helped him a lot before, since he invested money to solve the problem of Shen Changlin's holiday hotel, he naturally had to repay the favor. But unfortunately, after Shen Qianyu's constant persuasion, Zhang Yuan finally had no choice but to nod in agreement. Of course, in addition to this reason, Zhang Yuan also wanted to make more connections through this cocktail party. Perhaps, we can find some new investment opportunities from it. Boss, you have to cooperate with me later. Shen Qianyu spoke. Zhang Yuan nodded helplessly. I really don't understand. If you want to attend the event, just attend it. Why do you have to bring your boyfriend? Zhang Yuan grumbled. Shen Qianyu sighed helplessly, alas, this is all because of my nosy father. He saw that I haven't had a boyfriend for such a long time. So, I was introduced to one before. And tonight, he also attended the party. In order to avoid being disturbed by him, I had to find someone to pretend to be me so that he would give up. Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly, hoping that he wouldn't cause me any trouble. After saying that, Zhang Yuan was the first to enter the hotel. Seeing this, Shen Qianyu immediately trotted over to Zhang Yuan and took his arm. You are. Zhang Yuan frowned. You have to do the whole act, remember, you are my boyfriend now. At worst, after you help me solve the problem this time, I will treat you to a big meal if I have the chance. Shen Qianyu said playfully. The two came to the door. After Shen Qianyu took out the invitation letter, the two of them entered smoothly. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yuan saw many young men and women chatting in groups of 3 or 5. They all have very good taste in clothing. From their words and actions, we can tell that these young people are not simple people. This is indeed the case. After all, this party was hosted by the son of the richest man in the provincial capital. The parents of the young people who come here are among the richest in the province. According to Shen Qianyu, she was not qualified to attend this party. If Shen Changlin didn't have good connections and didn't use his connections everywhere, he wouldn't have gotten the invitation letter at all.
Boss, now that we're here, why don't we find a deserted place and have something to eat? After all, the son of the richest man in the provincial capital had put a lot of effort into preparing for this banquet. The chefs he hired are all Michelin 3-star chefs, and they serve many delicious dishes. Zhang Yuan naturally had no objection to this. So, the two of them went to the food buffet area, ordered a lot of food, and then found a quiet corner to eat with relish. What an enjoyment! Boss, this trip was not in vain, right? These foods taste good, right? Xin Qianyu ate and laughed. What a joy it was! Zhang Yuan said unhappily, I remember Boss Shen asked you to come here in order to build good relationships with everyone and expand your network. It's inappropriate for you to just focus on enjoying the food, isn't it? Xin Qianyu smiled. What's the matter with connections? Those young masters usually live a life of luxury. If you talk to them about luxury goods, luxury cars, luxury houses, and so on, they can list them all. Let us forget about talking about business. Isn't the purpose of coming to a party like this to eat and drink? Zhang Yuan smiled. This girl really saw things clearly. At this moment, Xin Qianyu suddenly looked at Zhang Yuan. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Xin Qianyu's eyes curved into crescents. Boss, I suddenly remembered what you said just now. My dad said that I should expand my network. I don't think it's necessary. After all, you are the best connection. Zhang Yuan sighed and said, eat your food. Xin Qianyu stuck out her tongue and continued eating. Relaxed and happy times are often very short. Zhang Yuan was originally enjoying a dessert. But suddenly a shrill sound was heard. You're a piece of trash. What are you good for? I asked for orange-flavored dessert, why did you give me grape-flavored? Also, the cocktail I asked for was a blue martini, what did you get me? Drink it yourself. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked. I was stunned. Not far away, two figures were standing there. One of them lowered his head, allowing the woman in front of him to scold him, but he didn't dare to say a word. Originally, Zhang Yuan had no interest in watching this kind of thing. But unfortunately, these two are actually old acquaintances of Zhang Yuan. Zhao Yi. Lu Ruyan. This. Zhang Yuan was speechless. And Xin Qianyu also looked over there at this moment. He immediately came to watch the fun and said without thinking, Boss, this is really not a coincidence. Someone you've been courting before. One is her ex-boyfriend. Are you embarrassed? Seeing Xin Qianyu's expression, Zhang Yuan did not answer. I felt a little helpless. Complain secretly. I complained about why the system gave me such a weird task. Rejected by Lu Ruyan 1,000 times. This is a stain that I will never be able to erase in my lifetime. Apart from this, Zhang Yuan was also a little curious. I'm curious about why Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yi appear here. Moreover, where does Lu Ruyan get the confidence to order Zhao Yi around? While Zhang Yuan was muttering to himself, Lu Ruyan continued to scold. Idiot. No tact at all. As she spoke, she picked up the blue cocktail and poured it directly on Zhao Yi's head. Zhao Yi remained silent. Many people around were pointing and talking about this place. TSK, this guy looks quite pitiful. It's so embarrassing. Xin Qianyu said. But he deserved it all. Who asked him to target my boss at school before? Zhang Yuan did not refute. He had intended to continue eating. But at this moment, a figure hurried over. That was a young man. He is of medium height. In a suit and tie. Wearing glasses. Looks very gentle. He walked straight up to Lu Ruyan. Honey, what's going on? The man asked. Lu Ruyan immediately explained in a coquettish voice. Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked at Zhao Yi. Pop. He slapped the other person in the face. As if he was still not satisfied, he kicked out again. Zhao Yi staggered backwards and finally sat down on the ground. Zhao Yi had already been beaten black and blue. Now, after that slap, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Looks very embarrassed. Zhang Yuan's eyes showed no emotion at all. He was just a little curious. I wonder who this man is. And at this time, Xin Qianyu, who was standing aside, seemed to know what Zhang Yuan was thinking. She chuckled.
Boss, it seems that Lu Ruyan has caught a big fish this time.
Zhang Yuan looked at Xin Xianyu strangely. Do you know what the name of the man next to her is?
His name is Han Junjie, and he is the son of Han Dang, the richest man in Yuncheng.
Zhang Yuan nodded calmly.
Did not express his own opinion. Anyway, just these few people, don't mess with me. No matter who Lu Ruyan hooks up with, it has nothing to do with her.
However, the opposite happened. Zhang Yuan just had this idea. At this time, Lu Ruyan, who was acting coquettishly with Han Junjie, suddenly discovered Zhang Yuan.
He whispered something in Han Junjie's ear.
Han Junjie looked gloomy. He immediately took Lu Ruyan and walked towards Zhang Yuan.
Oh, Zhang Yuan, I can't believe that you, a damn licker, would even break in here just to pursue me.
Is it possible for a poor loser like you to attend a party of this level?
When saying this, Lu Ruyan's face flashed with a condescending look.
Chapter 30, Is it a blessing or a curse to be invited by the son of the richest man in the provincial capital?
Lu Ruyan suddenly got close to his face and opened the door.
Zhang Yuan instantly lost the desire to taste the food.
However, Zhang Yuan really had no desire to pay attention to a woman like Lu Ruyan.
This woman, does she only remember eating and not being beaten? How many times has he provoked me? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Zhang Yuan can ignore the other party. Just think of her as a barking dog. But Xin Xianyu couldn't bear it. She didn't hesitate and said sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this Lu Ruyan from Sucheng University? You changed your boyfriend so quickly? Ha, you change your partners even more frequently than I change my clothes. Is this what they call being available to anyone?" Lu Ruyan heard this. Suddenly he became angry and embarrassed.
Because the son of the richest man in Sioux City was standing next to her, she was naturally confident. He immediately said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense.
Do you believe me? I will tear your mouth apart." Naturally, Xin Xianyu is not someone who was easy to mess with. She said seriously, "Isn't that what I said? As far as I know, the first person you dated was Zhou Dongfei, the vice president of my company. You saw that Zhou Dongfei was no longer of any use to you, so you started getting back together with Zhao Yi. Oh, Zhao Yi is the one you just poured wine on. Now, you have hooked up with the son of Han Dang, the richest man in Suzhou." Lu Ruyan's face turned red with anger. Obviously, she didn't expect that the other party would expose her shortcomings in public. He even described his own behavior in detail. Naturally, she couldn't admit this. But the young people who were attending the party around were pointing and talking about this place. Apparently, loving to watch the fun is a tradition of all Chinese people. "Dear, this woman dares to slander me, you must stand up for me." Lu Ruyan knew that she was no match for the other party in terms of eloquence, so she could only look to Han Junjie for help. At this moment, Han Junjie's face was quite gloomy. He immediately scolded, "Xin Xianyu, I advise you not to talk nonsense. Ruyan is a kind girl. I was the one pursuing her, there was no such thing as climbing up the social ladder. What is your intention in slandering my girlfriend in public?" Xin Xianyu was planning to refute. But when he saw Zhang Yuan's stopping look, he finally shut up. After all, her idea is simple. In the process, Lu Ruyan was exposed. Let Han Junjie see the other party's true face. But since the other party doesn't appreciate it, why should I say more? Anyway, I have just vented my anger for Zhang Yuan. What a pity. In Lu Ruyan's opinion, the attitudes of the two people showed that they were cowardly. Of course, Xin Xianyu's father has some connections in Sucheng. But no matter how powerful he is not as powerful as the richest man in Su province. Think of this. Lu Ruyan immediately took Han Junjie's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "Honey, did these two people sneak in? How about you check their invitation letters, and if they don't have them, just kick them out." At this moment, Han Junjie naturally wanted to get back at his dignity because he had just lost face. He immediately glanced at the bodyguard following him and said, "You, go and call Mr. Wang over, he is the person in charge of this party." The bodyguard left quickly. When he came back again, he was followed by a tall young man. Upon seeing this, Han Junjie immediately changed his attitude and stepped forward. "Wang Xiao, listen to me, these two people." Han Junjie wanted to speak. But Wang Chang waved his hand. Han Junjie immediately stepped back obediently. Although it was a bit embarrassing, I didn't dare to express my dissatisfaction. "Honey, who is that Mr. Wang?" Lu Ruyan asked. Han Junjie whispered, young Master Wang is from the provincial capital.
His father, Wang Tianhao, is the second richest man in the provincial capital, with assets worth 40 billion.
Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes were shining. She kept fantasizing.
He fantasized that one day he would be able to dump Han Junjie and hook up with Wang Tianhao. After all, the Han family, to which Han Junjie belongs, is only the richest family in Yuncheng.
The assets are only 20 billion.
Compared with him, Wang Changkai is a real rich son-in-law.
While Lu Ruyan was thinking.
On the other side, Wang Chang was only 5 meters away from Xin Xianyu.
Why is it this guy?
Xin Xianyu quickly covered her face with her hands. Jiang Yuan, who was standing aside, suddenly realized. It seems that this so-called Mr. Wang is Xin Xianyu's suitor.
Really? When Wang Chang came to Xin Xianyu, he immediately revealed an affectionate look. However, before Xin Xianyu could speak, Lu Ruyan stepped forward immediately.
She did this to attract the other person's attention. He immediately said softly, young Master Wang, the origins of these two people are unknown.
Maybe he sneaked in.
Moreover, this pair of dogs just spoke nonsense.
Them. However, without waiting for Lu Ruyan to finish, Wang Chang glanced at the other person and said, who are you? Lu Ruyan thought that the other party was interested in her.
I immediately introduced myself, Mr. Wang, my name is Lu Ruyan, and Mr. Han Junjie brought me in. She moved closer to him, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in Wang Chang's ear, I'm still single.
See this scene. Han Junjie was suddenly extremely embarrassed.
He felt a layer of green grassland floating above his head.
However, Han Junjie did not dare to be angry.
After all, if Wang Chang was really interested in Lu Ruyan, he could only endure it. However, the next moment, Wang Chang pushed the other person away. He glared at the other person coldly.
But Lu Ruyan's skin was as thick as a city wall.
Not only was she not afraid, but she also looked delicate and charming. Wang Chang was extremely disgusted by this.
The next moment, he pointed at Jiang Yuan and Xin Xianyu behind him and said, what did you say they were? Lu Ruyan answered without thinking, they are a pair of bastards. Pop. A loud slap was heard suddenly. Lu Ruyan was confused. But Wang Chang was too lazy to pay attention to the other party.
Instead, he came straight to Xin Xianyu.
Xiaoyu, long time no see. Wang Chang said in a gentle tone. Then, he pointed at Jiang Yuan and asked, who is this? Xin Xianyu immediately smiled and said, his name is Jiang Yuan, and he is my boyfriend. As she spoke, Xin Xianyu moved closer to Jiang Yuan and put her arms around his neck. Jiang Yuan saw this. I feel a little helpless.
He felt that Wang Chang would definitely target him.
However,
the next moment, Wang Chang came in front of Jiang Yuan.
Mr. Xin, right? Hello.
Since Qianyu has chosen you, I want to say much.
You must be nice to her. Otherwise, as your brother, I will not forgive you. What? Jiang Yuan was stunned. And the same is true for Xin Xianyu at this moment. Apparently, neither of them expected this.
When Wang Chang found out that the girl he was pursuing already had a boyfriend, he was not angry at all. Instead, he helped them to be together.
But it's okay this way.
At least, it saves a lot of trouble.
While Jiang Yuan was thinking. At this moment, Wang Chang has recovered from his heartbreak. However, he was still holding back some anger in his heart.
Therefore, he decided to vent his anger on Lu Ruyan.
He just came straight to Han Junjie. Mr. Han. I've always said that you have a bad eye. What kind of good person seduces other men in front of her boyfriend? You should deal with the people you brought with you. Leave this aside. Wang Chengli immediately turned around and left. As for Han Junjie, his face was filled with embarrassment.
He immediately shouted, come on, take this bitch out, I will come back to deal with her.
These words fell. Several bodyguards quickly stepped forward and forcibly dragged Lu Ruyan away.
Seeing this, Zhao Yi immediately followed closely.
After they left, Han Junjie immediately came to Xin Xianyu and said, Miss Xin, what happened just now?
Xin Xianyu waved her hand and said, don't worry, I, a great man, will not bear grudges. Then she glanced at Jiang Yuan, but it was not certain whether my boyfriend would be angry. Upon hearing this, Han Junjie had no choice but to bite the bullet and apologize to Jiang Yuan.
Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan chose to ignore it. Seeing this, Han Junjie could only swallow his anger.
Just when Jiang Yuan was about to continue tasting the delicious food. But Wang Cheng suddenly left and came back. Behind him, there were several tall and strong men. One of them came up to Jiang Yuan and said, "Mr. Jiang Yuan, our master Tian would like to invite you to a gathering in the private room on the second floor." After these words were spoken, people around began to talk about it. After all, everyone knows that the Tian family and the Wang family in the provincial capital have a close relationship. Over the years, the two families have had intermarriages and close cooperation.
The fact that Wang Chang is Tian Feng's younger brother is no secret among the young rich second generation in the entire province. Could it be that Tian Feng was planning to help Wang Chang and deal with Jiang Yuan? Think of this. Everyone looked at Jiang Yuan with strange eyes. Even Shen Xianyu is the same.
"Boss, I seem to have caused you trouble. But don't worry, I will definitely protect you.
If Tian Feng wants to deal with you, he must first step over my dead body,"
Shen Xianyu said in a low voice.
"Who knows?"
Wang Cheng heard these words clearly.
He smiled bitterly and said, "Xianyu, do you think I am the kind of person who takes revenge for love?"
"Don't worry, this time, it was really Brother Tian who invited me." When saying this, Wang Cheng looked at Jiang Yuan with a bit of fear in his eyes.
Jiang Yuan obviously noticed the other person's micro-expression. "But I feel it's a little bit confusing.
But in the end, I still plan to meet the so-called Mr. Tian." Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan stood up and said, "Please lead the way, Mr. Wang."
Wang Chengli immediately bowed and said, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." Chapter 31 The Hero Saves the Beauty. Whoever dares to hurt Jiang Yuan, I will fight him to the death. 5 minutes later.
The group came to the second floor, in front of a private room.
"Mr. Jiang, Brother Tian is already waiting for you inside." Wang Cheng still looked polite. When Jiang Yuan pushed the door open, Shen Xianyu planned to follow him in.
But at this time, Wang Cheng stood in front of him.
"Xianyu, as for you, you should just wait with me in the box next to me. I have prepared drinks and food for you." Shen Xianyu took a deep breath.
Then he looked at Wang Cheng seriously and said, "Wang Cheng, are you sure you won't hurt my boyfriend?" Wang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry.
Even if you give me the courage of heaven, I wouldn't dare to do it."
After a pause, Wang Cheng said with a smile, "Xianyu, your boyfriend is really an extraordinary person.
You have to take better care of me in the future."
Shen Xianyu saw the other party like this.
It's getting more and more confusing. After some thought, I finally came to the lounge next door.
Before Wang Cheng left, Shen Xianyu said in a deep voice, "Wang Cheng, I will trust you for once.
But if my boyfriend has less hair, I will definitely fight with you."
After saying this, Shen Xianyu waited anxiously in the lounge.
And the other side. Jiang Yuan has already entered the box. In this huge box, there was only a father and son chatting there. Seeing Jiang Yuan push the door open, the two of them stood up immediately. Jiang Yuan was stunned. Just because he had seen the old man in front of him. His name is Tian Runbing. He is the richest man in the provincial capital and owns a company that focuses on new energy production. His personal assets have reached more than 50 billion. Undoubtedly, the young man standing next to him was Tian Feng, the initiator of this gathering. "Are you Mr. Jiang? I've heard a lot about you. Today I finally saw the real person. It is truly an honor," Tian Runbing said with a smile. A friendly smile on his face. The same thing happened to Tian Feng standing next to him. The performance of the two made Jiang Yuan a little confused. Of course, fortunately this scene was not seen by outsiders. Otherwise, it would be extremely shocking. After all, Tian Renbing is the richest man in the provincial capital. He is the real boss. It's such an existence that the whole provincial capital would tremble if he just stamped his feet. "Mr. Tian, I'm a little flattered by your doing this," Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Tian Renbing laughed and said, "Mr. Jiang, it is our honor to meet you." At this moment, Jiang Yuan was still a little confused. "Although, I have demonstrated my financial strength." But he did not tell anyone the exact amount. Even some of his roommates didn't know how much money was in his bank account. You can see the attitude of Tian Renbing and his son towards him. It feels like I have investigated myself thoroughly. This is a bit terrifying when you think about it. Jiang Yuan was about to speak. And Tian Renbing is obviously a veteran.
He immediately sneered and said, "Mr. Jiang, I heard about you from Xin Changlin and Gu Jinlong. However, I didn't expect that a wealthy man with assets of 70 billion could appear in a small place like Yuncheng." Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. Seeing Zhang Yuan like this, Tian Renbing said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, don't misunderstand.
I didn't ask anyone to investigate you. Also, I don't have this permission. To be honest, the bank where you deposit your money is one in which I invested."
Previously, the system detected that a large amount of assets suddenly appeared in your account. This matter has also attracted the attention of our superiors, and we have no choice but to cooperate with the investigation. It turns out that the money you paid is legal and compliant, and there is no problem with it.
However, it is thanks to this incident that I know of your existence. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. He glanced at the father and son of the Tian family and asked, "You two came to me this time. Do you have any good investment projects?" Tian Renbing and Tian Feng looked at each other.
Then he smiled and said, "This time, let us just get to know each other and make friends first. If Mr. Jiang believes in us, we will definitely not hesitate to take advantage of good cooperation opportunities in the future." After Tian Renbing finished speaking, Tian Feng immediately said with a smile, "By the way, Mr. Jiang, Wang Cheng is my younger brother. During this period, he will stay in Jiangcheng. You can call him at any time if you need anything. I have just told him your identity." Zhang Yuan naturally had no objection to this. And in my heart, I finally understood. But Zhang Yuan actually had some favorable impression of Wang Cheng. Able to pick up and put down. Such a person can definitely achieve great things. In the following time, Zhang Yuan stayed in the room, chatting with the father and son of the Tian family.
Looking at the lounge next door.
Xin Xianyu, however, became restless.
What's going on? It's been over an hour. Why hasn't the boss come out yet? Could something have happened to him?
Having said that, Xin Xianyu was about to call Zhang Yuan.
But I couldn't get through. In desperation, Xin Xianyu could only continue to call Wang Cheng.
But at this moment, Wang Cheng had no time to get away because he had to host the banquet on behalf of Tian Feng.
Although Wang Cheng repeatedly assured that Zhang Yuan would be absolutely fine. But Xin Xianyu was obviously unwilling to wait any longer. After all, it was I who invited the other party this time. If something happened to Zhang Yuan because of her employee, she would be held responsible. Think of this.
Xin Xianyu hardened her heart, gritted her teeth, and immediately picked up a bottle of red wine.
Bang!
The wine bottle shattered. Wine stains were all over the floor. At this time, the bodyguards who heard the noise rushed in one after another.
"Miss Shen, what's wrong? Are you okay?"
The group of bodyguards asked with concern.
But Xin Xianyu was too lazy to pay attention. She just held the broken beer bottle, pointed at the bodyguards and said, "Get out of the way."
The bodyguards were a little confused. But because he was worried that Xin Xianyu would hurt himself, he had to step back immediately.
Xin Xianyu didn't waste any time and went straight to the room where Zhang Yuan was. Bang! She kicked it away. He raised the bottle in his hand and said angrily, "You bastards, don't hurt Zhang Yuan. Whoever dares to hurt Zhang Yuan, let alone he is the richest man in the provincial capital, even if he is the richest man in the world, I will fight him." Xin Xianyu shouted loudly. But inside the room, Zhang Yuan and the other two who were sitting in front of the coffee table just stared at each other. "You, what are you doing?" Zhang Yuan asked. Tian Renbing and Tian Feng also stood up at this moment. Tian Feng recognized the other person at a glance. "You are Xin Xianyu, right?"
"Ha, I saw your photo at Wang Cheng's place.
You look better in person than in the photo.
However, it's a good thing that you thought of letting Mr. Jiang pretend to be your boyfriend, otherwise, my father and I would have to find another opportunity to meet Mr. Jiang."
Tian Renbing immediately said, "Ha, that's interesting. I didn't expect that Xin Changlin looks gentle, but the daughter he gave birth to is so courageous. Leave this aside." The father and son looked at Zhang Yuan and then said, "Xiao Jiang, we have almost finished our tea. I'll leave this to you." After saying this, the two left quickly. Only Zhang Yuan and Xin Xianyu were left looking at each other. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. "Boss, are you okay?" Xin Xianyu asked. Zhang Yuan smiled and asked, "What can I do?" "But you scared us all." "Originally, I was chatting about some business matters with the father and son of the Tian family,
but you interrupted me.
Shin Qianyu smiled awkwardly.
Then he argued, this can't be blamed on me.
I can't get through to you on the phone. I thought something happened to you.
Jiang Yuan sighed, then snatched the broken bottle from the other person's hand and threw it into the trash can.
Then walk outside. Come to the door.
Jiang Yuan subconsciously glanced at Shin Qianyu.
I always feel a little weird in my heart.
After all, just now Shin Qianyu thought something had happened to her and rushed in with a bottle of wine. To this end, he even did not hesitate to offend the richest man in the provincial capital. Jiang Yuan had never thought of such a scene.
He said he wasn't moved. That's impossible. Forget it, just talk about money and not love, this is the only way to have a comfortable life. Shin Qianyu is a very clever girl.
Maybe she just thinks that it is because of her that I am imprisoned, so she is willing to risk her life to save me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan stood up and walked outside.
Although, the banquet hosted by Tian Feng today has not ended yet.
But Jiang Yuan had successfully made friends with Tian's father and son, so naturally he reaped a lot of benefits. So, he went outside, said hello to Wang Chang, and then went outside.
In response to this, Wang Chang naturally sent Jiang Yuan out with a respectful look on his face. Jiang Yuan originally planned to go back.
But suddenly a figure jumped out from the corner.
It was Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, you haven't left yet? Jiang Yuan asked.
Zhao Yi said with a flattering smile, classmate Jiang Yuan, I have a big gift for you. I only ask that you give me a chance to reform myself and let me become your little brother.
Having said that, Zhao Yi immediately walked aside. And when I come back again? Zhao Yi dragged Lu Ruyan over here. At this moment, Lu Ruyan looked in a miserable state.
She was dressed in rags. His face was covered with bruises.
Eyes flickering. There is no trace of the high-handed school beauty in her appearance.
When she saw Jiang Yuan, she immediately stepped forward and said, Jiang Yuan, I beg you, please forgive me.
As she spoke, Lu Ruyan kowtowed continuously. He looked as if he was extremely scared. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I forgive you? Is it possible? Shin Qianyu kept saying, if my boss was abused like this by you, you would definitely applaud, right?
Lu Ruyan did not answer, but cried and hugged Jiang Yuan's legs and said, young Master Han said that if you don't forgive me, she will break my legs. Jiang Yuan, for all the years we have spent together.
Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Instead, he kicked the other person away. Seeing this, Shin Qianyu couldn't help but say, boss, look at her, she looks like a dog. After saying that, the two of them left here one after the other. Only Zhao Yi and Lu Ruyan were left, looking disheveled in the wind. Chapter 32 Yes, you were in the same room just for drinking, who would believe it?
When Jiang Yuan and Shin Qianyu arrived at the hotel, they found Wang Yongjin and two other people sitting in the lobby on the first floor playing poker.
Third brother, are you back? How does it feel? While asking, Wang Yongjin tore off the note stuck on his face. Jiang Yuan said unhappily, how does it feel? Without waiting for the other party to speak, he repeatedly asked, why are you guys playing cards here, where is my mom? Wang Yongjin smiled and said, Auntie is asleep now.
Oh, by the way, we talked a lot with Auntie tonight, but I didn't realize that you were such a naughty boy.
After saying this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other person. Shin Qianyu, who was standing by, asked with interest, oh. What interesting things happened when the boss was a child? Wang Yongjin laughed. Then he stepped forward and said, Qianyuer, you don't know.
When the third child was a child, he was very naughty. In their countryside, someone raised cattle, and as a result, this kid set off firecrackers on the cow dung.
And they set it off when people are passing by.
The man was covered in cow dung.
Not only that, he also went to other people's dry toilets to set off firecrackers. It's the kind of big string of firecrackers. Rural children are naturally not surprised by such things. But Shin Qianyu was so spoiled that she had never seen it, let alone heard of it. For a moment, I was very surprised. Wang Yongjin was planning to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, Wu Zixua repeatedly said, Boss, stop talking nonsense. Now that the third brother and sister-in-law are back, shouldn't we go back? After all, we three bachelors were hanging out with a young couple. It's a high-power light bulb. Wang Yongjin said repeatedly, yes, I was wrong.
Let us go, guys, let us go have some midnight snack on the roadside and then go back to school. After saying that, Wang Yongjin looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Third brother, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold.
You must seize this opportunity.
Oh, by the way, you have to work harder and strive to become the childless godfather by the end of the year. When the time comes, we brothers will give you a big red envelope." After saying this, the three brothers immediately left with a smirk on their faces. These guys are getting more and more outrageous,
Zhang Yuan muttered. Then he looked at Shen Xianyu and said, "Don't mind it. These guys are just like that. Just treat them as a joke."
After saying that, Zhang Yuan went to the front desk to get a spare key and went to see his mother. After making sure mom is asleep,
Zhang Yuan originally planned to get a room next door.
But as soon as I went out, I saw Shen Xianyu walking in with a room card.
"What are you doing?" Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Shen Xianyu repeatedly said, "Aren't I just afraid that you will miss your godmother?
So, I arranged the room next door for you. Oh, by the way, it's late, I'm too lazy to go back, I'll sleep in the hotel tonight."
What? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Isn't this girl too proactive?
But soon, Zhang Yuan realized that he was overthinking. Shen Xianyu took out another room card.
Then he said, "What are you thinking about?
Our hotel has more than one room." After a pause, she said with a blushing face, "Let's not talk about it, we don't have anything.
Even if there is anything, this is my father's property.
If the old man knew that I was paying for him, he would beat me to death." This time, it was Zhang Yuan's turn to feel embarrassed. "Well, I'm a little tired, so let's go to bed early."
Zhang Yuan entered the room.
After washing up, he planned to go to bed early. After all, tomorrow is Saturday, and my hometown is not busy at the moment, so I can take my mom for a walk.
But Zhang Yuan just lay down.
At this time, the doorbell rang.
Zhang Yuan stood up and looked. I found Shen Xianyu standing outside.
Zhang Yuan originally planned to pretend to be asleep and wait for the other party to leave on his own. But at this time, the other party sent a WeChat message.
"I know you are not asleep, please open the door." Zhang Yuan had no choice but to open the door.
At this moment, Shen Xianyu was pushing a food cart. There were a lot of wine and some snacks on the dining car.
Shen Xianyu, on the other hand, was wearing a cute style pajamas. "I can't sleep, would you like to have a drink with me?" Shen Xianyu said. Zhang Yuan said calmly, "Can I refuse?" Shen Xianyu glared at Zhang Yuan and said, "How dare you?" Zhang Yuan sighed.
"Hey, Xianyuer, I am your boss after all.
Isn't this inappropriate for you?" Shen Xianyu snorted, "It's true that you are my boss.
But beyond that, I'm your mother's goddaughter. If you don't drink with me tonight, I will tell my godmother that you bullied me. I'll let my godmother take care of you then."
Zhang Yuan was helpless.
He has already seen how powerful this lady is.
God knows what nonsense she will say to her mother. Think of this. Zhang Yuan could only make way for the other party. That's more like it.
Shen Xianyu smiled coquettishly.
The door is closed. A single man and a single woman.
The two sat facing each other at the coffee table.
On the coffee table, there are wine and snacks. "Come on, boss, let me toast you."
Shen Xianyu smiled and poured herself a full glass of beer.
Zhang Yuan nodded.
He picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp.
And Shen Xianyu also followed suit. "Just drink half of it." Zhang Yuan spoke. "What? Are you afraid that I'll get drunk and act crazy?" Shen Xianyu snorted.
Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "No, when we had class gatherings before, the boys would drink all the wine and the girls would drink half." Shen Xianyu said, "I thought you were worried that I was drunk."
"Don't worry, I can drink quite well. It is said that one can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk."
As she spoke, Shen Xianyu continued to pour herself another glass and drank it all in one gulp.
"What a pity. Just finished 2 cups." Shen Xianyu's little face was already red. Not only that, her eyes looked a little blurry. "Boss, let's do it again."
Before she finished speaking, Shen Xianyu leaned back in her chair.
Actually fell asleep. This. Zhang Yuan was a little confused.
What a great person who can drink 1,000 cups without falling. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to help the other person to the bed.
Cover each other with a blanket. Zhang Yuan originally planned to leave.
But as soon as she stood up, Shin Xianyu rolled over and kicked the quilt away.
Zhang Yuan could only cover the other person with the quilt again. After all this trouble, the other party finally fell asleep. Zhang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could recover, the other party started clamoring for water. In desperation, Zhang Yuan could only pour the other person a cup of warm water. He was really exhausted. In the end, I had no choice but to sleep on the sofa. This sleep. Before I knew it, it was already morning.
Zhang Yuan has always had the habit of getting up early.
When you get up. Shin Xianyu has also woken up at this moment. Boss, why did I fall asleep here?
Shin Xianyu looked confused. Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly and could only tell him what happened last night.
Shin Xianyu stared at Zhang Yuan seriously and asked, "Are you really just taking care of me? Didn't do anything else to me?" Zhang Yuan immediately said innocently, "Don't accuse me." Shin Xianyu chuckled and said, "Okay, I know you are a gentleman."
Actually, although I was drunk last night, I was still somewhat conscious.
Zhang Yuan was speechless.
It turned out that this girl was trying to trick him.
Some thought. Zhang Yuan said unhappily, "It's a good thing I don't have any bad intentions. If I had bad intentions, what would you do?" Shin Xianyu said with a smile, "If you have bad intentions, then I will go along with it."
Zhang Yuan was drinking water and almost choked when he heard this. He had already decided in his heart that he would stay away from this lady in the future. After thinking about it, Zhang Yuan immediately went into the bathroom to wash up.
"Okay, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, if someone sees it, this misunderstanding will be hard to explain."
Having said that, Zhang Yuan stood up and opened the door, intending to send Shin Xianyu back to her room.
When the door can be opened.
I happened to see my mother, Wang Yongjin, and two others standing outside the door. Zhang Yuan thought to himself that this was terrible.
It's over. Now, the misunderstanding cannot be explained at all. Zhang Yuan was helpless.
At this time, Shin Xianyu was obviously a little flustered. She immediately trotted forward and said, "Godmother, I'll go change my clothes first." After saying this, she immediately went into her room. When Zhang Yuan came outside and faced the playful looks of several people, he immediately said, "If I say that last night, Shin Xianyu just drank with me, she got drunk and went to bed in the room, and I slept on the sofa, would you believe it?" Zhang Milan smiled and said, "Son, you are my son, I believe whatever you say."
Wang Yongjin and the other two immediately agreed, yes, that is right, we believe everything." Zhang Yuan was helpless.
But at this moment, the voice of the system came to his ears. Ding, the roommate was shocked that the host spent a good night with Shin Xianyu last night.
The shock value increased, and the current shock value is 50%. Zhang Yuan.
He was a little speechless. I had put in so much effort just to raise my roommate's shock level a little bit. As a result, he just stayed in the room with Shin Xianyu for one night and his score increased by 12 points.
But at this moment, Zhang Yuan was not happy. The conscience of heaven and earth. There is really nothing between me and Shin Xianyu.
Unfortunately, he knew that the other party would not believe him no matter how he explained it.
Chapter 33 Morong Ching was kidnapped. Zhang Yuan, is this directed at me? Hotel restaurant.
At this moment, the atmosphere was a little subtle.
Zhang Yuan and Shin Xianyu were eating breakfast with their heads down. Wang Yongjin and the other two kept looking at Zhang Yuan with a half smile.
Even Zhang Yuan's mother Zhang Milan couldn't hide her smile at this moment.
In order to break this slightly awkward atmosphere, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to say, "Mom, today is Saturday. Let's go to some attractions near the school. After all, this is your first time here, and you don't have much to do at home anyway, so why not?"
Zhang Milan smiled and said, "No, I came here just to see how my son is doing."
Now it seems that you are doing well, so I feel relieved. After all, your work issue has been resolved. Not only that, you found a partner, so why should I worry? However, before leaving, I plan to have a meal with Xianyu's father. After all, we have to talk about the engagement. He looked at Zhang Yuan seriously and said, "You little brat, let me tell you, since you have chosen your partner, don't be indecisive in the future, otherwise I will not forgive you." As she spoke, Zhang Milan glanced at Shin Xianyu and said, "Girl, do you think your father has time at noon?" This time, it was Shin Xianyu's turn to be embarrassed. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, I couldn't explain it clearly at all. Fortunately, Shin Xianyu's mind worked quickly.
He immediately said, "Godmother, Zhang Yuan and I have just met.
We need to get along slowly.
As for the meeting between the parents of both sides, we will talk about it later when there is a chance.
We can't be impatient about this kind of thing, right?"
When Zhang Milan heard this, she felt it made a lot of sense.
He immediately said, "Okay, then I will go back today."
After all, Zhang Yuan's father can't cook, so he probably has been eating pickled vegetable buns at home while I've been away for a few days.
Soon, several people finished their breakfast. Zhang Yuan knew that his mother was missing his father back home.
I immediately bought the next high-speed train ticket for him. Then, he sent the other person to the high-speed rail station. Before leaving, Zhang Milan grabbed Xinxianyu's hand and said, "My girl, I hope that next time we meet, you can remove the word when you address me." After saying that, Zhang Milan quickly entered the station. Soon, the group returned to the hotel again.
And at this moment,
Wang Yongjin smiled and said, "Brothers, since Auntie has gone back, there is no need for us to stay here.
So, shall we go back?
However, the third brother has found a girlfriend, which is a big deal.
What do you think? Should he treat us to dinner tonight?" Wu Zixue and Zhu Qingqing quickly agreed.
In response, Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly.
He was going to speak.
But at this moment, Xinxianyu said seriously, "Stop joking.
There's really nothing going on between me and my boss. Last night, we really just drank wine and nothing else.
Before, because my godmother was around, I didn't want to make her feel disappointed, so I didn't explain." Wang Yongjin and the other two were all stunned.
The three of them couldn't help but turn their attention to Zhang Yuan. "Third brother, is this true or false?" Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. These words fell. Wang Yongjin and the others looked surprised.
At this moment, Zhang Yuan heard a surprised voice again.
"Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host is not disturbed and behaves like a gentleman.
The shock value increases.
The current shock value is 55%. Zhang Yuan was instantly ashamed. But, fortunately, Wang Yongjin and others believed what he said. Otherwise, get along with each other in the company in the future. That would be embarrassing. Some thought.
Zhang Yuan became more and more expectant.
After all, I am still 45% away from completing the system's tasks. Zhang Yuan felt that the investment opportunity worth 200 billion was just around the corner. In the following time, several people had nothing to do. Wang Yongjin and others also took the opportunity to ask about Xinxianyu's boyfriend Zhang Yuan's overtime work last night. Zhang Yuan was naturally happy to hear this.
He immediately explained in a concise manner everything that had happened last night.
"What? Third brother, aren't you too awesome? The son of Han Dang, the richest man in Sioux City, actually apologized to you? And Tian Feng, the son of the richest man in the provincial capital, even specially invited you to meet him? Did you also see Tian Renbing, the richest man in the provincial capital?"
At this moment, several people were shocked. And the most incredible thing in my heart was that Xinxianyu mistakenly thought that Zhang Yuan was captured by Tian's father and son, and Xinxianyu went alone to rescue him.
The shock was over.
Wang Yongjin and the other two immediately pulled Zhang Yuan aside.
"I'm talking about the third brother. I have to say something nice about you. Xianyuer has a good figure, good looks, and is a gentleman. Moreover, they are wholeheartedly devoted to you.
He is the richest man in the provincial capital. For your sake, he dares to confront him with a broken beer bottle.
The intention is very clear.
Besides, I went out to drink with you last night, and he has expressed his opinion.
Why don't you listen, you silly boy?" At this time, Zhu Qingqing on the side deliberately provoked Zhang Yuan and said, "Third brother, if you don't pursue such a good girl, we brothers will be in trouble, right?" Wu Zixue nodded repeatedly.
Wang Yongjin waved his hand and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Also, as for the third brother's matter, we just need to watch.
I believe there must be a story between them. If you don't believe me, let us wait and see." Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head without expressing his opinion. And at this time, the system's voice came again. "Ding, roommates are shocked that Han Dang's son was forced to apologize, shock value increases, current shock value is 55%.
Ding, roommates are shocked that the host has made friends with the richest man in the provincial capital, shock value increases."
Zhang Yuan was delighted.
But when I saw the final shock value, it stayed at 60%.
I couldn't help feeling speechless. He really couldn't figure out the system's routine. But there is nothing we can do about it. All right. Let us go back to the dormitory first. These few days, we must seize the time and finish our graduation thesis first. Then, let's move out of school. Naturally, the three brothers had no objection to this. But just as they stood up, a figure suddenly walked over. It was Morong Ching. At this moment, Morong Ching was holding a thick stack of information in his hand. Seeing Jiang Yuan and others, he immediately walked over. Mr. Ching, what are you doing? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. Boss, I'm here to report my work to you. Morong Ching responded. Wait until a few people sit back down. Morong Ching began to report. The content of the report surprised and delighted Jiang Yuan. First of all, it's about the termination of contracts with female anchors. After some negotiations, they clarified the facts on the internet. Therefore, all the rumors about the company on the internet were resolved. Although they were not detained for this, because it involved defamation and malicious termination of the contract, in addition to compensating for mental damages, they also had to pay additional compensation for breach of contract. As for the money that Jiang Yuan had transferred before, it was also returned in full. The rival company has now successfully merged with the company headed by Morong Ching. Good. These are indeed good news. Mr. Cheng, you did a good job. Jiang Yuan gave a thumbs up. At this time, Morong Ching took out some information. Boss, these are the information of the female anchors I have been looking for these days. Please take a look. If possible, we can start the formal training on Monday. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, These are left to you and your elder brother to take full responsibility. Nothing else, you can go. Upon hearing this, Morong Ching couldn't help but look at Jiang Yuan. But there is an indescribable sense of loss in my heart. But she didn't show it. Instead, he turned and walked outside. Then let us go too. Jiang Yuan spoke. When Jiang Yuan came outside the hotel, I happened to see Morong Ching driving away. But at this moment, a Wuling Hongguang suddenly appeared in front of Morong Ching's car. The car stopped. A large group of masked men suddenly appeared. They were very fast and forced open Morong Ching's car door, then took him away. A sudden scene. This made Jiang Yuan confused. This? Kidnapping in broad daylight? Aren't those guys too bold? Jiang Yuan didn't have time to think about it. Call the police immediately. And at this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Morong Ching's elder brother, Morong Fei, who called. Boss, my sister has been kidnapped. The other party just called me and told me to ask the company's new boss to go to the abandoned building in the south of the city. Not only that, you are not allowed to call the police, and you are asked to go alone, otherwise my sister's life will be in danger. Hearing Morong Fei's anxious voice, Jiang Yuan's eyes became deep. Those guys, are they coming for me? Chapter 34. We are obviously the kidnappers. Why do I feel that Jiang Yuan is more cruel than us? I already know about this matter. I will go to the destination now. Mr. Chang will definitely be fine. This was the first time Jiang Yuan encountered such a thing. But at this moment, I can only force myself to calm down. Boss, do I need to call the police? Morong Fei asked. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, There is no need to go through so much trouble. After all, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. If he finds out and calls the police, we will be in trouble. Morong Fei was a little hesitant, but if you were in danger, wouldn't that mean? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I still say what I said, I will go to rescue them myself. Not only that, I will be safe and sound and bring Mr. Ching back with me. After hanging up the phone with Morong Fei, Jiang Yuan's eyes became somewhat deep. After a brief thought, he immediately got in the car. Seeing this, Wang Yongjin and the other two stepped forward immediately. Third brother, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. The three of us will accompany you. After this was said, Wu Zixuan and Zhu Qingqing immediately agreed. Obviously, they didn't want Jiang Yuan to put himself in danger. And Xin Xianyu also stepped forward immediately, and I will go with you. Jiang Yuan smiled and shook his head, You'd better not make trouble. Seeing that the four people still wanted to speak, Jiang Yuan immediately waved his hand to interrupt. Then, he looked at Wang Yongjin seriously and said, Boss, aren't you the computer expert in our dormitory? Next, I will give you a task. My life and death is in your hands. Wang Yongjin asked immediately. Zhang Yuan immediately gave orders. Wang Yongjin nodded quickly and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll do it right away." Afterwards, Zhang Yuan assigned tasks to Wu Zixue and Zhu Qingqing respectively. Naturally, the two of them did not dare to be vague and immediately turned around and left. "Boss, what should I do?" Shun Qianyu asked. Zhang Yuan immediately said, "Your task is the most difficult, so you go find your father first, and then." Shun Qianyu nodded immediately. After giving all the instructions, Zhang Yuan immediately drove straight to the south of the city. On this side, Zhang Yuan was in a hurry and rushed to the destination quickly. On the south side of the city, in the basement of an unfinished building. It's dark and damp here. At this moment, in the center, Morongqing was blindfolded and sitting on a bench. She was tied up, and although she struggled hard, she couldn't break free from the ropes. At this time, a big hand reached out and untied the black cloth from Morongqing's eyes. After some adjustment, Morongqing looked around. People. A crowd of people. These guys all wear masks. The leading man wearing a clown mask was sitting in front of a coffee table. He looked at Morongqing with amusement. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap me here? Don't you know that kidnapping is illegal?" Although Morongqing is in prison at this moment. But there was no panic at all. Instead, he stared at the other person coldly. "Miss Morong, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. The reason I arrested you is to lure your boss here. After all, your boss has done great harm to my little brother. The company went bankrupt, its reputation was ruined, and now it is even involved in a lawsuit. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, look at its owner. If your boss bullies him, then I will naturally make him suffer a miserable death." Morongqing is extremely smart. "Are you the investor behind Xiao Xiaobing?" Morongqing asked. Seeing that the other party did not deny it, Morongqing's pretty face suddenly became extremely solemn. Xiao Xiaobing is the boss of the rival company. It was he who bribed Zhou Dongfei and planned to sabotage the company. Moreover, he also instigated those internet celebrities to terminate the contracts at low cost and discredit his elder brother. Originally, this guy should have been detained for unfair competition. But for some reason, the other party was released on bail and has disappeared since then. But I didn't expect that the bastard Xiao Xiaobing would actually find my backer and kidnap me. The purpose is to divert the source of the river here. This bastard. Morongqing cursed with gritted teeth. "Morongqing, we are old acquaintances. It's inappropriate for you to scold me behind my back, right?" A slightly playful voice came. Then, a man walked out from the crowd. He took off the mask on his face, revealing his true face. It was Xiao Xiaobing. "Xiao Xiao, it looks like the boss behind Morongqing will take a while to get here," the man in the clown mask said with a smile. "Isn't it a bit boring for us to just wait like this? How about you take this time to do something fun?" Xiao Xiaobing smiled obscenely. "Boss, do you mean?" Seeing the other party nod, Xiao Xiaobing smiled even more and said, "Then I'll listen to the boss. This is fine, after all, this woman has seen what I look like. She would definitely not survive. In that case, I might as well just have some fun. By the way, boss, please remember to take a video later. When I think of this woman in the future, I can at least watch the video and reminisce about her." As he spoke, Xiao Xiaobing walked towards Morongqing. "Asshole, what do you want to do?" Morongqing said with disgust. "I was extremely scared." "Ha, aren't you asking this question even though you already know the answer?" Xiao Xiaobing said with a sneer. He reached out one hand and pinched the other person's face. "Morongqing, wow, you are still so beautiful. Talk about yourself, you know I like you. I pursued you so many times. But you ignored me. I have no choice but to take action against your brother's company. If you had gone bankrupt, that would have been fine, but you insisted on finding a new backer and even turned against me. Forget it, it's all in the past. Now, I'll let you enjoy it." After saying that, Xiao Xiaobing suddenly stretched out her hand and tried to tear off Morongqing's clothes. Morongqing was so scared that he closed his eyes. But at this moment, a scolding voice suddenly came. "Get your dirty hands off." As these words fell, Zhang Yuan's figure rushed over quickly. "Boss?" Jiang Yuan's sudden appearance.
Obviously, it was beyond Morong Qing's expectations. What surprised her was that the other party came alone.
Think of this. Morong Qing said repeatedly, "Boss, run and get help." Jiang Yuan ignored Morong Chang.
Instead, he slowly moved forward.
"Everyone, the person you want is me, so please stop bullying girls,"
Jiang Yuan said with a smile.
"Boy, don't come over here," Xiao Xiaobing said repeatedly. Jiang Yuan still ignored the other party.
Instead, he walked straight towards the man in the clown mask. The younger brothers behind the opponent stepped forward to stop him.
Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sneer at this. "You are really a coward. I come here alone, how can I cause any big waves? If you don't even have this much courage, why would you be a robber?"
When the man in the clown mask heard this, he felt that there was some truth in it.
He immediately waved his hand and asked his men to retreat.
Anyway, in his opinion, Morong Qing was still in his hands, so he was not afraid of the other party causing any trouble.
Jiang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense.
He went straight to the point. "Sir, I came here as you requested. Tell me how much money you want to release him."
100 million? Or 200 million? Even 1 billion? As long as you dare to say it, I dare to give it to you.
What?
The man in the clown mask was a little stunned.
After all, from what he knew, Jiang Yuan in front of him only had some money.
How dare he make such a boast?
Just when the other party was stunned, Jiang Yuan said with a smile, "Don't you believe that I have so much money?
Okay, let me prove it to you now." As he spoke, Jiang Yuan opened the balance interface of his mobile banking app.
Then, he handed over the phone. The man in the clown mask subconsciously reached out to take it. But at this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly grabbed the other person's hand and then threw him to the ground. The man in the clown mask was caught off guard and fell to the ground.
"Boss! Boss!"
The sudden scene made the guys wearing masks anxious. And Xiao Xiaobing shouted, "Brothers, get him!"
What a pity.
Those guys didn't have time to rush out. Jiang Yuan took out a bottle of pepper spray with his left hand and sprayed it on the face of the clown-masked man, who immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Yuan's right hand was not idle either.
He held a fruit knife and pressed it directly against the other person's neck. "Asshole! You dare to kidnap the boss, do you believe I will kill this woman?" Xiao Xiaobing said angrily.
Jiang Yuan sneered and stabbed the clown-masked man in the chest with the fruit knife in his hand. Suddenly blood was gushing out. The man in the clown mask screamed like a pig being slaughtered again.
"See here." Xiao Xiaobing was confused. The rest of the masked kidnappers were also terrified at this moment. They are incredible inside. They are obviously the kidnappers. Why does it feel like Jiang Yuan is even more cruel than them? Chapter 35. Which blind bastard dares to be rude to Mr. Jiang Yuan?
At this moment, the kidnappers were at a loss. Although it was their first time to be kidnappers, they had done a lot of strategies before this.
They thought that as long as they used Morong Cheng as a threat, Jiang Yuan would definitely give in.
That is why they neglected to take precautions. At the same time, I didn't expect Jiang Yuan to be so tough. To catch a thief, first capture the leader.
Little did they know.
At this moment, Jiang Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. After all, this was the first time he was experiencing what was happening. What he just did was the only way he could think of to delay time.
Of course, there are many uncertainties in doing so.
He didn't know these kidnappers, nor did he know what their temperaments were like. If these guys start attacking as soon as I appear, I will be helpless. Fortunately, the results were not bad. It seems that I made the right bet.
Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. And at this time,
it was Xiao Xiaobing's turn to be nervous.
"Boy, let go of our boss right away.
As long as you don't hurt him, I can let you go.
Let us write off what happened today." Jiang Yuan looked at Xiao Xiaobing with a sneer and asked, "Do you think I will believe you?
Now, let Morong Qing go immediately and let him leave.
Otherwise, I don't mind turning your boss into a hornet's nest." Xiao Xiaobing immediately scolded, "Boy, don't be so arrogant." As he spoke, Xiao Xiaobing wanted to use Morong Qing as a threat.
However, without waiting for the other party to take action, the man in the clown mask screamed again. Xiao Xiaobing looked carefully. It was discovered that the dagger in Jiang Yuan's hand stabbed into the clown-masked man's chest again. Blood continued to flow from the wound. The man in the clown mask suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Zhang Yuan said coldly, "I don't like to say it a second time.
If you don't let him go, I'm going to stab him directly in the heart with the third knife."
Xiao Xiaobing was completely numb.
After all, his boss has an extraordinary status.
If anything goes wrong, you will be responsible for the consequences. Think of this.
Xiao Xiaobing had no choice but to let him go.
Wait until Morong Qing regains his freedom. She immediately came to Zhang Yuan's side. "Boss, what should we do now?" Morong Qing asked.
Zhang Yuan said calmly, "You leave first, and leave the rest to me."
Morong Qing was hesitant. There was no way she could abandon Zhang Yuan and escape alone. "Stop talking nonsense and listen to me.
You're only causing trouble for me here.
I have a way to escape," Zhang Yuan ordered. Morong Qing did not answer.
Instead, he picked up the baseball bat that the clown-masked man dropped on the ground.
A deep look on his face.
"Oh, this woman."
Zhang Yuan was helpless. "But I felt a little touched. From the look on your face, it seems like you've decided to carry it with me?"
"Well then, let us continue to fight these guys. See who can't hold on first." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan glanced at the clown-masked man he was holding hostage.
"Now." The latter was obviously a little flustered. Although Zhang Yuan's 2 slashes just now did not hit any vital parts.
But it was still bloody. At this moment, he felt a little exhausted. He said with difficulty, "Brother, let us discuss something."
"I can let you go."
As he said this, he glared at Xiao Xiaobing and said, "Idiot, do you want to watch me die? Get out of the way and let these 2 people leave." After saying this, Xiao Xiaobing immediately asked the rest of the people to step back.
Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan didn't buy it at all. He sneered, "Ha, you want to wait for me to pass by and then beat me up?
Let yourself be rescued?
That's a nice thought."
Then he shouted angrily, "You, drop the stuff in your hands now." Then they fought each other.
"Once you all lie down, I will let you go." "What?"
The man in the clown mask was dumbfounded. Xiao Xiaobing was also a little confused at this moment.
"This kid doesn't play by the rules at all." "What? You don't want to listen?" Zhang Yuan sneered. The dagger in his hand stabbed into the opponent's chest again.
The man in the clown mask grimaced in pain.
"I didn't even have the energy to scream."
Xiao Xiaobing was shocked and terrified at this moment.
He had intended to continue the stalemate. But out of the corner of his eye he noticed a figure behind Zhang Yuan, slowly approaching him. In his hand, he was holding an iron rod. Xiao Xiaobing was delighted. He knew the opportunity had come.
He immediately shouted, "Brothers, throw away all your weapons.
Then let's fight each other, don't show any mercy to me." These words fell.
A series of crashing sounds were heard. The weapons in the hands of those guys were thrown aside.
Zhang Yuan saw this. I couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment,
he suddenly heard footsteps behind him.
He turned quickly.
I happened to see a guy holding an iron bar high up and smashing it towards me. The guy's face changed drastically. It was because Zhang Yuan had already pulled the clown-masked man to where he was originally standing.
Bang!
The iron rod hit the clown-masked man hard in the face. The latter's head was immediately broken and bleeding. The guy was obviously stunned.
I was at a loss for a moment.
Zhang Yuan was unable to take action for a while because he had to restrain the clown-masked man. Therefore, he could only kick the other person out.
The guy was about to get up.
But Morong Qing made a prompt decision. He just picked up the baseball bat and hit the opponent on the back of the head.
The guy's eyes went dark and he fainted. Zhang Yuan immediately dragged the nearly fainted clown man to the corner.
Xiao Xiaobing and others wanted to rush forward. But they had seen Zhang Yuan's methods, so they did not dare to move forward rashly.
Boy, what do you want?
Xiao Xiaobing was almost crying as she looked at the clown-masked man who was covered in blood and a little conscious.
Zhang Yuan sneered and was too lazy to talk nonsense.
And his eyes fell on Morong Qing who was standing beside him.
Mr. Qing, I can't tell.
You look weak and timid on weekdays, but when you strike, you are more ruthless than me.
Morong Qing was helpless. Boss, it's already this late and you're still in the mood to joke? After mumbling, he looked at the situation in front of him and asked, "Are we going to waste time here forever?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will be rescued soon. It seems that it is about time, right?" Jiang Yuan had just finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. "Dad, the boss, and the others are here." As these words fell, a large group of people swarmed in. Leading the group was a father and daughter. It was Shen Changlin and Shen Xinyu. Behind them is a large group of bodyguards. A sudden scene. This made Xiao Xiaobing dumbfounded. But the next moment, another group of people followed closely behind. The leader was a young man. It was Wang Chang. Also traveling with them were Wang Yongjin and 3 others. "See, didn't I say reinforcements are coming?" Jiang Yuan said with a smile. "You, what do you want?" Xiao Xiaobing said with horror. Given his status and position, he obviously didn't know Shen Changlin and Wang Chang. "But see the scene before you." A deep feeling of powerlessness filled my heart. After all, there are only more than 30 of them in total. But the 2 groups of people in front of us have at least 200 people. They had no chance of resistance at all. And at this time, following the order from Shen Changlin and Wang Chang, Xiao Xiaobing and his group were captured in an instant without any suspense. "Finish this." Wang Chang trotted and came to Jiang Yuan. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to have frightened you." Wang Chang bowed with a guilty look on his face. Jiang Yuan smiled. Then he let go of his hand. The man in the clown mask fell to the ground like mud, looking very weak. "I want to see which blind bastard dares to be so rude to Mr. Jiang." As he spoke, he removed the mask on the other person's face. Is that you?" Wang Chang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Jiang Yuan on the side asked curiously, "Mr. Wang, do you know this guy?" Chapter 36, Offending Jiang Yuan? "It's good enough to be alive, but you're still thinking about the family's assets?" Wang Chang nodded. "Boss, this guy is called Wu Tao, and he is the son of Wu Qinghe, a wealthy businessman from High City next door. This guy is a complete second-generation rich kid. He does all kinds of evil things on a daily basis, but unexpectedly, he would offend Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yuan asked with a smile, "Why didn't he come to the party last night?" Wang Chang sneered. "He is coming? I'm not qualified yet." As he spoke, the coldness in Wang Chang's eyes became even more intense. He kicked the other person. "Wu Tao, wake up quickly and stop pretending to be dead." Wu Tao opened his eyes blankly. He obviously didn't know what had just happened. Therefore, when he saw Wang Chang, it was like seeing a savior. "Young Master Wang? Are you Mr. Wang from the provincial capital? Please, save me." As he spoke, Wu Tao pointed at Jiang Yuan. This kid almost. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking. Crackling. Wang Chang kicked the other person directly in the face. Wu Tao looked confused. At this time, Jiang Yuan said lightly, "Mr. Wang, it seems that this guy has a good relationship with you?" Wang Chang was suddenly sweating profusely. He can only admit, "Mr. Jiang, this is what happened. This guy's father knew that I was in Sucheng, so he called me last night and hoped that I would invest in his family's business. And he's planning to visit me." Jiang Yuan wanted to speak. Wang Chengli immediately stated, "Don't worry, if this guy dares to treat you like this, I will definitely not invest. Not only that, I will also tell Brother Tian about this and let him handle it." But the next moment, Wang Cheng changed his words and said, "Forget it, let me handle this matter." He quickly hung up the phone and then called Wu Qinghe. He did not explain the situation here to the other party, but asked the other party to come over. When Wu Qinghe on the other end of the phone heard this, he thought that Wang Chang was going to invest in their family business and he became extremely excited. "Hang up the phone." Wang Chang waited patiently. And at this time, Jiang Yuan brought Morong Qing to Wang Yongjin and the other 2. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work this time," Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Wang Yongjin waved his hand and said, "We are just brothers, so I am just being polite when I say this." "But who exactly is Master Wang? How does he have such energy?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "I'll tell you about this later." After saying that, Jiang Yuan turned around and came to Shen Changlin to express his gratitude. In response, Shen Changlin said with a smile, "Xiao Jiang, don't be so polite to me.
After all, you are the largest investor in that holiday villa.
If something happens to you, I regret it?
As he said that, he looked at Shen Yu and said, however, when my girl knew that you were saving people alone and asked me for help, she almost cried.
Now that you're okay, I feel relieved.
After saying that, Shen Changlin came to Wang Chang, greeted him, and left.
Boss, since you're okay, I'll leave too. Shen Yu spoke. There is an indescribable feeling in my heart. She was thinking, if something happened to her, would Zhang Yuan risk his life for her? Of course, she obviously wouldn't need such jealousy.
So, he came to Morong Qing and said, Mr. Qing, come with me and go to the hospital for a checkup.
Morong Qing glanced at Zhang Yuan. Finally nodded. See here. Wang Yongjin and the others immediately had a joke in their mind.
Alas, it is really the case that those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods.
There are 3 of us and only one is single.
But some people have one on the left and one on the right, which really makes others envious. Zhang Yuan said unhappily, okay, stop talking nonsense. Morong Qing was captured because of me, so it is only natural for me to save her.
Wang Yongjin smiled and did not continue the topic.
Instead, he said with emotion, third brother, I never thought that you look so gentle and polite on weekdays, but you are so fierce when fighting with others. After these words were spoken, Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing both looked curious. Wang Yongjin explained with a smile, it was like this. When the third brother assigned us a task before, I was responsible for installing the positioning software on his mobile phone. Moreover, a miniature camera was installed on the third brother, so I can see the situation here in real time. You don't know how ruthless the third brother was after he took down Wu Tao. It hurts just watching through the screen. However, this was also thanks to the third brother's prompt decision. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until we arrived to rescue them. In response to this, Zhu Qingqing and Wu Zixue were both frightened. Third brother, don't be impulsive when it comes to things like this in the future. If something happens to you, we brothers will still be able to have a feast, but we will lose a brother.
Zhang Yuan couldn't help but glare at the 2 of them. Shut up your crow mouth. Several people burst into laughter. 20 minutes passed quickly.
At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Soon after, a large group of people came over here.
The leader was none other than Wu Qinghe.
At this moment, he didn't know why Wang Cheng came here to meet him. But in his heart, he had already dreamed of climbing up the Wang family.
After all, the Wang family is the most powerful family in the province besides the Tian family. If his Wu family could cooperate deeply with the Wang family, it can be said to be a fish leaping over the dragon gate. However, when entering into it, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Son, why are you here? Although Wu Tao was beaten black and blue at this moment. But Wu Qinghe recognized the other person at a glance. Wang Ben was already furious. Therefore, when he saw the other party appear, he immediately walked forward with a sneer. Wu Qinghe, your son is really amazing. Where does he get the courage to be a kidnapper? Not only that, it almost hurt Mr. Jiang. What crime should you be punished for allowing your son to commit a crime? Hearing such questioning, Wu Qinghe's face changed drastically. Mr. Wang, could there be any misunderstanding here? My son, how is it possible?
Wang Cheng sneered. Then he looked at Wu Tao and said, tell me what you did.
How could Wu Tao dare to hide it? He immediately told Wu Qinghe everything. Wu Qinghe was completely numb. He wanted to explain.
But Wang Cheng said with a gloomy face, Wu Qinghe, don't apologize to me. If you want to apologize to Mr. Zhang Yuan.
If you can't get his forgiveness, then you'll die. As he spoke, Wang Cheng came behind Zhang Yuan. Right now, Wu Qinghe was completely confused. What is Wang Cheng's identity?
He is the son of the second richest man in the provincial capital.
No one in the province dares to provoke the other party.
But at this moment, the other party was standing behind Zhang Yuan like a younger brother.
The man in front of me. What kind of existence is it? No way. Is he a rich young man in Beijing? Think of this. Wu Qinghe immediately knelt on the ground. Mr. Jiang, please forgive me this time. Boom boom boom. He kept kowtowing. Of course, he didn't know Zhang Yuan's identity.
But since the other party can make Wang Cheng obedient, it naturally means that the other party must not be provoked.
At least, I can't afford to offend him. At this moment, he was feeling anxious and uneasy, afraid that the other party will kill him or her. Wu Qingyuan's worries soon came true. Zhang Yuan just looked at Wu Qingyuan calmly and said, "You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Leave this aside." Zhang Yuan glanced at Wang Chang and turned away. And Wang Chang was too lazy to talk nonsense. "Let your men start fighting directly." Not long. The kidnappers had their hands and feet broken. Especially Xiao Xiaobing, who was almost beaten to death on the spot. As for the Wu family father and son, although they were beaten, they dared not make the slightest sound. "Wait until you have vented your anger." Wang Chengli immediately took his men and left. "Dad, have we escaped this?" Wu Tao asked. "Our collaboration with Wang Xiao." Upon hearing this, Wu Qinghe, who was originally dying, suddenly became furious. "You beast, you still want to cooperate? Our family is about to go bankrupt. It's good enough to be alive. All the foundation I had built up after working hard for most of my life was destroyed by you, a beast." After saying that, Wu Qinghe stood up immediately. He picked up a baseball bat and started beating him violently. He stopped only when the opponent was almost out of breath. Wu Qinghe was distraught. He knelt there and broke down in tears. Chapter 37 Mysterious Ancient Martial Arts Master, Zhang Yuan, teach me, I want to learn. Zhang Yuan naturally had no idea what happened after leaving the abandoned building. At this moment, he has arrived at Yunqing Hospital, in a ward. "Brother, the doctor said that I'm in good health, so I don't need to be hospitalized." Morong Cheng argued with reason. "No, you must stay in the hospital for observation. After all, you were kidnapped this time. Even if you are physically fine, what should you do if there are psychological problems? Okay, just listen to your brother. Just stay in the hospital and rest assured for the next few days. As for the company's matters, you can rest assured that I will take care of them." After hearing what Morong Fei said, Morong Ching felt helpless but could only nod. Seeing that the other party agreed, Morong Fei immediately turned his eyes to Zhang Yuan. "Boss, this time it's all thanks to your arrangement, otherwise, Xiao Qing." Morong Fei expressed great gratitude. "I still feel a little scared." Zhang Yuan said lightly, "It's okay. After all, it was because of me that Mr. Qing was arrested this time. Fortunately, the result was good and everyone lived in peace." Morong Fei nodded. He knew that his sister was always thinking about the company's affairs, so he turned around and left immediately. By the way, it also gives Zhang Yuan and Morong Qing some time to be alone. Wait until Morong Fei leaves. Wan Yongjin and the other two also communicated with their eye contact. Finally, they all stood up. "Well, Mr. Qing, just have a good rest. As for us, we'll be waiting outside. Just let us know if you need anything." After saying this, Wang Yongjin and the other two got up and left. "Boss, let me go with you," Zhang Yuan said repeatedly. After all, Shun Qianyu alone made Zhang Yuan extremely anxious. Now, there is another one, Morong Cheng. He doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Yuan reached the door, he was stopped by Wang Yongjin and his two companions. "Third brother, Mr. Qing has been through thick and thin with you. Now, he is in the hospital, and you don't even ask about it? This is unacceptable. Okay, you stay with Mr. Qing." After saying this, the three of them smiled slyly, then turned and left. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to return to the ward. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Zhang Yuan lowered his head and said nothing. At this moment, Morong Qing was also a little at a loss. Fortunately, this atmosphere was broken by a knock on the door. Zhang Yuan ran to open the door. Then I saw Xin Xianyu walking and carrying a fruit basket. "Xianyu is here?" Morong Qing said with a smile. "Mr. Qing, how do you feel now?" Shun Qianyu asked. The two exchanged a few words briefly. Xin Xianyu said repeatedly, "Mr. Qing, since the boss is here with you, I want to be an eyesore. You guys should have a good chat." Having said that, Xin Xianyu turned and left. Zhang Yuan didn't notice anything wrong. But Morong Qing couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. After a moment, she looked at Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, "Boss, Xianyu is a good girl." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, saying it was pretty good. Morong Qing suddenly stared at Zhang Yuan seriously. My woman's intuition told me that Qian Yu is interested in me. Zhang Yuan. Seeing Zhang Yuan silent, Morong Qing continued, Boss, thank you for saving me. Although I know that even if it wasn't me, you would do the same if anyone in the company was in danger. But I still want to express my gratitude. Also, you don't have to think that I was kidnapped because of you. In short, as long as the result is good, it's fine. Okay, I don't have anything to do for now. I'll find the nurse if there is anything. You should go out and accompany Qianyu. Don't let this girl misunderstand anything. Zhang Yuan naturally had no objection to this. After immediately reminding him to have a good rest, he went outside. Zhang Yuan at this moment. I feel so many emotions. He already believed that Xin Qianyu had a good impression of him. And the same may be true for Morong Chang. But Zhang Yuan really didn't have any thoughts about feelings. Because of this, Zhang Yuan has been deliberately avoiding Xin Qianyu and Morong Chang. But the result was still a mess. Ouch, what a hassle. Zhang Yuan scratched his head. I felt a little annoyed for a moment. Just as Zhang Yuan was sitting in the hospital corridor, feeling very annoyed. Not far away, a figure walked over. Mr. Jiang. Wang Cheng shouted with full respect. Mr. Wang, are all the problems solved? Zhang Yuan asked. Wang Chang nodded repeatedly and then reported truthfully. When I learned that Wu Qinghe was arrested on suspicion of intentional injury. When Wu Tao, Xiao Xiaobing and others were detained for kidnapping, Zhang Yuan naturally applauded. Mr. Jiang, Wu Qinghe's company has now gone bankrupt and is being liquidated. This old guy has done a lot of immoral things before. Fortunately, this time the incident was exposed, otherwise, our Wang family might be implicated by him. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, I know about this. You handled it pretty well. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Zhang Yuan asked, Do you have anything else to say? Wang Cheng took a deep breath. And he said seriously, Mr. Jiang, I came to you this time not only to report the situation, but also to bring you a surprise. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised, pleasantly surprised? What surprise? Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng smiled mysteriously and said, This is not the place to talk. Please follow me. Zhang Yuan followed the other person downstairs. Came to an open space. Wang Qingyi clapped his hands. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared. There were more than 30 people coming. They are strong and powerful, tall and strong. The leader had a murderous look on his face. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to ask, Wang Chengli immediately introduced, Mr. Zhang, these are my forces in Jiangcheng. The leader is named Chang Yi. From now on, they will be your personal bodyguards. They are responsible for your safety. After all, I don't want what happened today to happen again. Otherwise, I want to be able to report to Brother Tian Feng. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with Wang Cheng's arrangement. His eyes fell on everyone, and finally, he looked at Chang Yi. Seeing this, Wang Cheng ordered, Chang Yi, why don't you show us your strength in front of Mr. Jiang? In response, Chang Yi didn't waste any words and directly took out a sharp dagger. He looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on a stone. With a slight wave, the stone immediately split into two. The cut surface is very smooth. This shows how sharp the dagger is. Then, Chang Yi casually threw the dagger to one of his men. Seeing this, the subordinate immediately rushed forward and stabbed Chang Yi fiercely. Chang Yi did not dodge and let the dagger stab him. His clothes were easily torn. But when it touched the other person's skin, there was a clanging sound of metal clashing against each other. Click! A crisp sound of breaking was heard suddenly. The dagger just broke. Chang Yi picked up the broken dagger, and with a slight twist, the dagger instantly turned into a blade. Chang Yi threw out a blade casually. There is a big tree not far from the center. The trunk of the big tree was pierced in an instant. The blade's power remained undiminished, and eventually, it sank into the wall of the hospital. When Zhang Yuan saw this, his eyes popped out. At this time, Wang Cheng introduced, Mr. Jiang, this Chang Yi is a retired Special Forces soldier. In his early years, he had some adventures and made friends with a powerful bodybuilding master, from whom he learned a set of horizontal training kung fu. If he had not been forced to retire because he was worried about his mother back home, he would probably have made a name for himself in the army. A few years ago, his mother suddenly fell ill and I saved her. So, he followed me. This person is absolutely trustworthy. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. I was very happy.
After all, he had long heard that there were powerful masters of ancient martial arts in this world.
However, before this, Zhang Yuan always thought it was just a rumor. But it seems now the rumors are true. The Chinese in front of him is a master of ancient martial arts.
He felt envious.
How great it would be if I could have this ability. Think of this.
Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Changdao. Young Master Wang, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish.
I think how about this, let Changyi teach me some skills.
I don't ask for extraordinary strength, I just ask for the ability to protect myself when encountering danger.
Wang Chang burst out laughing. He glanced at Cheng Yi, feeling bitter.
After all, after knowing Cheng Yi's abilities, Wang Chang also had the idea of asking him to teach him. Unfortunately, Cheng Yi concluded that he did not have the talent in this area. Although, later on, under Wang Chang's constant persuasion, Cheng Yi did teach him. But unfortunately, he didn't even learn the basics.
Eventually you have no choice but to give up.
Of course, Wang Chang only dared to think about these in his mind.
He didn't dare tell the truth. But Cheng Yi is an honest man.
He stepped forward and said, Mr. Jiang, I want to become a master of ancient martial arts.
It requires hard work and talent. If you don't mind, I can test it for you.
After saying that, Cheng Yi immediately asked Zhang Yuan to stretch out his left hand.
When two people come into contact with each other, Zhang Yuan instantly felt a warm breath spreading along his wrist and throughout his body. After circulating for a while, the breath finally flowed into Zhang Yuan's lower abdomen.
Cheng Yi immediately withdrew his hand, his face full of astonishment.
Mr. Jiang, have you ever practiced any mental skills related to ancient martial arts? Cheng Yi asked, the surprise on his face was obvious.
Chapter 38 The mysterious jade pendant is obtained, going to the martial arts hall, being targeted.
Zhang Yuan was a little confused when asked this by the other party.
But soon, Zhang Yuan thought of something. That is, in the first year after I traveled through time, I had a fever every few days. He went to the hospital for a checkup, but no cause was found. In desperation, Zhang Yuan could only blame himself for being a time traveler and therefore not fitting perfectly with this body.
Later, Zhang Yuan accidentally met an old Chinese doctor who was traveling.
After taking my pulse, the old Chinese doctor said that I had a connection with him and gave me a book for free. The book was very worn out and was filled with pictures. The old Chinese doctor told him to practice according to the book's contents every day and his illness would naturally be cured. The miraculous thing is that after I practiced according to the picture, I hardly got sick in the following few years.
Not only that, Zhang Yuan is also stronger than ordinary people.
So, he would practice whenever he had time. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan told him everything that he had experienced.
Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Cheng Yi was shocked. He asked repeatedly, is that old Chinese doctor blind in one eye? Moreover, there is a red birthmark between the eyebrows?
Seeing Zhang Yuan nod, Cheng Yi's originally serious face suddenly revealed a hint of surprise.
So, the person I'm looking for is you? Cheng Yi laughed. Zhang Yuan was a little confused.
At this time, Cheng Yi didn't waste any words and immediately told his experience.
Turn out to be.
Cheng Yi at the beginning also had a similar experience as Zhang Yuan. He learned all these skills from the old Chinese medicine doctor.
It took me 3 years to study.
At this point, Cheng Yi sighed and said, however, my talent is limited, my master only taught me horizontal training kung fu, and everything else was left for me to figure out. By the way, before leaving, the master left me a jade pendant. He said that he would accept another disciple in the future, and if he could find the disciple, he would give the jade pendant to him.
If you can't find it, let me handle it myself.
Having said that, Cheng Yi took out a jade pendant.
Zhang Yuan was secretly surprised.
Judging from Cheng Yi's experience, he knew the old Chinese doctor long before himself. But the other party had arranged everything in advance. It was as if it was arranged by fate.
This is a bit weird.
And just as Zhang Yuan was thinking,
Cheng Yi directly handed the jade pendant to Zhang Yuan. Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I have been looking for you everywhere over the years. Unfortunately, the search has been fruitless.
I even had the idea of taking this jade pendant for myself. But unfortunately, I have never figured out what secrets are hidden in this jade pendant. Now, by chance, I met you, so this jade pendant now belongs to you.
Zhang Yuan hesitated. Finally he took the jade pendant. This is a jade pendant that looks very ordinary. It's the kind that you can get at a roadside stall for just over $10. But if you look closely, you can find that there are densely packed grooves on the surface of the jade pendant. However, those grooves looked like ghost drawings, and their contents were completely unknown. And at this time, John Yuan suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this jade talisman requires a blood sacrifice? After all, that's how it's written in fantasy novels. As he spoke, John Yuan bit his fingertip and a drop of blood fell on it. However, but nothing changed. What's going on? John Yuan was a little confused. However, John Yuan's intuition told him that there must be something else behind this jade pendant. Perhaps the time has not come yet. After thinking about it, John Yuan could only put the jade pendant carefully into his pocket. And at this time, Wang Cheng smiled and said, "It seems that Mr. Jiang has a connection with martial arts. I am so envious." As he said that, he glanced at Chun Yi and said, "However, I heard from Chun Yi that martial arts cannot be successfully practiced overnight. Therefore, before Mr. Jiang becomes a martial arts master, let Chun Yi protect you. By the way, shall I teach you martial arts?" John Yuan naturally had no objection to this. Wang Cheng took the remaining people away. On the other hand, Chun Yi became John Yuan's personal bodyguard and martial arts instructor. John Yuan is an impatient person. So, after arranging things at the hospital, he immediately took Chun Yi to find Wang Yongjin and the other two. Third brother, this is. The three were obviously very curious about Chang Yi's sudden appearance. And when he learned that the other party was the legendary martial arts master, he immediately felt admiration for him. And when they learned that Zhang Yuan actually had a talent for martial arts, the three of them were even more shocked. Third brother, you actually had such an adventure? Could it be that you are the chosen one in the legend? Wang Yongjin exclaimed. The same is true for Zhu Qingqing and Wu Zixue. After all, in the past few years, Zhang Yuan would sit cross-legged in the dormitory whenever he had time, and do some strange movements, calling it cultivation. Naturally, they don't care about this. I even felt that Zhang Yuan had gone crazy from writing novels. Of course, Zhang Yuan also told them that his physical fitness had improved after practicing, but they didn't take it seriously. Later, Zhang Yuan tried his best to persuade them to try practicing. Unfortunately, they tried, but made no progress at all. In the end, Zhang Yuan was left to fend for himself. But who could have thought? After several years of persistence, Zhang Yuan actually awakened his talent in martial arts. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at Chun Yi and said, "Brother Yi, look at the three of us brothers, do you have any talent in this area?" Chun Yi glanced at Zhang Yuan. After seeing the other party agreed, he began to take the pulse of the three people one by one. Finally he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, you don't have the talent for martial arts." Although the three of them were disappointed, they quickly regained their composure. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Yuan was still full of envy. "All right. There's nothing wrong at the hospital. You can either go back to school or go to the company and see if there is any help needed. As for me, I have to find a quiet place and let Chun Yi start to teach me how to practice." Naturally, the three of them had no objection to this. Half an hour later, in the city center, in front of a martial arts school called Huwei. "Mr. Jiang, this is my base camp. This boxing gym was invested by Mr. Wang. Over the years, I have earned some income from this boxing gym, which is enough to support me and my mother." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "Although I haven't entered yet, I can hear the sounds of training coming from inside." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little curious. Logically speaking, your boxing gym should be quite large, but why is it that I have hardly met any masters in this field in Sioux City? Chun Yi hurriedly explained, "It's like this, my boxing gym does not accept external disciples. Basically, Mr. Wang Cheng arranges people to come in, and once they have achieved some success, they will be assigned protection work. Most of the bodyguards around young Master Wang Cheng came from my martial arts school. As for those who have a little talent, they were introduced by young Master Wang Cheng to serve as bodyguards for billionaires worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions." Zhang Yuan suddenly realized. I felt that Wang Cheng had some talent for business. Soon, Chun Yi knocked on the door of the martial arts gym. An apprentice immediately opened the door. "Master, you are finally back." Without waiting for Chun Yi to speak, the apprentice kept saying, "The old lady should be taking her medicine by now. But she got angry and said she wouldn't take the medicine unless you came back." we really had no choice. Chang Yi couldn't help but become anxious. He glanced at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Go and take care of the old lady first." I followed the young man and went in to take a look, just as if it were a tour. Chang Yi immediately instructed the apprentice to entertain Zhang Yuan well, and then he was the first to enter. Under the guidance of the apprentice, Zhang Yuan entered the compound. Sure enough, I saw a group of people practicing boxing there. They are tall, strong, and powerful, and their moves are decisive and full of momentum. Those ordinary military boxing moves seemed quite powerful. Zhang Yuan immediately looked very interested. I immediately watched from the side. But as they were fighting, the apprentice beside him said embarrassedly, "Mr. Jiang, I'm going to the bathroom first, you go on." After saying this, he immediately left, holding his stomach. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't care about this. He simply sat aside and watched patiently. But I kept watching. At this time, a figure walked over. "Hello, new here? Why are you just watching the fun from the sidelines instead of practicing boxing with others?" Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked. Then he noticed a tall girl with pretty features wearing training clothes, staring at him. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to explain, the girl immediately said, "Go, get up and practice your skills quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "I'm new here and don't know the rules here." When the girl heard this, she said oh and didn't say anything more. But at this moment, a tall figure walked over. "Wei Yu, what is going on here?" the man asked. Chang Wei Yu looked up at the other person and said lightly, "It's nothing, and even if there is, it's none of your business." After saying that, Chang Wei Yu was about to leave. The man seemed to feel that he was insulted. But he couldn't lose his temper in front of Chang Wei Yu. So he stared at Zhang Yuan coldly and said, "You, stand up." As these words fell, the group of apprentices who were practicing martial arts around stopped their training and walked over here. "Big brother, what's wrong?" They were all curious. The man smiled coldly, then looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "This newcomer doesn't seem to follow the rules." Those guys understood immediately, and immediately rubbed their hands and walked towards Zhang Yuan. Chapter 39, Challenge the Boxing Gym's Senior Brother? Is Zhang Yuan looking for death? A sudden scene. This left Zhang Yuan speechless. He naturally knew that the reason why the so-called senior brother in front of him treated him like this was because Chang Wei Yu was quite close to him. The other party is jealous. That's why I deliberately find fault. This is trouble. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. At this moment, those apprentices had surrounded him tightly. Judging from the situation, I'm afraid I'm going to be severely beaten. And just when Zhang Yuan was worried, Chang Wei Yu immediately stepped forward, glared at the man and said, "Zhang Chuanfeng, are you done yet? He's just a newcomer. You brought so many people to teach him a lesson? Are you planning on beating someone to death? Do you like to bully the minority with your numbers?" In Zhang Chuanfeng's view, what Chang Wei Yu said was just speaking up for the other party. Zhang Chuanfeng gnashed his teeth in anger. But there was no rebuttal. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yuan coldly and said, "Boy, do you only know how to hide behind women?" Zhang Yuan was speechless. But he couldn't bear to see the other person's face. He immediately said playfully, "You must like this girl, right? Look, she just took the initiative to talk to me. So you're jealous? Then, are you planning to show off and make your presence felt in front of me?" Zhang Yuan pointed it out to him in person. Zhang Chuanfeng was obviously embarrassed. He immediately said angrily, "Boy, let me ask you, do you like hiding behind women?" Zhang Yuan did not refute the other party. Instead, he was thinking about how to solve the current troubles. He naturally knew that the best way for him at the moment was to find Chang Yi to support him. By then, Zhang Chuanfeng will definitely be in trouble. But soon, Zhang Yuan gave up this idea. It was because, when Zhang Yuan was watching those guys practicing martial arts just now, he somehow could easily remember their moves. Not only that, he also discovered that he could actually simulate the scene of fighting with them in his mind. No way. Is this the benefit brought by having a strong talent in martial arts? Think of this. Zhang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He just ignored Zhang Chuanfeng. Instead, he came straight to Chang Wei Yu. "This lady. I felt inexplicably targeted. The reason is that your suitor is jealous. So, should you be responsible for this matter?" Chang Wei-yu nodded quickly and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Am I not responsible for this matter now? Otherwise, these guys would have taught you a lesson long ago?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, then help me do something." Chang Wei-yu asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Jiang Yuan said seriously, "I'm new here and haven't started learning boxing yet. So, now, teach me some ways to save my life. Help me solve the trouble I am facing. Otherwise, I would just be like a sandbag and let these guys beat me up." "What the hell?" Chang Wei-yu was confused and thought she had heard it wrong. On the other side, Zhang Chuanfeng and others were looking at each other in bewilderment. Then, a burst of laughter suddenly came. "Boy, do you want to make us laugh to death? Are you thinking of cramming at the last minute to avoid getting beaten? What do you think of the apprentices in our boxing gym?" Zhang Chuanfeng said sarcastically. The rest of the apprentices also echoed. "No wonder people are like this. You know, Zhang Chuanfeng is the most senior apprentice among those still in the boxing gym. He learned boxing from Chang Yi for 3 years. I get up early and work late every day, sweating profusely. Extremely difficult. The same is true for the rest of the apprentices. Of course, they work so hard so that they can be favored by employers and get high salaries after they graduate. But the source of the river in front of me. But I have to cram at the last minute and learn a few tricks. What does this kid think of them?" Here, everyone kept making sarcastic remarks to Jiang Yuan. On the other side, the apprentice who was responsible for receiving Jiang Yuan had already returned from the toilet. Seeing Jiang Yuan was surrounded, he immediately went to find Chang Yi. "Master, no, it's bad. Mr. Jiang Yuan has been surrounded by the senior brothers." The apprentice reported the truth. Chang Yi's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He immediately comforted his mother and went out. He had intended to go and put a stop to this farce. But at this time, Jiang Yuan's indifferent voice came from the crowd. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to speak. Let me ask you one question: who is willing to teach me a trick? So that I can avoid getting beaten?" These words fell. Zhang Chuanfeng said coldly, "Good boy, you have guts. Okay, now I will teach you the thunder fist that my master learned himself. I'll give you half an hour to memorize the moves. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Don't accuse me of bullying you. In half an hour, I will send the disciple with the youngest school age among us to fight you. If you win, everything that happened before will not matter. If you lose, you get out of our gym." Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "Okay, deal." Hearing this, Chang Yi couldn't help but smile knowingly. The apprentice next to him, however, became a little worried. "Master, what tricks is this Mr. Jiang playing? He wants to learn the thunder fist in just half an hour? Are you kidding me?" It's no wonder that the apprentice has such thoughts. After all, the thunder fist is a style of boxing created by Chang Yi, known for its swiftness, dominance, and strength. Very powerful. And the entire boxing gym. Only the eldest senior brother Zhang Chuanfeng learned this set of boxing techniques. Moreover, I only learned the basics. In fact, among those brothers who had just left the sect, there were no more than 10 who had learned this set of boxing techniques. How could Jiang Yuan learn it and put it into use in half an hour? It's complete bullshit. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible. But if it were Mr. Jiang, maybe he could really do it. Chang Yi said confidently. I feel a little bit of anticipation in my heart. After all, Chang Yi's master, the mysterious old Chinese doctor, has superb skills. Since he was able to choose Jiang Yuan, it naturally represents the other party's talent. Maybe he can really learn it. With such thoughts in mind, Chang Yi simply pulled the apprentice and hid in a corner to watch the show. And the other side, Zhang Chuanfeng had already made many apprentices retreat, so he had room to display his skills. Watch this, boy. The thunder fist is all-encompassing and has a total of 10 styles. However, I have only learned the first 3 moves so far. Open your eyes and see clearly. After saying that, Zhang Chuanfeng began to take action. Whoosh! He moved as fast as the wind, with great force and power. His fists were whistling, and the sound of sonic booms could be faintly heard. His speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and there was a strange rhythm in the air. His punches were as powerful as an antelope's horns. Not long. The first 3 moves have been completed.
There was a burst of cheers all around.
Zhang Chuanfeng came to Jiang Yuan and said, "Boy, you definitely didn't learn the moves I just used? How about I show you again?" Jiang Yuan didn't answer.
Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the scene of 2 villains fighting kept appearing.
In this way, 5 minutes later,
he suddenly opened his eyes. Then he looked at Zhang Chuanfeng and said with a smile, "I have almost learned the first 3 moves of this Thunder Fist.
Moreover, I also figured out a move to dismantle the Thunder Fist. How about you practice with me? Don't worry, I won't beat you too badly." What? Zhang Chuanfeng was stunned. And there are many apprentices around. I am also extremely angry at this moment. Even Chang Weiyu. Everyone felt that Jiang Yuan was a little too arrogant. Of course, he doesn't like Zhang Chuanfeng. But the other party's talent in martial arts is indeed very strong. Jiang Yuan dared to openly provoke the other party. This. Are you simply looking for death? Chapter 40. Are you worried about Jiang Yuan?
No, if I don't stop him, Zhang Chuanfeng will be the one to be beaten to death.
Hey, you are too presumptuous, aren't you? This is a boxing gym.
You should admit your mistake quickly and say that you were talking nonsense just now.
Otherwise, no one can help you. Chen Weiyu quickly dissuaded him.
But Jiang Yuan ignored the other party's meaning and looked at Zhang Chuanfeng with a deep expression. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chuanfeng immediately said angrily, "Good boy, today, I must teach you a lesson.
You'd better take the beating. It would be your bad luck if I beat you to death."
After saying that, Zhang Chuanfeng walked straight towards a ring not far away. The other apprentices saw this and showed amusement on their faces.
Obviously, Jiang Yuan's behavior was too outrageous. They must see each other get humiliated. Otherwise, how could I swallow this anger? Think of this. Everyone came to the ring and started to make a noise. Wait until Jiang Yuan gets on the stage. Beat him to death.
Such an arrogant and domineering person must never be forgiven.
Come on, big brother. Sounds came one after another.
As for Chang Weiyu, she looked worried at this moment.
Although, Jiang Yuan was a bit arrogant.
But the other party is a new apprentice in the boxing gym after all.
No, I have to go find my brother.
I can't just watch him get beaten to death or maimed.
Leave this aside. Chang Weiyu immediately turned around and left.
But after running a few steps, he saw Cheng Yi standing not far away, with a look of watching the fun on his face.
"Brother, you saw it all, why didn't you stop it?" Chang Weiyu said anxiously.
The newcomer was targeted by Zhang Chuanfeng. If you are not careful, getting beaten is a small matter, but if someone is beaten to death or disabled, it will be a big problem.
Don't just stand there, take action quickly. In response, Cheng Yi just smiled. Don't worry. Mr. Jiang will definitely be fine. If you want to worry, you should worry about Zhang Chuanfeng, right? Seeing Chang Weiyu was about to speak, Cheng Yi said repeatedly, "Okay, you don't have to say more. If something uncontrollable really happens, I will take action in time to stop it. As for now, just stand aside and watch the show." Although Chang Weiyu was worried about Jiang Yuan. But when I heard my elder brother's assurance, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. And the other side. Zhang Chuanfeng on the ring looked at Jiang Yuan with a grim smile on his face. "Boy, it's not too late to admit defeat now, otherwise." Jiang Yuan interrupted the other party. "Why, you're such a long-winded apprentice from the boxing gym. Are you fighting with your mouth?" Zhang Chuanfeng was speechless. After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He immediately rushed out at an extremely fast speed. This punch was so powerful that it was several times more powerful than the one just demonstrated. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast, leaving after images continuously falling, and the fist tip rubbed against the air, making bursts of low sonic booms. His attack was fierce, and each move was aimed directly at Jiang Yuan's vital points. A hint of ferocity flashed across Zhang Chuanfeng's eyes. He felt that the first move of the Thunder Fist was enough to give Jiang Yuan a hard time. However, the weird thing is, faced with these attacks, Jiang Yuan was able to dodge them narrowly every time. Such an attack failed to hurt Jiang Yuan at all. What? Zhang Chuanfeng looked stunned. You know, he has been practicing the Thunder Fist for 2 years. With the first 3 moves, he is invincible among these apprentices.
Last month, in order to hone his moves, he went straight to the top 20 apprentices in the boxing gym and asked them to attack together. As a result, those guys got a good beating. But the result? In a one-on-one duel, Zhang Yuan was able to dodge his attacks with ease. See here. The apprentices around the arena all looked stunned at this moment. But then, they all shouted, "Big brother, don't let him. Where is your dignity? Hurry up and use all your strength to defeat the enemy in one move, and let him know what it means that disaster comes from the mouth." Zhang Xuanfeng felt so miserable. You know, he gave it his all from the very beginning. What's the point of holding back? But he obviously couldn't admit this. He immediately attacked again. And this time, his attack became more fierce. His movements were extremely swift. However, Zhang Yuan was still able to dodge his attacks easily and with ease. Good. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face. He found that he was gradually able to keep up with the other party's pace. It seems that I do have some talent in martial arts. All this should be related to the book I have been practicing in recent years. This trip to the boxing gym was not in vain. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The other side. Zhang Xuanfeng felt somewhat shocked when he saw this. He really didn't understand. Why can this guy easily dodge my attack? It was as if it was a prediction in advance. And in fact, it is true. Although Zhang Xuanfeng's attack was terrifying and as fast as lightning. But in Zhang Yuan's eyes, the opponent's attack seemed to be in slow motion. Therefore, he could dodge easily. Not only that, in the previous confrontation, Zhang Yuan also discovered that his strength was actually slowly increasing. Very magical. Boy, is all you know how to dodge? If you have the guts, fight back? Zhang Xuanfeng was obviously furious. Immediately provoked. He knew that he would never succeed if he just attacked blindly. Only after the other party makes a move can he find the other party's weakness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, as you wish." As these words fell, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed. Then, he quickly rushed to the other person. There was nothing fancy about his punch. It's more like when ordinary people fight, using fists and feet. Seeing this, Zhang Xuanfeng smiled triumphantly. He crossed his arms, trying to block Zhang Yuan's attack. However, just before touching each other, Zhang Yuan quickly changed direction. A left hook landed and hit the opponent's face. Without waiting for Zhang Xuanfeng to recover, Zhang Yuan landed a right hook. Zhang Xuanfeng was hit hard again. Zhang Yuan seemed to be getting excited at this moment. The two fists kept punching out alternately. Zhang Xuanfeng could only retreat step by step. Such a picture. The apprentices around him all looked terrified. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Chang Weiyu, who was not far away, also opened her mouth in surprise. But then, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, do you think this is what they call killing the master with random punches?" This guy's boxing style was completely disorganized, yet it actually made Zhang Xuanfeng retreat step by step. Cheng Yi did not comment. Although Zhang Yuan's attack just now seemed chaotic. But only Cheng Yi could see that every move of Zhang Yuan blocked Zhang Xuanfeng's attack, leaving him no time to counterattack with the Thunder Fist. As expected of a master, his vision is truly sharp. Cheng Yi sighed to himself. Although, Zhang Yuan might not be his opponent at the moment. But if the other party is given enough time to practice, perhaps in time, I will not be able to catch up with him. Cheng Yi got the answer he wanted, and immediately decided not to continue watching the show, and planned to go over and stop this farce. See Cheng Yi stand up. Cheng Weiyu smiled and said, "Brother, it seems that you are worried about the new apprentice?" But Cheng Yi shook his head and said, "You are wrong, I am worried about Zhang Xuanfeng. If he doesn't stop it, he will be the one beaten to death." What? Cheng Weiyu's face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 41. No matter who it is, I will never let them off easily if they seize my land. Zhang Yuan and the other man on the ring had no idea what was happening to Cheng Yi. At this moment, Zhang Xuanfeng felt extremely depressed. Obviously, he never thought that one day he would be so brutally abused by a newcomer. There was no way to resist. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The excitement in my heart is self-evident. I think that's about it. This boring farce should end. Zhang Yuan said to himself. He gathered strength in his palms. I just wanted to take a picture of those mountains.
And at this critical moment. Stop.
A scolding voice suddenly came.
The next moment.
A figure appeared out of nowhere between Zhang Yuan and Zhang Chuanfeng.
Master.
When Zhang Chuanfeng saw Chang Yi appear, he felt relieved.
Because he just felt a terrible murderous aura from Zhang Yuan.
He even felt that if the opponent's palm landed on him, he might become disabled for life. Of course, he didn't dare to say these. Instead, for the sake of face, he shouted loudly, "Master, my competition with this newcomer has not yet ended.
How can you stop it?" Chang Yi glared at the other person. Zhang Chuanfeng didn't dare to talk nonsense for a moment. Seeing this, Chang Yi waved his hand and asked everyone to leave.
As for the discussion just now, everyone should just watch it for fun and are not allowed to talk about it further.
These words fell. Everyone left.
Chang Yi looked at Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, come with me."
Wait until the two of them enter the lounge. The group of apprentices immediately surrounded Zhang Chuanfeng.
Senior brother, don't take what happened just now to heart.
We all know your abilities. You just let that kid.
In our hearts, you are still the most powerful one besides the master. Zhang Chuanfeng didn't listen to a word of these words of comfort. And his gaze was looking towards the place where Zhang Yuan disappeared. The coldness in his eyes was extremely strong. Boy, I want to let this matter today go. If I have the chance, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
After saying this, Zhang Chuanfeng left in a rage. And in the lounge on the other side, Chang Yi personally made tea and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect that you are such a genius.
Zhang Chuanfeng is the most powerful among the current apprentices.
He is also my most promising disciple.
I didn't expect that you could suppress him with your first move."
Chang Yi spoke. Zhang Yuan smiled. "To be honest, I also find it incredible."
As he spoke, Zhang Yuan told what he had just experienced. Although Chang Yi had similar psychological preparation.
But after hearing what Zhang Yuan said, I was still shocked. However, envy is envy. Chang Yi knew that this was Zhang Yuan's unique ability. I can't envy it at all. Some thought.
Chang Yi smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, after this incident, I feel that I have nothing more to teach you." As he said this, he turned and walked to a safe. Opening the safe, he immediately took out 2 books. "Mr. Zhang, these 2 books are about the Thunder Fist and Ghost Shadow Step that I created. Originally, I was thinking of giving them to you after you have enough basics. Now it seems that we don't have to wait that long. And with your current strength, you will have almost no problem facing some petty thieves." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate and started flipping through the books. As Zhang Yuan finished watching the Thunder Fist, he immediately closed his eyes. A little man suddenly appeared in my mind. The villain continued to perform. Although the speed was not slow, Zhang Yuan had memorized all of it. Then, Zhang Yuan looked at the Ghost Shadow Step again. With his eyes closed, the little man began to practice automatically again. A thorough understanding. Zhang Yuan returned the 2 books to the other party. This made Chang Yi a little confused. "Mr. Zhang, are you not interested in practicing from these 2 books of mine?" Chang Yi asked. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Chang, you misunderstood. I have taken note of the contents of these 2 books." "What?" Chang Yi's face was full of disbelief. But Zhang Yuan didn't waste any words. "Practice quickly." At the beginning, Zhang Yuan was still a little unskilled, so his performance was slow. But as he gradually got into the state, his moves became swift and powerful. Although, the true power of Thunder Fist and Ghost Shadow Step cannot be brought out yet. But such speed still shocked Chang Yi. He couldn't help but clap his hands. High praise for Zhang Yuan. Chang Yi was obviously in a very good mood at this moment. He immediately wanted to hold a banquet to entertain Zhang Yuan. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Shin Changlin who called. "Boss Shin, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. Shin Changlin on the other end of the phone did not mean to joke, but said in a serious tone, "Xiao Zhang, something big has happened. We may not be able to build our holiday villa." "What?" Zhang Yuan frowned. He asked immediately. And Shin Changlin did not hide it. "Just say everything directly." Ever since Shin Changlin received investment from Jiang Yuan, he began to arrange to buy a piece of land and start construction as soon as possible. Originally, all the procedures had been completed.
Next, all you have to do is bid for the land.
All this should have gone smoothly.
But who could have thought that something unexpected would happen? Shin Changlin has already successfully won the bid for the land. The money has been paid. Result:
when he took the designer to conduct on-site survey and planned to start designing, a group of people directly occupied the place. Shin Changlin originally planned to argue with him.
The other party directly sent people to fight.
Not only that, the leader even asked Shin Changlin to transfer the land to him.
And it was at a low price of 50 million. What? Is there such a thing? Isn't this seizure? Jiang Yuan's eyes were deep. Shin Changlin on the other end of the phone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who said it wasn't? But we can't afford to offend that group of people. It's because those guys are from the capital, and they are descendants of the Wang family. We can't afford to offend them. Jiang Yuan said indifferently, Wang family? Could it be the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Beijing?
Shin Changlin smiled bitterly, obviously agreeing.
Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. I'm going over there now. Just wait for me. Hang up the phone.
Jiang Yuan was about to leave. Seeing this, Chang Yi immediately stopped him.
Mr. Jiang, please be patient. That's the Wang family.
If we confront them head-on, we'll be in big trouble. After all, that is the Wang family, one of the 4 major families. They have hundreds of years of foundation and are extremely powerful. I'm afraid even the richest man in the provincial capital, Tianrenbing, would have to be polite when he sees them.
You. Jiang Yuan smiled indifferently. I know everything you said.
But this is not a reason for them to cover up everything.
They are occupying my land and they think they are right? After saying that, Jiang Yuan stood up and left.
Mr. Jiang, please wait,
Chang Yi called out to Jiang Yuan.
Jiang Yuan glanced at the other person and said calmly, Mr. Chang, don't worry, I won't implicate you, you don't have to go over there.
Unexpectedly, Chang Yi kept saying, how can that be possible? I have been asked by Mr. Wang Cheng to protect your safety. How could I let you face danger alone? I'll go with you. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, okay, let's go and take a look. Chapter 42. If you don't understand the truth, I also know a little bit of boxing.
When Jiang Yuan brought Cheng Yi to the city center, to a club called Night. It was already half an hour later. After waiting for a while, I saw Shin Changlin and Shin Shenyu rushing over. Also accompanying them were the 3 brothers Wang Yongjin.
Why are you 3 here? Jiang Yuan asked.
Wang Yongjin said indignantly, third brother, how can we just stand by and watch such a big thing? Although, this time, we met a tough opponent, let alone the members of the 4 major families in Beijing, even if they are the richest man in the world, we have to compete with them.
Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yuan smiled and came to Shin Changlin. He pointed to the club in front of him which had not yet opened and said, Boss Shin, are you sure that the Wang family member is here? Seeing Shin Changlin nod, Jiang Yuan wanted to go in.
But at this moment, several luxury cars were driving towards this side at a rapid speed.
The car stopped and more than a dozen figures got out. It was Tian Feng and Wang Chang.
Jiang Yuan was also a little surprised by the appearance of these 2 people.
After all,
this time, his opponent is the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Beijing.
This family's assets are counted in trillions, and its influence is complex and intertwined.
He didn't expect that Tian Feng and Wang Chang would dare to get involved.
Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look at the 2 of them with a new respect. You 2 are? Jiang Yuan asked even though he knew the answer.
Wang Cheng said seriously, Mr. Jiang, if you are in trouble, we will definitely come over.
Tian Feng even agreed, we already know about this matter.
It was the Wang family in Beijing who was being aggressive.
We will definitely support you, Mr. Jiang. Good. Jiang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. But then he remembered something and asked repeatedly, I wonder if you told your family when you came.
Wang Chang and Tian Feng looked at each other. In the end, Tian Feng told the truth.
Mr. Jiang, to be honest, at first my father didn't agree to me coming here. After all, the 4 major families in the capital are not to be provoked.
But, eventually, my father changed his mind. After all, China is a place where reason prevails. No matter how strong our foundation is, we cannot bully others by taking advantage of our power.
Moreover, if they can bully you today, then in the future, can they bully us in our Tian family?
If we back down this time, others will surely stand by and watch us being bullied in the future, only trying to protect themselves.
Zhang Yuan smiled. No comment was made on this. Come on, let us go in. Tianfeng waved his hand and said.
But soon, Zhang Yuan stopped it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time, we will focus on talking about reason.
Therefore, there is no need to mobilize a large force. So, have all the bodyguards and helpers you brought wait outside.
We can just go in.
In response to this, Wang Chang, Tianfeng and Shen Changlin all looked worried. Boss, trying to reason with those guys is like talking to a wall. Tianfeng said in a serious tone. I think we should just get started?
Wang Cheng quickly agreed, yes, the bodyguards around me and Brother Tian were all trained by Chang Yi. With them here, there will be absolutely no problem. Zhang Yuan found it a little funny to see the two of them like this. He thought they were both very calm. I didn't expect that he was more aggressive than me. Young and energetic. You two, just listen to me. Of course, if the logic doesn't make sense, then it's not too late for us to take action. To this. Although the two didn't know what Zhang Yuan intended to do.
But in the end, he nodded.
Soon.
The bodyguards were waiting outside. Shen Changlin, Shen Xianyu, Wang Chang, Tianfeng, Chen Yi, and Wang Yongjin followed him into the club. Zhang Yuan was about to knock on the door. At this time, the door opened automatically.
Then, densely packed figures appeared. Are you Zhang Yuan? The leader asked with a cold face. See, Zhang Yuan nodded. The man said, my young master has been waiting for a long time. Come in with me.
After saying that, those guys immediately led the way.
Zhang Yuan looked at their backs and couldn't help but look solemn.
Chang Yi, who was standing aside, obviously also noticed something.
He immediately came to Zhang Yuan and reminded him in a low voice. Mr. Jiang, these guys don't seem to be simple. They have a strong aura.
I think they should all be martial arts masters. Especially the person who spoke just now. I feel that I am no match for him.
I feel that the situation this time may not be good. Zhang Yuan nodded. Then he said, Mr. Chang, what you said is not complete.
Compared with the masters in this club, these people in front of them are nothing.
What's the meaning? Chang Yi was a little confused.
But the next moment, he sensed it carefully. Then he discovered that there was a very terrifying aura in this club. Although that aura was obscure, it gave people a shocking feeling.
Could it be that he is a martial arts master? Chang Yi began to get scared.
After all, martial arts masters are also divided into different levels.
Martial artist. Warrior. Martial arts master. There are even more powerful ones behind.
The so-called martial arts apprentice is someone who has just entered the martial arts world. Although he could condense his true qi, he could not use it at will. His disciples, even Zhang Chuanfeng, were only at the martial arts level. A warrior's dantian can condense true qi, which can be mobilized at will and can also be used to amplify one's own strength.
It is very powerful and has the ability to defeat 100 enemies alone.
As for the martial arts master, Chang Yi had never met one, but he had heard that such a being could release internal energy externally and could kill opponents even if they were several meters or even dozens of meters away. His power was unfathomable. Mr. Jiang, if he really is a martial arts master, then we are in trouble.
Let alone us, even if we brought 10 times more bodyguards, I'm afraid.
At this moment, Chang Yi felt like retreating.
After all, he is a martial arts master. Can kill people without being seen. But Zhang Yuan said, I'm here anyway. I don't want to leave like this. After all, that holiday villa is my second investment in my life. I am very optimistic about its prospects. If I back down now, who will take me seriously in the future? Besides, isn't he just a martial arts master?
What's so scary? If you dare to jump in front of me, I will kill you.
What? Chang Yi was stunned. I felt that Zhang Yuan was exaggerating. But what Chang Yi didn't know was that Zhang Yuan acted like this because he was completely fearless. Because, ever since he put on the mysterious jade pendant given by Chang Yi, Zhang Yuan discovered that the jade pendant was actually connected to his own aura. I am absorbing the energy in the jade pendant all the time. At this moment, the true energy in his dantian was extremely full.
Not only that, his physical and mental strength has also improved significantly.
That's why.
Only then could I realize that there was a martial arts master in this club.
5 minutes later, Zhang Yuan finally entered the top floor of this club. Just entering the living room,
a figure slowly walked over. It was the protagonist of this incident, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Hai.
"Boy, are you Zhang Yuan?" Wang Hai asked directly. See Zhang Yuan nod.
Wang Hai laughed wildly. "Boy, I have to say, you are very brave.
You come to see me with only a few people."
Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "We are just here for negotiations, there is no need to mobilize a large force."
Wang Hai said proudly, "But what if I refuse to negotiate?
Or, what if I refuse to listen to your long speech?"
Zhang Yuan spread his hands helplessly. "If you don't understand the principle, I know a little bit about martial arts." "What?" Wang Hai's face turned grim.
His bodyguards quickly stepped forward.
Surround Zhang Yuan and his group. The atmosphere suddenly became tense.
Chapter 43. Zhang Yuan is silent, but once he does, he will be a surprise and kill instantly.
Good boy, you have guts.
Wang Hai had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Zhang Yuan.
Xin Changlin, Wang Yongjin and others were also a little anxious at this moment. But they didn't say much. After all, if you put yourself in their shoes, you will definitely do the same if this happened to them.
Boy, just be humble, admit your mistake, and sign this agreement.
I won't make things difficult for you. Wang Hai spoke slowly. He had to.
After all, his purpose this time was to acquire the land at a low price.
He didn't want to cause any loss of life.
He felt that Zhang Yuan did this because he was trying to act tough.
Or, it's for face. If you give the other party a way out, maybe this thing can be done.
While Wang Hai was thinking, his men had already come to Zhang Yuan with a transfer agreement.
What a pity. Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to look at it and tore it to pieces. Asshole. Wang Hai was furious.
At this moment, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Come on, clear the area. Except for this guy, get everyone else out."
The group of men were about to chase them away. But at this time, Wang Yongjin and 3 others stepped forward first. Wang Hai, right? Do you think you are the king or something?
A person who takes advantage of others' power.
If you have the ability, let's fight in private. What kind of ability is it to bully us by relying on your numbers? Wang Yongjin spoke first.
That is, China is a place where the rule of law is upheld.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself for playing such a trick? If you don't know, you might think that the Wang family has no money. You want to buy that piece of land for 50 million? Where does billion come from? Wu Zixue also echoed.
That is, if you have the guts, just kill us all.
Also, if you don't kill us, we brothers will go against your Wang family.
The 3 brothers Wang Yongjin have expressed their opinions. Xin Xianyu also stepped forward immediately and began to show off her power.
Wang Hai was a little dumbfounded.
Everything that happened before his eyes was completely beyond his expectations.
He thought that Zhang Yuan and others would be extremely terrified after knowing his identity. He even didn't have to spend the 50 million yuan. He could just get the land for the holiday villa for free. But the result? The young people in front of me didn't buy it at all. However, Wang Hai is also a smart man. He immediately directed his attack on Xin Changlin, Wang Chang and Tian Feng. 3. These young people have no idea how terrible our Wang family is. But you should understand, right? You should understand that if you offend me, you may not have a place to stand in the whole of China. Even the richest man in the provincial capital is like this. However, facing Wang Hai's threat, the 3 of them remained calm. And Tian Feng shut Wang Hai up with just a few words. Mr. Wang, we naturally know the methods of the Wang family. That is why we must fight for our rights. Now, you are only targeting Mr. Jiang. If you get a taste of success from this compromise, then in the future, if you deal with our Tian family and want to seize our assets, will we have no choice but to send you off with a smile? Wang Hai was speechless. In the end, he could only say with a gloomy face, "It seems that you are planning to share the joys and sorrows with this Zhang Yuan? Okay then, I'll help you." I have given you the last chance. But you don't cherish it, so I can only let you know the consequences of offending me." These words fell.
Wang Hai waved his hand. The bodyguards he brought with him immediately rushed forward.
A chaotic battle seemed to have begun. However,
at this moment, Chang Yi, who had been silent, stepped forward.
"Mr. Wang, if you want to fight, I will accompany you."
As he spoke, he released his own powerful aura.
"Wow, I didn't realize there's a martial arts master among you?" Wang Hai said in amazement. Wang Hai looked around. Finally, he looked at the bodyguard in the lead. "Xue Ping, can you handle this kid?"
Xue Ping stepped forward confidently and said, "Mr. Wang, please come in." Having said that, Xue Ping and Shan Yi immediately looked at each other, arguing with each other.
"See here." Everyone immediately stepped back subconsciously, leaving enough space for the two. Xue Ping and Chang Yi didn't have any extra communication. They were ready to go, and then they rushed towards each other fiercely. The terrifying fluctuations instantly spread throughout the club.
In response to this, Shen Changlin and others became worried.
Only Jiang Yuan had a calm expression.
Although Chang Yi said before that Xue Ping was on par with him. But Jiang Yuan could sense that Xue Ping was just a half-baked person.
It's because Xue Ping's aura is not much inferior to Chang Yi's. But the opponent's true energy is just on the surface. To put it bluntly, you haven't mastered your skills yet. And the fact was just as Jiang Yuan expected. Xue Ping's Eagle Claw skill, when facing Chang Yi's Thunder Fist and Ghost Shadow Step, was able to use its tricky and vicious attacks to force Chang Yi to dodge at the beginning. But after Chang Yi figured out the other party's tactics, he quickly turned the passive situation into the active one. Finally, he found the opponent's weakness and knocked him down with one punch. Puff. Xue Ping vomited blood and his face turned pale as paper. "What?" "See the ending in front of you." Wang Hai's face was full of surprise and confusion. The rest of the bodyguards looked at each other in bewilderment. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I brought shame upon you."
Xue Ping came in front of Wang Hai, feeling a little guilty.
Pop.
Wang Hai slapped him with his backhand. But Xue Ping didn't dare to fight back.
However, Wang Hai only stopped there. He turned around and glared at Chang Yi and said, "Everyone else listen, come at me together. Whoever can capture that guy will be rewarded with 500,000. When they heard there was a bonus, the other bodyguards became excited. And Chang Yi suddenly felt overwhelmed. After all, if it was a one-on-one fight, he could easily handle it. But if I fight one against many, perhaps my chances of winning are slim. The other bodyguards are not as good as Xue Ping. If we can act together. I have no time to deal with it. But at this moment, I obviously cannot admit defeat." Just when Chang Yi was about to grit his teeth and fight to the death, Jiang Yuan's indifferent voice suddenly came. "Chang Yi, please step back. You won the first round of battle just now. Next, leave it to me." "What?" These words fell. Chang Yi was stunned.
Wang Yongjin, Shen Changlin, Shen Xinyu, Wang Chang, Tianfeng and others also looked at each other in bewilderment. Just because they had heard about Chang Yi's strength before. But even Chang Yi did not dare to be careless when facing so many people besieging him. "Jiang Yuan, where does he get the confidence to dare to do this?" "Mr. Jiang, this." Chang Yi wanted to dissuade him. He admitted that Jiang Yuan's talent in martial arts was far greater than his. But after all, the other party had not undergone any systematic training. How could he solve the current crisis by himself? "Third brother, you can't be impulsive." Wang Yongjin spoke. Shen Xianyu also dissuaded him, "Boss, stop messing around, how could you possibly?" But Jiang Yuan just waved his hand. And the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot for no reason. Then, after images kept appearing. Faintly, you can hear the sound of thunder. This strange phenomenon only lasted for a moment. Jiang Yuan returned to his original place. However, those bodyguards who were originally arrogant fell to the ground in a mess. They all foamed at the mouth and fainted. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 44, The Martial Arts Master's Full Strength Attack? That's it? Right now. The hall of this club was completely silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Yuan with disbelief. Oh my god. When did the third brother become so powerful? Yes, during the day, the third brother was almost kidnapped because of Mr. Chang and was almost imprisoned.
If he hadn't responded quickly, he would have been injured. But after not seeing him for half a day, he turned out to be so powerful? Wang Yongjin and the other two were talking to each other.
The shock in my heart cannot be described in words. As for Xin Changlin, Xin Xinyu, Tianfeng, and Wang Chang, the same is true at this moment.
Even Chang Yi looked dumbfounded. After a brief pause, Chang Yi stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, what is going on? Chang Yi asked subconsciously. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to explain it for a moment. After all, just now, he just wanted to give it a try. Because, after wearing the jade pendant, Zhang Yuan found that the warm breath in his dantian was already very full. It was as if he had endless energy.
But he himself did not expect that his casual move would have such an amazing effect.
Could this be the magical effect brought about by the jade pendant left by the mysterious old Chinese doctor? If things continue like this, wouldn't I become a powerful martial arts master? Zhang Yuan was secretly looking forward to it.
Of course, now is obviously not the time to think about these things.
The most urgent thing is to solve the current trouble first.
After thinking about it, he stepped in front of the sea.
You, what do you want to do? Wang Hai asked.
Because Zhang Yuan had just killed so many people, he was a little scared for a moment.
Zhang Yuan said indifferently, what do you think I want to do? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed Wang Hai's neck. See here. Shen Chunlin and the others suddenly became anxious. Wang Yongjin and the others felt their hearts rise to their throats. Third brother, don't be impulsive. Wang Yongjin tried to dissuade him.
Although Wang Hai is hateful, he is from the Wang family in Beijing.
If something happens to the other party, I am afraid what awaits them will be the Wang family's crazy revenge.
Zhang Yuan did not speak, but turned around and gave everyone a reassuring look, then looked at Wang Hai and said, I will give you two choices now. Or, you can fight me to the death, but I can't guarantee that I won't beat you to the point of paralysis or even kill you in a rage. Or, you take your people and get out of Sioux City, and let this matter end here.
Agree with the second option and you wink. What a pity. Wang Hai's eyes widened. It seems that you have made a choice. Don't blame me for being rude.
After saying that, Zhang Yuan's eyes became fierce, and as he exerted force with his fingertips, Wang Hai's breathing began to become rapid, and his face turned the color of liver.
However,
at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread.
Hey, young man, you're going too far. Originally, I didn't plan to show up.
I didn't expect that you could defeat all my disciples by yourself. Moreover, it also threatened the safety of young Master Wang Hai.
When these words fell, a strong wind swept in instantly. The next moment,
next to Wang Hai, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man was wearing a gray robe and had a small mustache.
A pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle. An invisible murderous aura emanates from his body. It's chilling. This is a martial arts master? Chen Yi looked pale.
After hearing this, Tianfeng and Wang Chang were also shocked.
Chen Yi, this guy is actually a martial arts master? Wang Chang asked. Chen Yi nodded.
If you look closely, you can see that beads of cold sweat are constantly oozing out of the other person's forehead. His body was shaking unconsciously, as if he had the hiccups.
I'm in trouble. Chen Yi felt bitter. But after some thought, he finally went forward. Senior, you. Chen Yi wanted to speak.
But before Chen Yi could finish his words, he staggered back.
Phew.
He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have no strength to stand up. He staggered and sat down on the ground. Zhang Yuan on the other side was also a little surprised. After all, he was clear about Chang Yi's strength. But facing Chu Xiong in front of him, the other party was completely defenseless.
The opponent could severely injure Chang Yi from a distance of several meters. Isn't this too powerful?
He is indeed a martial arts master. After some thought, Zhang Yuan slowly let go of his hand. His attention always stayed on Chu Xiong. At this moment, Wang Hai, who had gained his freedom, seemed to have seen a savior.
Master Chu, you are finally here.
If I don't come soon, I'll fall into this kid's hands. Wang Hai said with a sense of relief. Then, he glared at Zhang Yuan fiercely and said, Master Chu, I'll be thankful for your hard work next. Capture this guy, but but don't rush to kill him, I want to beat him to death. To vent the hatred in my heart.
Chu Xiong didn't say anything.
Instead, he waved his hand and Wang Hai retreated obediently. Young man, you are very good.
I wonder where your teacher came from. I see you have some talent, why don't you be my disciple? This might save your life. Zhang Yuan sneered, you? It seems that you are not qualified. What? A flash of anger flashed across Chu Xiong's eyes. But then, he said earnestly, young man, you must know that I, Chu, am a master of martial arts. I don't know how many people want to become my disciples. But I'm very picky. It is your blessing that I notice you.
How about this, you kneel down and become his disciple now, and I will be the peacemaker and ask Master Wang to forgive you.
Of course, you have to give the land you bought to Mr. Wang.
In addition to this, you also have to give me an extra sum of money as a fee for becoming my apprentice.
Zhang Yuan laughed angrily. This guy got all the benefits. Why? Think of this. Zhang Yuan said playfully, will you become my disciple? Then you trained me?
He glanced at the unconscious guys around him and asked, are you planning to train me to be a bunch of good-for-nothings?
You are not qualified yet. Chu Xiong's smile faded. Beating a dog depends on its owner.
These bodyguards are his disciples. As a result, he was openly ridiculed by Zhang Yuan as a good-for-nothing.
Doesn't this mean that I'm not a good enough master? Think of this.
Chu Xiong was instantly filled with murderous intent.
Young man, you are looking for death.
Finished speaking. Invisible waves suddenly burst out from Chu Xiong's body.
The next moment,
a terrifying force rushed towards the source of the river at an extremely fast speed.
Mr. Jiang, be careful. Chang Yi's face changed drastically.
He could sense that Chu Xiong's attack was several times more powerful than the one he had just used against him.
But you have to know that Chang Yi is a martial artist with a strong body. He was worried that Zhang Yuan's life might be in danger from this attack. Unfortunately, Chang Yi's reminder was a little too late, and the terrible attack had already landed on Zhang Yuan. However,
the imagined scene of Zhang Yuan being injured or even dead did not appear. Zhang Yuan was surprisingly safe and sound, without a scratch on his head.
Zhang Yuan stood still.
He sneered indifferently, a martial arts master strikes with all his strength, and that is it?
This. What's going on? Chang Yi was stunned.
Chapter 45, The Mission Forgotten by Zhang Yuan, the System Reward Received, and the Master of Martial Arts. The scene before him made Chang Yi not only look in disbelief. Even the martial arts master Chu Xiong was stunned. He was shocked. The confusion is beyond words.
Obviously, he could not imagine that Zhang Yuan could actually withstand his attack. Not to mention death, there wasn't even any injury. Boy, you. Chu Xiong asked.
A pair of eyes were bloodshot due to excitement.
Zhang Yuan didn't answer.
At this moment, he was carefully sensing the changes in his body.
For a moment, it felt like a dream. It's no wonder Zhang Yuan is like this. After all, he was a little scared when he faced Chu Xiong just now. I even worried about my life.
But Chu Xiong's attack was too fast.
He couldn't dodge at all. But who could have thought?
Just when he thought he was going to be seriously injured, the jade pendant he was wearing actually absorbed all of Chu Xiong's attacks. Then, it turned into energy and was absorbed by him. After absorbing those energies, Zhang Yuan discovered that the true energy in his dantian had reached a completely new form. Before, it was gasification, but now, it is constantly compressed and seems to be showing a trend of liquefaction. This is too incredible, right? Zhang Yuan was a little dazed for a moment.
And more people don't understand why.
Of course, he knew that he had some talent in martial arts. But in just one day, I have improved so much.
Weird. This is all really too weird, right? Just as Zhang Yuan was muttering.
But the voice of the system came to my ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed the system task. You have successfully entered the peak of martial arts, and the rewards are being distributed. As these words fell, Zhang Yuan realized that the jade pendant he was wearing suddenly turned into a stream of light and merged into his body. Then, Zhang Yuan discovered that the true energy in his dantian was rolling like boiling water.
Finally, continuous cohesion. Zhang Yuan's dantian was soon filled with liquefied true qi.
In a short moment, Zhang Yuan successfully entered the ranks of martial arts masters.
Not only that, Zhang Yuan also discovered that after he absorbed the jade pendant, a lot more memories appeared in his mind. Those are some skills, secret techniques, and terrifying methods. What is going on?
Zhang Yuan was puzzled.
He was not surprised about the inheritance of the jade pendant. I read quite a few novels in my previous life. Aren't they all similar plots? What puzzled him was, when did I accept this task from the system? The next moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I have indeed accepted similar tasks. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think back to the time when he first met the mysterious old Chinese doctor.
He remembered that when the old Chinese doctor gave him the book, the system gave him two choices. The first option is for him to refuse to practice the book so that he can gain a strong physique. The second option is to let him practice the contents of the book, so that he can gain extraordinary enlightenment, and as long as he can reach the peak of martial arts, he can get rewards and enter the ranks of martial arts masters. Zhang Yuan's idea at that time was very simple, that is, products produced by the system must be of high quality.
So, I chose the second one without hesitation.
However, later on, because he accepted another mission, he took great pains to confess his feelings to Lu Ruyan. Therefore, I completely forgot about this.
Of course, it's not Zhang Yuan's fault that he forgot these things.
After all, before meeting Chang Yi, Zhang Yuan had always thought that martial arts masters were just legends. I said, how come I could easily learn the Thunder Fist and Ghost Shadow Step just by going to the boxing gym?
It turned out that it was the extraordinary enlightenment rewarded by the system. Everything is revealed. It's worthy of being called a system. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. And at this time,
Xu Xiong was a little furious at this moment.
Boy, who are you? Why can you withstand my attack? Face the other party's questioning.
Zhang Yuan smiled but said nothing. He turned around and glanced at Chang Yi. Mr. Chang, I remember you said before that my attainments in martial arts are very strong.
Before, I was just skeptical. Now, I completely believe it. I have to thank you for all this. Zhang Yuan's words were actually true. After all, it was the other party who introduced him to the world of warriors. Moreover, it was he who gave himself the mysterious jade pendant. Otherwise, he would probably still be just an ordinary person now. After some emotion, Zhang Yuan suddenly turned his attention to Xu Xiong. Sir, you just made a move. Next, is it my turn? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan circulated the liquefied qi in his body. Those true qi kept changing under Zhang Yuan's control. Eventually, strong winds were formed. Whoosh whoosh. Those invisible strong winds flew out quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xiong was enveloped. Xu Xiong wanted to break free. But the next moment, those invisible strong winds kept cutting. Xu Xiong's heart-wrenching screams were heard everywhere. The clothes on his body suddenly became ragged. Wounds deep enough to see the bones kept appearing. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xiong became a bloody man. But it has to be said, Xu Xiong is indeed a martial arts master. At this moment, he was bleeding. Looks very weak. But he didn't fall down. However, compared with physical trauma, he was devastated in his heart. You are also a martial arts master? Xu Xiong shouted hoarsely. His eyes were full of disbelief. After all, Xu Xiong came from a martial arts family. Although it has declined, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. He started learning martial arts at the age of 7. At the age of 18, he was already a warrior. At the age of 30, he entered the ranks of martial arts masters. Now, in his 50s. Such an achievement can be said to be very good in the martial arts world. But the source of the river in front of me. But at the age of 20-something, he can completely defeat himself. Horrible. This is too scary. Compared with the opponent's martial arts attainments. All the practice I have done over the years has been like practicing a dog. Chang Yi, who was standing aside, also felt as if he was struck by lightning. His heart was boiling like the sea. For a moment, I couldn't use words to describe the shock in my heart. But Zhang Yuan ignored all this. He walked straight up to Xu Xiong. Xu Xiong immediately lost his previous arrogance. He lowered his head, looking as if he had been beaten into submission. Xu Xiong, I'm giving you two choices now. either surrender to me, or I will kill you. How could Chu Xiong dare to refuse? He immediately knelt on the ground with a thud. Master Chu, how can you kneel down to this kid? Wang Hai on the side shouted. But Chu Xiong immediately glared at the other person. Young Master Wang, this Mr. Jiang, at such a young age, is already a master of martial arts. Do you think he can achieve such success through his own efforts? Maybe, there is a grandmaster level existence behind him. Just wish you good luck. What? Wang Hai's face suddenly turned pale. You know. Grandmaster of martial arts, although there is only one more word than master of martial arts. But the gap between them is as huge as heaven and earth. The Wang family he belongs to may not be afraid of the martial arts master. But if he offends the martial arts grandmaster, the price would be something he couldn't afford. After all, throughout history, there have been many cases of giant families being exterminated for offending martial arts masters. If there really is a martial arts grandmaster behind Zhang Yuan. Not to mention him, Wang Hai, even if the four major families in Beijing came together, they probably wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. Think of this. Plop. Wang Hai knelt on the ground. He kept bowing to Zhang Yuan. Chapter 46, the Wang family pays 10 billion as compensation, just to ask Zhang Yuan to calm down? Zhang Yuan is the type of person who will get along fine if you don't provoke him. But once you provoke me, I will beat you to death. Therefore, even though Wang Hai gave in at this moment, Zhang Yuan still would not let him off. He walked straight forward and delivered 4 consecutive punches, breaking his opponent's hands and feet, causing comminuted fractures. Not only that, Zhang Yuan also used his hidden strength to break Wang Hai's tendons in his hands and feet. This is irreversible damage, so Wang Hai will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After venting his anger, Zhang Yuan asked Wang Cheng to arrange someone to send the other party to the hospital. But Chu Xiong did not dare to leave, but stood pitifully behind Zhang Yuan, and blood kept flowing where he stood. Chu Xiong's face was as pale as paper at this moment. Chu Xiong, go to the hospital and get bandaged first. When you're ready, bring your people and report to me. Chu Xiong naturally did not dare to have any opinion on this. After he wrote down Zhang Yuan's phone number, he woke up the disciples and left the club immediately. Let us go too. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he walked out. Half an hour later. In a tea house in the city center. Right now. The atmosphere was a little depressing. Even Wang Yongjin and the other two, who usually liked to joke, didn't know what to say at this moment. As for Tian Feng, Wang Chang, Shen Changlin, Shen Xianyu and others, it is even more so. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, What? I had a fight with someone. Why do I feel like you don't recognize me? Don't worry, no matter how strong I am, I will never do anything to my relatives and friends. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Seeing this, the atmosphere eased a little. Wang Yongjin spoke first, Third brother, what is going on with you? You and Shang Yi have only been away for a few hours. How come such a drastic change happened to me? After saying this, Zhu Qingqing and Wu Zixue looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled. Of course he couldn't say that all this was thanks to the system. So, I could only pretend to be careless and say, maybe, this has something to do with the fact that I am a martial arts master? After all, we read so many novels during our college years. Aren't those protagonists ordinary people at the beginning, but after obtaining the rest, they made rapid progress and became strong people? Perhaps, it was the books left behind by the mysterious old Chinese doctor that gave me a solid foundation. So, after obtaining the jade pendant, I felt like a fish in water, and improved without even noticing. Wang Yongjin and the other two did not say much about this far-fetched explanation. But the shock in their hearts was beyond words. And at this time, the system voice that Zhang Yuan had been thinking about suddenly came. Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host used force to resolve the issue of the land being seized. The shock value has increased. The current shock value is 65%. Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host can defeat 10 of Wang Hai's bodyguards in 1 second, and the shock value increases. The current shock value is 68%. Ding, the roommate was shocked that the host fought against the martial arts master Chu Xiong alone and defeated him. The shock value increased and the current shock value is 75%. As a series of prompt sounds came out, the shock levels of the 3 roommates had reached 80%. Still 20% short. I will be able to get the investment opportunity worth 200 billion. Jiang Yuan was filled with joy.
At this time, Jiang Yuan's cell phone rang. It was Chu Xiong who called. After learning where Jiang Yuan was, he rushed over quickly. At this moment, Chu Xiong no longer had his previous arrogance and disdain.
Some are full of humility. He had to.
After all, Jiang Yuan's strength is far superior to his. Moreover, behind the other party, there is a suspected martial arts grandmaster as his backer. He couldn't afford to offend such an existence.
Chu Xiong, how is your injury? Jiang Yuan asked casually.
Chu Xiong quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your concern. I am fine now. An injury like this can be recovered in 3 days at most."
Jiang Yuan nodded slightly.
Yes, he is worthy of being a martial arts master. His recovery ability is amazing.
Chu Xiong smiled awkwardly, feeling bitter inside. By the way, you just said that you wanted to report something to me. What is it? Jiang Yuan asked.
Chu Xiong said repeatedly, "That's right, the Wang family already knows that Wang Hai was injured.
They have already sent someone to pick it up.
Moreover, he called me to inquire about the specific situation. I told them everything truthfully. The Wang family said that they would apologize and compensate you for your mental damages."
Jiang Yuan was planning to say something.
But at this moment, Chu Xiong's phone suddenly rang.
He answered quickly and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll arrange a meeting." Hang up the phone.
Chu Xiong sneered and said, "Mr. Jiang, it was Wang Rulong, the eldest son of the Wang family, who called. The reason why he came so quickly was because he was on a business trip in the next city and heard about the incident here, so he rushed over.
He has now arrived in Suzhou and has arranged a banquet to apologize. He is now." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Forget about the banquet. Just let him come over directly."
Chu Xiong naturally did not dare to refuse, and immediately conveyed Jiang Yuan's words to Wang Rulong verbatim.
Half an hour later,
the door of the teahouse box was pushed open.
Then, a man in a suit and tie walked in. He wears glasses and looks gentle.
There was a hint of heroism between his brows.
"Master Chu, I wonder which one is Mr. Jiang Yuan?" Wang Rulong said with a hint of humility. Under the guidance of Chu Xiong,
Wang Rulong immediately came to Jiang Yuan.
"Mr. Jiang, on behalf of the Wang family, I'm here to apologize to you.
My cousin Wang Hai, I sincerely apologize for everything you have done. This time, I came in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any generous gifts.
It's just a small token of my respect." As he spoke, Wang Rulong took out an envelope and handed it respectfully to Jiang Yuan.
Jiang Yuan took it, opened it, and saw that there was a check inside.
Wow. Or maybe it's the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Beijing, which is very generous. A check for 5 billion. Just give it to me as you say? What?
Jiang Yuan finished speaking.
Xin Changlin and others looked at each other. A check for 5 billion? Is this a small gift?
Wang Yongjin and others were also a little confused at this moment.
But Wang Rulong thought that Jiang Yuan thought the money was too little.
He immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Jiang, if you think it is too little, I can give you another 10 billion.
I only ask that you please forgive my mistakes." After saying that, Wang Rulong took out another check.
Jiang Yuan was confused at this moment. He even doubted if he said a few more words.
"I'm afraid the other party will continue to increase the stakes." But Jiang Yuan knew when to quit.
Besides, the money of the 4 major families in Beijing is not so easy to get.
Think of this. Jiang Yuan directly collected the 2 checks. "Okay, I accept the Wang family's kindness."
All previous grudges were wiped out.
"By the way, Chu Xiong is now my subordinate, do you have any objection?" Wang Rulong shook his head like a rattle. How dare he have any objection? Seeing this, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave." Wang Rulong sneered, feeling embarrassed.
After all, as the eldest son of the Wang family, this identity is amazing. On weekdays, wherever I go, I am the center of attention. Even those well-known wealthy businessmen have to be polite when facing him. But Jiang Yuan in front of him didn't take himself seriously at all. This sense of disparity made him feel a little embarrassed.
But who can blame him for being a martial arts master? Moreover, he is a martial arts master in his 20s. Regardless of whether there really is a martial arts grandmaster behind Jiang Yuan.
The other party's potential alone is enough to be frightening. Once such a person becomes an enemy, he is very scary.
After thinking about it, Wang Rulong left his contact information and immediately left. Chapter 47. My father got into trouble and the construction site shirked responsibility. I don't agree with this. Wang Rulong is gone.
But the shock it left behind made the tea house become extremely quiet again.
Shen Changlin stared blankly at Jiang Yuan.
To be more precise, he was looking at the check for tens of billions in the other party's hand. He was dazed for a moment. After all, he started his business at the age of 20. Now, he is almost 50 years old, and his total assets are less than 2 billion. But on the other hand, Jiang Yuan earned 10 billion in just one day. He was filled with emotion. No wonder there have always been rumors that the people who make the most money in this world are not businessmen,
but a martial arts master.
This is true.
Certainly. This kind of thing is simply not something I can envy.
After all, there are only a few people who can enter the martial arts world.
But most of those people are martial artists.
And for a martial artist to be able to enter the realm of a warrior is naturally a unique advantage. As for warriors, those who can reach the level of martial arts masters are extremely rare. While Shen Changlin was thinking about these things, Tianfeng, Wang Chang and others beside him were also thinking about something. After all, for the two of them, the original purpose of making friends with Jiang Yuan was very simple, that is, they saw that the other party was rich and had good potential.
One is rich, the other is powerful.
Once cooperation begins, it will be a win-win situation. In fact, both of them felt that Jiang Yuan had gained a great advantage by cooperating with them. But now it seems that they are the ones who are trying to get ahead.
And the other side. Wang Yongjin and the other two also looked stunned at this moment. Oh my god.
Second brother, pinch me so I can see if I am dreaming.
Hiss, boss, didn't you ask me to pinch you? Why are you pinching me instead? It hurts so much. Do you know how painful it is?
It seems that this is not a dream.
Several people were talking to each other.
Then, his attention turned to Jiang Yuan.
However, several people hesitated to speak. See here. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, why, are you interested in this money? How about I invest 3 billion each and let you start your own business? Jiang Yuan's words were not just casual remarks.
After all, there is only 20% of the shock value left to complete this mission. If I spend 9 billion to make the shock value of the 3 people reach 100% and get the task reward, it will not be a loss at all. Furthermore, after these incidents, Jiang Yuan knew that his 3 brothers treated him sincerely. Putting aside other things, before I showed my strength, the 3 of them dared to challenge Wang Hai and were willing to live and die with me.
How many brothers like this can you make in your lifetime? If someone gives you a peach, you should give him a plum in return.
While Jiang Yuan was thinking, Wang Yongjin and the other 2 looked at each other.
Then, Wang Yongjin said unhappily, third brother, what nonsense are you talking about? You've done enough for us.
Besides, the 3 of us didn't have any big ambitions, but you arranged jobs for us, with a monthly salary of that much, and also provided us with luxury cars.
This is enough.
Besides, if you give each of us 3 billion to invest, we will all be worried about losing the money. Forget it, guys, we are very satisfied with the current situation. Jiang Yuan was deeply moved by this. After all, most people, when they know their friends have made a fortune, would like to get some of that money too. It may even lead to moral kidnapping.
If you give too little, people will say you are stingy. It's reasonable to give more. Throughout history, there are countless examples of people developing grudges because of money.
But Wang Yongjin and others can do this.
It's really rare. Okay, let us talk about this later. Now, we've almost finished our tea, let's find a place and have a good meal. I'll pay, is that okay? The 3 of them nodded. And at this time, Shen Changlin stood up and said, Xiao Jiang, I want to get involved in your young people's dinner party. After all, I have things to deal with.
Now, although the issue of the land for the holiday villa has been resolved, the development project still needs to be carefully planned.
After Shen Changlin finished speaking, Tianfeng and Wang Chang stood up and said, Mr. Shen, shall we go over and take a look?
After all, Wang Chengdu and I have some experience in developing holiday villas.
Moreover, we also know many famous designers at home and abroad. Shen Changlin naturally had no objection to this. The 3 of them got up and left. Before leaving, he called Chang Yi away as well. After all, Chang Yi's original mission was to protect Jiang Yuan on Wang Chang's orders. Now Jiang Yuan can even kill martial arts masters in seconds.
Naturally, he had no place to use his skills. And Xin Xianyu also stood up at this moment.
Boss, since this is a dinner party for your roommates, I won't get involved.
I'll go to the hospital. After all, Mr. Cheng is in hospital now and he can't be left without someone to take care of him.
Leave this aside. Xin Xianyu turned and left.
Seeing this, Wang Yongjin and the other two wanted to stop the other party. But Jiang Yuan stopped him with his eyes.
Until the other person leaves.
Wang Yongjin then said, "Third brother, I really don't understand you. Xianyuer is so beautiful, why don't you have any thoughts in that regard?"
Xu Qingqing nodded and said, "Originally, I thought you liked mature and stable people.
But you seem to have a lukewarm attitude towards Morong Qing."
"Oh, I really don't understand you."
Jiang Yuan smiled but said nothing. Then he said calmly, "They are just my friends, that's all." Wu Zixue sighed and said, "Oh, it's true that those who are drought-stricken will die of drought, and those who are flood-stricken will die of flood.
The three of us brothers dream of finding a partner.
Some people don't know how to cherish it and waste such a good opportunity." After saying that, the three of them stood up and walked outside.
2 hours. The three of them walked out of a mid-range restaurant in the city center. 4 people spent a total of 500 yuan. Jiang Yuan felt a little helpless. "I just want to reward my brother, is it that difficult?" The meal is over. Jiang Yuan originally planned to go back to school. But he didn't have time to get on the bus.
At this time, Jiang Yuan's cell phone rang. It was my mother Zhang Milan who called.
"Son, please come back soon.
Your dad fell down from the construction site. Now, he is receiving emergency treatment in the hospital.
Come back soon." I heard my mother's crying voice. Jiang Yuan's face darkened.
"Third brother, what's wrong?"
Wang Yongjin asked. Jiang Yuan told the truth.
What are you waiting for?
Let us go back quickly." Jiang Yuan shook his head. Wang Yongjin said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense, one more person, one more helper."
Seeing this, Jiang Yuan got into the car without saying anything else.
When Jiang Yuan and his group arrived at the county hospital, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening.
Outside the intensive care unit.
"Mom, how is my dad now?" Jiang Yuan asked. "Extremely anxious." Zhang Milan's eyes were swollen from crying. "Your father is out of danger. But he is still in a coma." Jiang Yuan nodded and went in to visit his father immediately.
At this time, a figure walked over. The man was wearing a suit and glasses. In his hand, he was holding a document. He came up to the two of them and said in a cold tone, "You are Jiang Fu's family members, right? I am the lawyer appointed by his construction site. I express my deep sympathy for Mr. Jiang Fu's experience. How about this, you sign the compensation agreement and we will pay the medical expenses immediately." As he said this, he handed it forward. Jiang Yuan took it and looked at it, and almost laughed out of anger.
"What kind of compensation agreement is this? It's a complete disclaimer. Moreover, the specific amount of compensation is not written on it. Isn't this bullying?"
But Zhang Milan was extremely anxious at this moment.
"Sign immediately."
"Mom, this agreement cannot be signed."
Jiang Yuan stopped him. "Although Jiang Yuan now has assets of up to 80 billion. But my father had an accident at the construction site."
But in the end, the construction site wanted to shirk responsibility.
"This matter. He can't promise."
Chapter 48, A Medical Miracle, a dying man came back to life. Click, click, click.
Jiang Yuan tore the agreement to pieces without even thinking. "Son, what are you doing?"
Zhang Milan said puzzledly.
Jiang Yuan did not answer,
but asked, "Mom, tell me first, what is my dad's current situation?" Zhang Milan said repeatedly, "One of your father's legs is shattered, and his internal organs are also affected. Although, the dangerous period has passed now.
But we need to continue observing.
As long as you can wake up smoothly, there will be no problem." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded. Then he turned to the lawyer and said, "You heard it, my father is still in a coma. Moreover, the person fell at the construction site, so you must take full responsibility."
"But what happened next?" You asked us to sign this agreement to voluntarily give up our rights to pursue legal action, and you also blamed my dad's injury on my own operational error and failure to follow the company's construction procedures? What? Zhang Milan, standing by, also looked a little unhappy. Son, the money for your father's surgery was from the 400,000 yuan you transferred to me before. At that time, the boss of the construction site told me that I had paid the money in advance. He will send a lawyer to negotiate with me, and after the negotiation, he will give me the money for the surgery and subsequent treatment costs. But from what you said, it seems that there is something wrong with this agreement? Jiang Yuan nodded, and then patiently translated the contents of the agreement. Zhang Milan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Although, my son now has a lot of assets. There is no shortage of compensation for construction sites. But one thing is one thing. And the lawyer in front of them was planning to play word games with them. Isn't this bullying? Thinking of this, Zhang Milan immediately took the agreement and tore it to pieces. The lawyer saw that his plan had been exposed. But he looked unhurried. He said lightly, Ms. Zhang Milan, I am doing this for your own good. Boss Zhang chose to provide appropriate compensation out of humanitarianism. After all, we also conducted an on-site investigation when Mr. Jiang Fu fell. It was discovered that Mr. Jiang Fu slipped and fell because of improper work, and he was also responsible. Many people can testify to this. And what the other party said. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to listen any further. Although, being a lawyer is a sacred profession. But there are bound to be some bad apples that bring shame to this profession. And the guy in front of him was obviously such a bad apple. Zhang Yuan had no interest in continuing to confront the other party. Instead, he waved his hand and said, You go back first, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Later, I will go to the construction site in person and talk to the person in charge. The lawyer pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose and said calmly, The boss of the construction site has already made the final concession. Sign it, and we'll give you $5,000 for medical expenses. Even if you go to the construction site, the result will be the same, why waste it? However, this guy didn't have time to finish what he was going to say. Wang Yongjin and the other two couldn't bear to listen anymore. Wu Zixue and Xu Qingqing came behind the lawyer, one on the left and one on the right. He grabbed him with his backhand and dragged him to a blind spot where surveillance was not available. And Wang Yongjin came in front of the other party. Crackling. He slapped the other person hard in the face. The lawyer was stunned. You dare to hit a lawyer, I will make you bankrupt. Ouch. He kept roaring. But before he could finish his words, Wang Yongjin hit him with his knee, causing him to half kneel on the ground in pain. Hey, second and fourth brothers, what is wrong with this guy? Who knows? Maybe he had a stomach upset? After saying that, the three of them didn't bother to pay attention to the lawyer and came to Zhang Yuan. You guys are so bold that you even dared to hit a lawyer? Zhang Yuan sighed. Wang Yongjin snorted coldly, I don't want to use violence either. But this guy really deserves a beating. Several people smiled at each other. Zhang Yuan then planned to find the attending physician to see if he could enter the intensive care unit to visit his father. But just as he stood up, the intensive care unit, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Zhang Yuan wanted to ask, but the nurse took a step forward with an anxious look on her face. As he ran, he shouted, Doctor, something bad has happened. The patient in intensive care unit number 1 has suffered cardiac arrest. The doctor who heard the noise came quickly. Then we went into the ward and performed emergency treatment. Zhang Milan was almost crying with anxiety. The same is true for Zhang Yuan. The waiting time is often very long. Half an hour later, the intensive care unit was opened again. At this moment, the doctor came out. He sighed and said, I'm sorry, we tried our best but still couldn't save the patient. Please accept my condolences. When Zhang Milan heard this, she felt a black screen before her eyes. If Zhang Yuan hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen on his back. Zhang Yuan was also extremely sad at this moment. Soon, the nurse pushed the bed out. The bed was covered with a white cloth. Zhang Milan has recovered by now. He immediately stepped forward and said, Dad, you can't leave me. How can I live without you? I have said before that when our children become successful, you can just stay at home and take care of them in their old age. But you can't sit still and insist on going to the construction site as a temporary worker. Zhang Milan's eyes were filled with tears.
Wang Yongjin and the other two also had red eyes at this moment. But I could only step forward to dissuade him. Zhang Yuan was naturally extremely sad at this moment. But we also know that the dead cannot be resurrected. However, just when he was about to take a last look at his father, he sensed that his father was still holding on to his last breath. Not only that, as Zhang Yuan released his own breath, that breath was able to penetrate into his father's body. After receiving the feedback, Zhang Yuan was surprised and delighted. Wait, my father can still be saved. Zhang Yuan shouted repeatedly. The nurse said nothing. He just kept urging Zhang Yuan to mourn. And the doctor also thought Zhang Yuan was talking nonsense. Even Wang Yongjin and the other two stepped forward and tried to make Zhang Yuan face the facts. But Zhang Yuan ignored it and immediately lifted the white cloth covering his father. Then he stretched out one hand and touched the pulse of his father's left hand. Zhang Yuan ignored everyone's dissuasion and continued to pour his own true energy into his father's body. Seeing this, the doctor was about to say, "Sir, your father has passed away and is now being sent to the funeral home. Please." He didn't have time to finish what he was saying. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. It was because he saw that the other person's breathing, which had stopped, actually began to recover. Zhang Fu's chest rose and fell. At the beginning, it was very slow. But as time went by, the breathing rhythm was restored. The doctor's face was full of surprise. On the other hand, Wang Yongjin and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Milan, on the other hand, cried with joy. But he did not rush forward, but waited patiently. In this way, 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan let go of his father's pulse. He glanced at the doctor, who nodded immediately and asked the nurse to push the bed into the ward and start a quick examination. In this way, another half an hour passed. As the door of the ward was pushed open, the doctor said in surprise and joy, "It's a miracle, this is simply a medical miracle." The patient's originally failing organs were now showing signs of improvement, and his heart was beating very strongly. Not only that, I also discovered that the bones in his broken leg were growing rapidly. The wounds from the surgery began to heal at this moment. The operation took less than an hour. Having said that, the doctor looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Young man, what did you just do? You are simply amazing, aren't you?" As the doctor finished speaking, Zhang Milan and Wang Yongjin all looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Third brother, what is going on?" Wang Yongjin said with a hint of surprise. Chapter 49, going to the construction site to seek justice, or to fight. I couldn't ask for more. In response to Wang Yongjin's question, Zhang Yuan said with a relaxed look, I'm just taking a gamble. After all, the martial arts master Chu Xiong was beaten into that state by me before, but after going to the hospital for bandaging, he was back to life. So, I injected my own true energy into my father's body. Unexpectedly, it really worked, but the effect was even more amazing than I had imagined. Wang Yongjin and the other two suddenly understood. Zhang Milan was confused by what she heard. Obviously don't understand what they are talking about. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that her husband has been pulled back from the brink of death. But as the saying goes, seeing is believing. So, Zhang Milan came to the doctor. "Doctor, can I go see my husband?" Naturally, the doctor had no objection to this. So he instructed the nurse to give Zhang Milan a full body disinfection, and then took her to the intensive care unit. "Boss, thank you for your hard work here. You are responsible for accompanying my mother. As for me, I have to settle the account." Wang Yongjin and the other two naturally had no objection to this. After all, Zhang Yuan today is no longer what it used to be. He is a martial arts master. Naturally, there won't be any problem. Don't worry, third brother. We will help take good care of Auntie and remind her to eat on time. Anyway, we can't help much by going back to the past, so we should just do what we can. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately left and headed straight to the construction site where his father was. And at that time, in the county town, at a construction site. Now, it's brightly lit here. Excavators are working. And inside the temporary office building, an obese man was wolfing down his lunchbox. At this time, a construction team leader walked in. "Boss, someone just called the police and said we were disturbing the neighbors. Let's stop the construction. What should we do now?"
Hearing this, Zhu Dabiao immediately said, "What can we do?"
Of course I agreed, and then continued the construction after the people left. Humph, you'd better not let me find the whistleblower, otherwise I'll kill him.
After saying that, Zhu Dabiao continued to wolf down the delicious food.
The construction team leader just left.
At this time, another figure walked in.
It was the lawyer who, after failing to gain leverage through intimidation or bribery in the hospital, was beaten up by Wang Yongjin and his two companions.
"Lawyer Zhou, what's wrong with your face? By the way, have you finished the thing I asked you to do?" Zhu Dabiao asked.
The lawyer immediately burst into tears.
"Boss Zhu, this time, we have met a tough opponent.
Zhang Fu's wife was easy to fool and was almost about to sign. But we never expected that Zhang Fu's son saw through our tricks at a glance.
Not only that, the people that kid brought with him beat me up."
As he said this, he felt extremely aggrieved.
"What?" Zhu Dabiao slammed the table. "That boy is so brave.
Originally, I wanted to give them 5,000 yuan to settle the matter.
But they don't know what's good for them."
Very good,
now, don't want a penny."
The lawyer saw the other party like this. I couldn't help but say, "Boss Zhu, I have no idea what to do now. If they sign, that's great, but if they refuse, there's nothing I can do.
Besides, you are in the wrong in this matter. If you file a lawsuit, you will be in trouble." In response, Zhu Dabiao immediately glared at the other party and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? If things are easy, what do I need you to do?
I invited you here not to reason with me, but to ask you to deal with Zhang Fu's family. In short, you have to help me solve this problem, otherwise you can just pack up and leave."
You should know what rolling up the bed means, right?
Lawyer Zhou suddenly broke out in a sweat. After all, Zhu Dabiao is just a construction site contractor.
But the other party has a backer behind him. Moreover, he probably can't afford to offend this backer. If he really angered Zhu Dabiao, I'm afraid his career would be over in this life. Thinking of this, Lawyer Zhou's thoughts turned. "Finally, I came up with a bad idea. Boss Zhu, I have an idea. We can forge an injury assessment report."
It was said that Zhang Fu was suffering from an acute illness, but he had been hiding it. Moreover, he already had kidney failure and his leg was broken accidentally, but he deliberately went to the construction site just to blackmail us.
As long as the evidence is solid. Zhang Fu's family not only did not receive any compensation,
they even had to pay us compensation for extortion.
Zhu Dabiao was half believing and half doubting. Is this a bit far-fetched? Comminuted fracture, how did he get to the construction site? And
Lawyer Zhou sneered and said, "Just watch me do it."
However, if I can handle this matter, I wonder if Boss Zhu can promise me one thing? Zhu Dabiao nodded.
Lawyer Zhou grinned and said, "I will break the hands and feet of those guys who beat me, leaving them paralyzed on one side."
Zhu Dabiao waved his hand and said, "These are all trivial matters. Okay, you go out first." Lawyer Zhou turned and walked out. But the next moment, bang!
The door was slammed open.
Then, a figure flew in. It was Lawyer Zhou.
His face was covered in blood and he fainted.
Then, a figure slowly walked in. It's Jiang Yuan. "Boy, who are you? What do you want to do?" Zhu Dabiao asked. Jiang Yuan sneered, "I am Jiang Fu's son. I'm here to collect a debt."
From what Jiang Yuan did just now, Zhu Dabiao knew that the other party was not a good person.
He immediately smiled and said, "Little brother, let's talk it over. Come, sit down and talk."
Having said this, he immediately threw away the lunchbox in front of the table. While Jiang Yuan was dodging, he rushed out to call for help.
Unfortunately, he was fat and couldn't run fast. In addition, Jiang Yuan was very fast, so he was caught by Jiang Yuan after only a few steps. "Oh, you want to call for help? I'll help you." After saying that, Jiang Yuan kicked out fiercely.
Zhu Dabiao's body flew out quickly like a huge ball, rolled on the ground for several times, and finally fell on its back.
"Someone come quickly, save me!" Zhu Dabiao screamed heart-wrenchingly.
Soon, the commotion here attracted many members of the construction team. They all came rushing over. Some stepped forward to support Zhu Dabiao, while others looked at Jiang Yuan strangely.
At this time, a middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Are you Jiang Yuan? Don't mess around. Get out of here quickly, or you'll be in trouble." Jiang Yuan recognized the other person at a glance.
His name is Zhuo Shuisheng, a co-worker my father has known for decades.
Uncle Shuisheng, I'm not kidding. My dad had an accident at the construction site and almost died. As a result, Boss Zhu did not think about how to save people, but tried to evade responsibility. I must seek justice for my father.
Zhuo Shuisheng frowned.
He expressed deep sympathy for what happened to Zhang Yuan's father.
He also wanted to speak up for the other party. But Zhu Dabiao is rich and has powerful backers.
He simply can't afford to offend.
But of course he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die.
So he quickly stepped forward and whispered, Zhang Yuan, listen to Uncle Shuisheng's advice. You can't solve the problem this way.
You should take legal action and sue directly. This way your chances of winning are greater. As he said that, he pulled Zhang Yuan and was about to leave this dangerous place.
But then came the sneering voice of Zhu Dabiao. Boy, you're here, and you still want to leave?
If I don't break your arm today, I won't be called Zhu Dabiao.
You guys, catch this guy for me. If you don't do anything, just get out of here. Besides, don't even think about finding any job in the county. I said. To this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Do you want to fight? I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 50, the martial arts master provoked Zhang Yuan and was frightened to his knees.
Just when Zhang Yuan thought he was about to be surrounded by these workers, a scene that seemed incredible to him appeared.
After receiving Zhu Dabiao's order, the workers had no intention of taking action.
Only a few of Zhu Dabiao's lackeys picked up their weapons and rushed forward.
What, you guys, are you planning to just get out of here? Zhu Dabiao felt insulted and was furious. The workers did not answer.
At this time, Zhuo Shuisheng stepped forward and said, Boss, the police just left.
If you fight on a construction site and someone reports you, you'll be in a lot of trouble.
Then he said with a sneer, also, Xiao Jiang is young and hot-tempered. Please don't bear grudges and forgive him this time. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dabiao came to Zhuo Shuisheng, looked him over, and the next moment, a loud slap hit him in the face.
5 bright red palm prints instantly appeared on half of Zhuo Shuisheng's face.
But in order to keep his job, Zhuo Shuisheng said nothing. He even said with a smile, Mr. Zhu, if you are still angry, you can continue to beat me to vent your anger. There's no point arguing with a child. After saying this, Zhuo Shuisheng bowed deeply. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was a little stunned. After all, Zhang Yuan felt a little uncomfortable when Zhuo Shuisheng persuaded him to leave just now. He felt that the other party had been on good terms with his father for so many years in vain. But now it seems that the other party is maintaining this friendship in his own way. Apart from anything else, the fact that the other party had just taken the slap for him proved that there was nothing fake about his friendship with his father. As if encouraged by Zhuo Shuisheng, the other workers also stepped forward. Mr. Zhu, we have worked with Jiang Fu for so many years. Before, we had no choice but to lie to you in order to keep our jobs. We don't think there is anything wrong with Jiang Fu's son coming here to seek justice.
But you don't have to torture him to death, do you? If you really want to vent your anger, there are so many of us, you can just beat us up one by one. Then you release Jiang Fu's son.
We owe Jiang Fu this. Zhang Yuan was deeply moved when he heard this. He took a deep breath, then stepped forward and said, Uncle Shuisheng, and everyone else.
Thank you for speaking well of me. I have seen your attitude. However, I feel that this is my family affair after all, and I can't drag all of you into it. So, I'll handle this matter myself. Upon hearing this, the workers stepped forward to dissuade him, and some even whispered to Zhang Yuan to just run, and they would be responsible for stopping Zhu Dabiao and his lackeys. As for Zhuo Shuisheng, he tried to dissuade him earnestly. Zhang Yuan, listen to Uncle Shuisheng's advice. I won't harm you.
You should leave immediately and then use legal means to protect your own rights.
You must not fight with Zhu Dabiao, otherwise, you will definitely be the one who suffers. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Uncle Shuisheng, thank you for your kindness. I understand. But I just like to fight against evil forces. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Zhu Dabiao. I heard that you have a strong backer? Come, tell me, who is he? Upon hearing this, Zhu Dabiao couldn't help but boast, my backer comes from Sucheng. Do you know Han Dang, the richest man in Suzhou? My backer is Han Dang's cousin.
Not only that, my backer also has a powerful martial arts master by his side.
He is a martial artist. Do you think that a small city guy like you can survive the winter vacation? Zhang Yuan smiled. Smile brightly. It's the Han family again.
Okay then, call your backstage staff over.
I had a good chat with him.
It would be best if this matter could be settled today.
What? Zhu Dabiao sneered. Boy, who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to meet my backer? You. However.
Before Zhu Dabiao could finish his next words, his voice suddenly stopped. Just because Zhang Yuan stretched out one hand and pinched Zhu Dabiao's neck, he exerted a little force and the other party's 200-pound body was easily lifted up. His two short legs kept shaking and his face had already turned the color of liver.
Seeing this, the lackeys around became extremely anxious.
Zhuo Shuweixing stepped forward to dissuade him. Zhang Yuan, please stop making trouble, otherwise things will get worse and worse, you should.
Zhang Yuan smiled. And then throw it away. Boom. Zhu Dabiao fell heavily to the ground. He coughed violently, and after he recovered, he stood up with the help of his lackey. He glared at Zhang Yuan angrily and said, "Boy, you wanna die? I will help you do that." After saying that, he quickly dialed the number of his backer. "Mr. Han, I'm at the construction site now. Something happened here. There is a kid who is making trouble here. He seemed to be quite skilled in Kung Fu, and he gave me a good beating. Not only that, I have already introduced myself and told you your identity, but that guy said, let alone you, he would beat you even if it was Han Dang, the richest man in Sioux City. Okay, are you coming soon? I'll be waiting for you." Hang up the phone. Zhu Dabiao looked at Zhang Yuan with a cold face and said, "Boy, you are dead. Tomorrow, your body will be found by the river." Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party.
On the other side, Zhuo Shuweixing brought a group of workers and tried to persuade Zhang Yuan earnestly. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, they became as anxious as ants on a hot pan.
10 minutes passed quickly.
At this time, an Audi A8 drove in, followed by a dozen Wuling Hongguangs.
As the car stopped, a dense crowd of figures walked down.
The leading man was dressed in a suit and had a scarred man standing next to him. As all the younger brothers gathered together,
the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Mr. Han, you are finally here." Zhu Dabiao walked forward with a licking smile. "It's this kid who was shouting.
You must make the decision for me."
Han Wei glanced at Zhu Dabiao indifferently, then slapped him with his backhand.
"Zhu Dabiao, why are you so useless?
With so many people here, the place was ruined by a little bastard?
You are a disgrace." Zhu Dabiao, who was slapped in the face, did not dare to get angry, but kept begging the other party to calm down.
Fortunately, Han Wei was just using Zhu Dabiao to establish his authority, and then he turned his attention to Zhang Yuan. "Boy, it's you who's making trouble here?" Han Wei asked. Zhang Yuan nodded indifferently.
Han Wei didn't say anything, but looked at the scarred man beside him.
The latter immediately stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yuan with contempt. Then he bent down and picked up a brick. After playing with it in his hand for a while, he squeezed it hard. Click! The brick broke into pieces in an instant.
Such a scene instantly shocked Zhuo Shuweixing and other workers. They all felt worried for Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Scarface's slightly hoarse voice came. "Boy, kneel down and admit your mistake, otherwise I will crush your bones and make you wish you were dead."
Scarface sneered grimly. Zhang Yuan, however, was dismissive of this. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why show off? Do you think this is a circus? Since it's a fight, you should learn from me." When these words fell, Zhang Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. Bang bang bang.
A low sonic boom was heard. The scarred man was confused.
"But you can turn around and look."
His expression suddenly changed. All the younger brothers brought by Han Wei fell to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was holding a 3-centimeter thick steel plate in his hand.
He said playfully, "If you really want to show off, you should do it like me."
After saying that, Zhang Yuan turned his palms into claws and left 5 holes directly on the steel plate.
"This."
Scarface broke out in a sweat instantly.
You. Scarface spoke tremblingly.
But before he could finish his words, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground.
Chapter 51, The Fox Pretends to be Powerful, the Clown Finally Suffers the Consequences.
Of course, the man with the scar on his face did not kneel down intentionally, but his body was simply out of control. Although he is just a martial artist, his perception is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, he was frightened by Jiang Yuan's terrifying pressure and knelt down subconsciously. Such a scene naturally made Han Wei, who was standing by, a little confused. After all, the Scarface had been with him for 10 years. The reason why he was able to make a living in the county over the years was not only because he relied on the power of Han Dang, the richest man in the provincial capital, but also because of the Scarface's excellent fighting ability. In Han Wei's impression, Scarface has always been invincible, and when facing an enemy, he can basically defeat him in one move. Sometimes, you don't even need to take action, you can scare your opponent to death just by your momentum. But today, such a strange scene happened. Also shocked were Zhuo Shuisheng and many other workers, as well as Zhu Dabiao. After all, it was a 3-centimeter steel plate, and Jiang Yuan actually poked 5 big holes in it with his bare hands. How did he do it?
The atmosphere was deadlocked for a moment. And at this time, Jiang Yuan didn't even bother to look at the scarred man, but walked straight to Han Wei. What do you want to do? Han Wei said tremblingly. Jiang Yuan said indifferently, I heard that Zhu Dabiao is your subordinate. He relies on the fact that you are a relative of the richest man in Sioux City, so he has been acting arrogantly? Of course, I have no interest in knowing what you did, but you have brought trouble upon me. If it were an ordinary day, Han Wei would obviously not listen to this. But Jiang Yuan in front of him has already demonstrated terrifying strength that is different from ordinary people. Naturally, he didn't dare to act rashly. He immediately smiled and said, Sir, I wonder what Zhu Dabiao did. I actually made you so angry. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Jiang Yuan smiled and shook his head. No, there is no need. I am a person who doesn't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. So, I decided to eradicate you completely. What? Han Wei's expression changed. This kid, is he planning to kill someone or something? Han Wei was afraid at this moment. But there is also a hint of rationality. He said with a hint of threat, Sir, if you want to talk properly, I can talk to you. But if you are planning to play tough, I advise you to think twice. After all, my uncle is the richest man in Suzhou. If something happens to me, do you think you can be reconciled? Jiang Yuan was waiting for the other party to say this. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Han Dang's son, Han Junjie. Mr. Han, right? I heard that you have a relative named Han Wei? Han Junjie on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Mr. Jiang, you are talking about Han Wei. I have no impression of this person. But the next moment, Han Junjie said repeatedly, I remember, I have such a relative. He seems to be a contractor in a small county town. Mr. Jiang, why do you suddenly ask this? Jiang Yuan narrated the whole story in a concise manner. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan could hear the fear in Han Junjie's tone even through the phone. Mr. Jiang, please calm down first. I will take care of this matter. Also, Han Wei is actually not close to our Han family. He is the son of a distant cousin of my father. She married a man named Han. Speaking of which, hearing the other party's desperate defense, Jiang Yuan said calmly, Don't worry, if I really want to blame someone, I would not call you, but directly call Tian Feng. It's up to you to decide how to deal with this matter. After saying that, Jiang Yuan quickly hung up the phone. Seeing this, Han Wei was confused. Mr. Han? Could it be that the other party is referring to Han Dang's son? He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. And at this time, his cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was Han Junjie's name. Hello, cousin Junjie, what can I do for you so late at night? Han Wei licked his face and smiled. There is still a last glimmer of hope in my heart. He begged for all this, just by chance. But the next moment, Han Junjie's almost roaring voice suddenly came, making Han Wei feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Han Wei, you idiot. Normally, it's okay for you to take advantage of the power of others. Today, you even dare to offend Mr. Jiang Yuan? Where are you now? I'll come to you. Han Wei felt as if he was struck by lightning. But he still told me where he was. Right there, wait, I'll be right there. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Han Wei felt like he had fallen into hell in an instant. See this scene. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to stay here any longer.
Instead, he turned around and came to Zhuo Shuisheng and others.
Uncle Shuisheng, it's so late, everyone should go back and get some rest.
What's happening here has nothing to do with you.
Of course, don't worry about losing your job. After saying this, Zhang Yuan left quickly.
When Zhuo Shuisheng and others saw this, they left after a brief silence. Only Han Wei and Zhu Dabia were left there, and for a moment they seemed to have lost their souls.
Left the construction site. Zhang Yuan rushed back to the hospital quickly. Son, you are finally back?
When Zhang Milan saw Zhang Yuan appear, she immediately stepped forward. She grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm, looked here and there, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that the other party was unharmed. At this time, Wang Yongjin smiled and said, "Auntie, I said that the third child must be fine."
Are you relieved now?
After saying that, Wang Yongjin looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Third brother, judging from the way you look, I think you have done it, right?" Seeing Zhang Yuan nodded, Wang Yongjin asked curiously, "Come on, tell everyone the results of the handling." Zhang Yuan said everything in a concise and to-the-point manner. When several people heard this, they were all shocked. At this moment, Zhang Yuan heard a system prompt sound. Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host used incredible means to save his father, and the shock value increases.
The current shock value is 83%.
Ding, the roommate is shocked that the host single-handedly sought justice for his father and solved the problem perfectly. The shock value increases, and the current shock value is 85%. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by system delays. After asking about his father's condition, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that he was fine, all indicators were normal, and he had fallen asleep.
Well, it's late today. Let us find a place to spend the night together. Tomorrow morning, you go back to Sioux City first, and I will continue to take care of my dad for a while.
Naturally, several people had no objection to this. At this time, Wang Yongjin smiled and said, "Third brother, you have not rested since you came here."
We have just finished having dinner with Auntie. I left one for you as well. I'll heat it up for you in the microwave now. Eat and then rest. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "Okay." Soon, Zhang Yuan was full and satisfied. Then they all took a rest. A night in silence. The next morning, Zhang Yuan woke up early.
In the ward, Jiang Fu was in good condition and is drinking porridge.
Zhang Yuan and his companions were talking and laughing nearby.
"Son, your brothers are really great," Jiang Fu said with a smile. "You have to maintain this relationship. After all, good brothers last a lifetime."
Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. He wanted to speak.
At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Zhang Yuan originally thought that Han Junjie had brought Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao to apologize. "You can open the door and look."
But I found two beautiful figures standing outside the door.
"Why you?" Zhang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that Xin Yu and Murong Qing would come here.
Chapter 52. Kneel down to apologize, make compensation, and transfer the company.
What? We heard that Godfather was sick and in the hospital, but we can't come and visit him? In response to Zhang Yuan's question, Xin Yu answered as a matter of course. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Zhang Yuan never mentioned his father's hospitalization to anyone. How did they know? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but turn his attention to Wang Yongjin and the other two.
Sure enough, before Zhang Yuan could ask, Wang Yongjin and the other two immediately showed guilty expressions, and then sneered, "Third brother, don't ask so many questions. Since Qian Yuer and Mr. Qing are here, you naturally have to entertain them well. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered that the car is out of gas, let us go fill it up." After saying that, the three of them left in disgrace. At this time, Zhang Milan also smiled and said, "Son, why are you still standing there?
My two daughters are here to visit their godfather, why don't you entertain them quickly?" Zhang Yuan sighed and could only step forward to take the fruit basket and flowers bought by the two women and put them aside. In the ward, Xin Qianyu and Murong Qing kept asking about Jiang Fu's condition.
Extremely passionate. Zhang Milan was also chatting with the two girls in a casual manner. Zhang Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. And Zhang Milan is obviously a reasonable person. He immediately smiled and said, "Son, the air in the ward is not fresh, you should take Yuer and Qinger out for a walk.
As for your father, you can rest assured that I will take care of him."
Zhang Yuan felt helpless, but he had no choice but to agree.
Outside the inpatient department, on a bench, the three of them just sat there. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. to ease the atmosphere.
Zhang Yuan could only send a message to his roommates to ask for help. At first, the three refused. But in the end, he couldn't stand Zhang Yuan's nagging and had to rush over.
The atmosphere suddenly became lively.
But I have to say that Wang Yongjin's three friends are totally inhumane.
Xianyuer, you guys came really quickly.
You asked about the third brother's situation this morning, and when you learned that he was here to take care of your uncle, he rushed over.
Xin Xianyu said seriously, of course not, we have recognized her as our godmother after all, so the boss's father is naturally our godfather as well. It would be fine if we didn't know, but if we knew but didn't come, wouldn't that be immature?
Wang Yongjin said with a wicked smile, I see, you came here not just to visit your uncle, right?
You have other intentions than drinking. Xin Xianyu immediately panicked and said, no way, you are overthinking it. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to ask Shangqing to come along.
Xu Qingqing immediately responded, oh, then the boss did say the wrong thing just now. Xianyuer, it's not that you have other intentions, but you and Mr. Qing both have the same idea.
Wu Zixue nodded repeatedly, that was the truth. As these words fell, Xin Xianyu showed an expression of exasperation.
Morong Cheng, who was standing by, blushed, which was rare.
Zhang Yuan was speechless.
I should have known these three guys were so unreliable.
He might as well just sit there.
At this moment, Zhang Yuan only wanted to escape from this dangerous place.
Just thinking about it. The opportunity really came.
I saw several luxury cars parked in a parking lot not far away.
Immediately following,
several figures walked out of the car. Leading the group was Han Junjie, the son of Han Dang, the richest man in Sioux City. There were two other people beside him. Although, the two men were beaten black and blue and looked like they were no longer human. But from their figures, it can still be seen that these two people are Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao. At this moment, the two of them lowered their heads and followed Han Junjie. Brothers, come to life. Zhang Yuan said calmly.
Wang Yongjin and the other two knew the whole story, so they naturally understood it immediately.
But Xin Xianyu and Morong Cheng were a little confused. Seeing this, Wang Yongjin could only explain it briefly. When the two women heard this, they were immediately filled with indignation.
These bastards! How dare you bully your godfather and the others like this? Mr. Qing, let us go.
We're going to teach these bastards a lesson later.
After Han Junjie and others entered the inpatient department, Zhang Yuan and others immediately followed. When they arrived outside the ward, they saw Han Junjie kneeling there with Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao.
Zhang Milan was at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, many patients and their families passing by also cast curious glances. Zhang Milan said repeatedly, everyone, don't kneel there, stand up and talk.
Zhang Fu also spoke quickly. Mom and Dad, it's better for them to kneel.
Zhang Yuan's calm voice came.
See here. Han Junjie immediately lowered his head.
I didn't dare to look Zhang Yuan in the eye. Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Undoubtedly.
After Han Junjie's lesson last night, the two knew that they were in big trouble.
After all,
Zhang Yuan is a person who even the son of the richest man in the provincial capital has to treat politely. They hit the steel plate.
Son, what is going on? Zhang Fu asked curiously.
I just can't figure it out.
Obviously, he had no idea what happened during his coma.
When Zhang Fu was just beginning to understand. Then Zhu Dabiao stepped forward first and said, Brother Zhang Fu, I'm sorry.
I'm a bastard. I am not human.
You were injured at the construction site, but I didn't care.
We are even reluctant to give you the compensation you deserve. I am simply not a human being.
As he spoke, Zhu Dabiao slapped himself hard. Seeing this, Zhang Fu said repeatedly, Mr. Zhu, don't be like this, let's talk it over nicely. As he spoke, he looked at his son, his heart filled with worry. After all, Zhu Dabiao is a well-known tough guy in the county. He is extremely powerful.
Moreover, there is a backer behind him.
If not for this, the other party would not be able to thrive in the county town. Now, the other party knelt down and admitted his mistake, and told him directly that it was Zhang Yuan who did it.
But if we alarm the backers behind Zhu Dabiao, wouldn't that be troublesome?
By then, his whole family will suffer.
Think of this. Zhang Fu came to Zhang Yuan and whispered, Son, we can't afford to offend Mr. Zhu.
I think it is better to make a big thing small, a small thing.
Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Dad, I know everything about Zhu W's situation. The person behind him is Han Wei. This guy is related to Han Dang, the richest man in Sioux City, so he is able to bully others with his power. What? Jiang Fu was shocked. Now that you know this, won't you be in trouble if someone comes to you? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. Come, let me introduce it to you. He pointed at Han Wei and said, This guy is Han Wei. Then he looked at Han Junjie, who was Han Dang's son. What? Jiang Fu was confused at this moment. The son of the richest man in Sioux City is actually kneeling down to him? This. Son, you are going to blow the roof off your mind. Jiang Fu frowned and became worried instantly. Jiang Yuan smiled and turned his attention to Han Junjie. Mr. Han, you'd better dispel my father's concerns as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Han Junjie immediately knelt down and said, Uncle Jiang, don't worry, we can't afford to offend Mr. Jiang. Moreover, this time, I come to apologize with sincerity. As he spoke, Han Junjie glared at Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao. The two men immediately knelt forward. Han Wei took out an asset transfer agreement and said, Mr. Jiang Fu, please sign it. After signing, my company will be yours. What? Jiang Fu was stunned again. Chapter 53, Relatives come to visit and ask for money. 10 minutes later. After Jiang Yuan's persuasion, Jiang Fu finally signed the contract. Seeing this, Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although, the business they had worked so hard to build was ruined and became someone else's wedding dress. But they were extremely lucky, at least their lives were saved. At this moment, outside the inpatient department, the two of them were lowering their heads, waiting for Jiang Yuan to let them leave. But Jiang Yuan did not speak, but instead turned his attention to Han Junjie. Mr. Han, what are your plans next? Jiang Yuan asked. Han Junjie was sweating profusely at this moment. I don't know what Jiang Yuan means by this. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He said directly, Mr. Han, at that party before, I chose to forgive you. I thought we could live in peace from now on. But I didn't expect that my kindness almost cost my father his life. Of course, don't feel wronged. In fact, you and your father know everything Han Wei did in the county, including his act of taking advantage of the power of others. But you turned a blind eye. So? A hint of coldness gradually flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Han Junjie took a deep breath. He immediately said, Mr. Jiang, I know what to do. When I get back, I will immediately ask my father to take inventory of the assets under his name. After the statistics are completed, we will transfer all the properties to your name. My father and I will leave Yunqing and will never appear in front of you again. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. You'd better do what you say. Otherwise, Tianfeng and the others. Han Junjie naturally didn't dare to say anything about this. At this time, Jiang Yuan looked at Zhu Dabiao again and asked, Let me ask you, what is the current situation of the lawyer who came here yesterday? Zhu Dabiao said repeatedly, to answer Mr. Jiang, that kid was beaten half to death by me. Perhaps, I will become a vegetable in this life. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Zhu Dabiao thought that Jiang Yuan would let them go. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan said calmly, Mr. Han, these two guys are left to you to deal with. Well, just hold it to the same standard they used to treat that lawyer. It just so happens that this is a hospital, and after the injection, people will be able to accept it. I hope you can do things nicely and not cause me any trouble. Right now. Han Junjie felt resentful, and when he heard this, he immediately called someone. Soon, Han Wei and Zhu Dabiao were taken away. The result is predictable. Get these done. Jiang Yuan entered the ward again. He thought his father would be very happy to see him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fu was staring at him very seriously. Son, tell me, what did you do in Sioux City? Jiang Fu said in a deep tone. This question confused Jiang Yuan. Dad, what does this mean? Jiang Fu snorted, You little bastard, you're just a student. But your mother told me that you acquired a company without knowing it. Not only that, you also have such power. Tell me honestly, are you a gang member? Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Dad, what are you thinking about? This matter is rather complicated. Listen to me. Unexpectedly, before Jiang Yuan could finish speaking, Jiang Fu waved his hand and said, Okay. As long as you don't do anything illegal.
After all, you are my only son, and I don't want to have no one to see me off to the grave when I'm old. Having said this, the father and son smiled at each other. At this time, Jiang Fu said, "Son, I am fine now. How about we be discharged from the hospital?"
Zhang Milan quickly refused. "Don't mess around. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Must stay in hospital for observation."
Jiang Fu said seriously, "It doesn't cost money to be hospitalized? With this money, you might as well go home and buy a few pounds of pork ribs and take good care of yourself at home. Why waste this money?" Zhang Milan originally intended to persuade her. But she also knew her husband's temper.
In desperation, I had to ask a doctor to come. After a full body check,
the doctor was shocked. This is because, at this moment, Jiang Fu's physical fitness is almost the same as that of a young man in his 20s.
The indicators are all normal.
And his broken bones have basically healed.
You know, he was still in the rescue yesterday. A medical miracle. This is simply a medical miracle.
The doctor sighed repeatedly and immediately issued a discharge certificate. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was also quite shocked. He didn't expect that his true energy would have such powerful power. He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Milan, and decided in his heart that if he had the chance, he would transfer his true energy to his mother. After all, my mother had a congenital heart disease and had been completely dependent on medication over the years. Since my true chi can even repair my father's internal organ failure and broken bones, maybe it can also help my mother get rid of the disease. Zhang Yuan was an impatient person, so he immediately found an excuse, held his mother's pulse, and then transferred his true energy to her. Soon, Zhang Milan finished packing. Afterwards, the group returned to their homes in the county town. At this moment, Zhang Milan was in a good mood because her husband had recovered. He immediately smiled and said, "Kids, today I will show you my skills. Whatever you want to eat, just tell me." In response, Wang Yongjin quickly smiled and said, "Auntie, we love whatever you cook." Wu Zixue and others also echoed this.
"Okay, I'll go buy some groceries now."
Wang Yongjin said repeatedly, "Auntie, just leave such a small matter as buying groceries to us."
Shen Qianyu and Morong Ching volunteered to buy fruit. "Son, how about you take Yuer and the others with you?
After all, they are unfamiliar with the place and would be in trouble if they met bad guys." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Mom, there are not so many bad people in this world. So, I'll stay home and help you clean up." The two girls felt a little lonely when they heard this. But he didn't say much, just turned and left.
"You bastard, you are really..." Zhang Milan couldn't help but give Zhang Yuan a cold look. But she naturally wouldn't interfere in young people's affairs. Zhang Fu went into the room to rest. Zhang Milan began to clean up the house.
As for Zhang Yuan, he originally planned to change his clothes and start mopping the floor. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. As the door opened, outside the door, there were three figures standing.
One man and two women. The man was Zhang Yuan's great-uncle Zhang Shuewu. The two women are Zhang Yuan's aunts. "Uncle, aunt, what are you doing?" Zhang Yuan asked.
And Zhang Milan was obviously a little confused. Without waiting for her to ask, Zhang Shuewu spoke first, "Sister-in-law, since such a big thing has happened, of course we have to come.
Let me ask you, how has Zhang Fu's compensation been handled? We are here to discuss this matter." Zhang Yuan frowned.
"Good job. These three people came here because they smelled the scent.
Just walked in."
He didn't even ask about his father's situation.
"Money is the first thing you ask for?" But Zhang Yuan didn't expect that these were just appetizers.
Next, what the three people said made Zhang Yuan so angry that he almost wanted to kill someone.
Chapter 54, Three Shameless Siblings, "You are so greedy, why don't you just die?"
"Sister-in-law, there are some things I don't know whether I should say or not."
Uncle Zhang Shuewu spoke first. Zhang Milan looked at the other person coldly.
Obviously, the previous incident in Sioux City had made her see clearly the ugly face of her eldest brother's family. Therefore, she knew that the other party would definitely not be able to fart well.
"Really?"
Zhang Shuewu said indifferently, "I have already found out about the second brother's situation. His leg was shattered and he also suffered from kidney failure. His injuries were very serious. Even if he recovered, he would probably be a burden for the rest of his life. We have unanimously decided to let you give up treatment. Of course, as for compensation, we will definitely do our best to help you get it."
I decided this for your own good. Zhang Milan secretly clenched her fists.
Zhang Yuan, who was standing aside, had a hint of coldness in his eyes.
He was going to speak.
At this time, the eldest aunt also spoke up, "Sister-in-law, my younger sister and I completely agree with my brother's decision.
Moreover, this is the best solution at the moment.
Think about it, it's not certain whether the third child can be cured.
If the compensation is used for treatment, what will happen if both the person and the money are lost?
Furthermore, even if he recovers, he will be a disabled person, and the subsequent treatment will also be an expense."
At this point, the aunt looked at Zhang Yuan and said,
"I heard that Xiao Yuan is in love with Xin Changlin, the daughter of Mr. Xin, a wealthy businessman in the city.
If she knew that there is such a burden in your family, and if you don't date her, wouldn't you be at a great loss?" The sister-in-law also quickly agreed. Hearing this, Zhang Milan was about to stand up.
She was too lazy to talk to these guys and just wanted to take a broom and chase them away. Who are these people? You know, when her husband had the accident yesterday, she sent a message to the family group and explained the situation one by one. She thought that a few people would at least go to the hospital to visit. But in the end, people did come, but only to talk nonsense. Unexpectedly, just when Zhang Milan was about to go to the kitchen to get a broom to chase them away, Zhang Yuan stopped her.
"Mom, don't worry. Wait until Zhang Milan sits down."
Zhang Yuan looked at his uncle and his aunts. He said with a smile, "Uncle, thank you for your kindness. As for the compensation, you don't need to worry, my mother and I will take care of it."
Zhang Shuewo asked repeatedly, "How can that be possible?
You, an orphan and a widow, are definitely at a disadvantage in negotiations.
Don't deal with it. The three of us will handle this matter. We will find the best lawyer to negotiate. The compensation will not be less than a penny."
Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "I'm really grateful that you three can help me with this.
I don't know how to repay you." Zhang Shuewu waved his hand and said, "We are all family."
It would sound distant if we said words like repaying someone. Having said that, Zhang Shuewu changed the subject and talked about family. "Zhang Yuan, you said, we have all helped such a big favor.
So, shouldn't we get a portion of the compensation?" Zhang Yuan's eyes were deep.
I sneered in my heart.
After talking for so long, have they finally gotten to the point? Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, but looked at his mother and said, "Mom, what my uncle said seems to make some sense. What do you think?"
At this moment, Zhang Milan obviously understood what Zhang Yuan meant. She glanced at the room where Zhang Fu was resting, then raised her voice and said, "Son, I think your uncle is right.
He helped us get compensation, so naturally he can get some benefits. After all, we are all family."
As she said that, Zhang Milan looked at Zhang Zuodeo, his uncle. "I don't know, how are you going to divide it?"
Zhang Shuewu said seriously, "This is very simple. The compensation will be divided equally among the three of us brothers and sisters."
Zhang Milan was stunned. At this time, Zhang Yuan's aunt continued to speak, "Sister-in-law, don't think we are greedy. After all, my second brother and I were born from the same mother. Besides, the compensation was actually not much money.
You guys just don't like it at all, right? Besides, Zhang Yuan is successful now. If he marries Miss Shin in the future, will he have to worry about his good life?" Zhang Yuan was so angry that he laughed. These three people are really shameless to a certain extent. Every time I talk about it, we are a family. As a result, he didn't care about his father's life or death. They even have to divide the compensation. Both the time and the time to stand. Hypocritical. How could there be such a shameless person in the world?
And Zhang Milan, at this moment, wished she could tear the faces of these bastards apart.
However, she did not have an attack after all. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, "Brother, you are right. We really don't value this money. Moreover, if my son really marries Qianyuer, good days will surely be ahead in the future."
However, the parents of both parties have met before, and Qianyuer's father said that the bride price needs to be 5 million. At that time, their family will give a dowry of 10 million.
However, our family really doesn't have that much money. So, I wonder if you can give me some of the money? Zhang Yuan laughed secretly in his heart.
My mom made a great assist. He immediately agreed, "Uncle, we are all family, and my nephew is able to marry into a rich and powerful family.
You will definitely help me solve it, right?" These words fell.
Zhang Shuewu and the other two were all dumbfounded. Obviously, no one expected Zhang Yuan to do this.
Seeing this, Jiang Yuan continued, Uncle, my cousin has made a lot of money in the past few years, right? Then, he looked at the two aunts and said, Eldest aunt, younger aunt, your two families have cooperated and contracted so many fish ponds. The annual profit is probably 3 to 500,000 or 500,000. You must have saved a lot of money over the years. If you want to do this for my own good, shouldn't you give me money and save it up for the bride price? Zhang Xuewu suddenly became angry and embarrassed. He slammed the table. Jiang Yuan, what are you talking about? Everyone should take care of his own business. Why should we save up the dowry for you when you get married? If you have the ability, earn it yourself. You are so old, but you still want to take things from others. Is this what your parents taught you? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Yes, everyone should take care of their own business. So, why should I give you my father's compensation? Zhang Xuewu obviously came prepared. He laughed coldly and said, Jiang Yuan, don't think you can fool me just because I haven't read many books. We found out everything before we came. According to the law, in case of accidental death, we, as brothers and sisters, also have the right to share the compensation. Now, we have contributed manpower and effort, and the compensation will definitely not be left out. Zhang Milan on the side suddenly realized. So, you wished Jiang Fu would die so that we would give up treatment? Jiang Xuewu naturally couldn't admit this, and immediately said, Don't talk nonsense, I asked you to give up treatment only for your own good. Zhang Milan was about to speak. And at this time, a gloomy voice came. Brother, you want me to die for the sake of my wife and children? Well, why don't you just die? I'm doing this for the good of your family. After saying this, Jiang Fu walked over aggressively. Chapter 55, Half-Step Grandmaster, established a martial arts association, took the opportunity to make money. The sudden scene scared Zhang Xuewu and his two siblings. Second brother, aren't you about to die? How could you? Zhang Xuewu was puzzled. You know, last night Zhang Milan posted Jiang Fu's critical illness notice in the family group. But they always chose to play dead. Just because they were worried that Zhang Milan would ask them to borrow money. But now, Jiang Fu was actually standing here. What is going on? If it were Jiang Fu on ordinary days, he might be calm. After all, he is an honest and decent person. Because of his honest character, he has always been bullied by his family. Even when Jiang Yuan's grandfather divided the family property, all the good things went to his eldest brother, and he only got a shabby house. But Jiang Fu didn't care. Even when his mother said this, he would dissuade her by saying that they were all family and there was no need to divide so clearly. But just now, he heard clearly what the three siblings said. If only they had ever cared about me, he wouldn't be so angry. But in the end, the three of them went around in circles for a long time and couldn't get away from the word money. Of course, what made Jiang Fu most angry was his eldest brother and two younger sisters, who mistakenly thought that he was seriously ill and terminally ill and bullied his wife and children. This is his Achilles heel. Think of this. Jiang Fu sneered and said, Brother, I will not die even if you die. This one sentence left Zhang Xuewu and his two siblings speechless. At this moment, Jiang Fu obviously didn't intend to argue with the three of them. He immediately said, I'm not dead, you seem very unhappy? Oh, that's right, you won't get a penny while I'm alive. So, you won't get any benefits. After saying that, Jiang Fu glanced at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan understood and said, You three can go now. If I don't leave, do I have to stay here for lunch? Sorry, we don't accept that. The three of them left in disgrace. Seeing this, Zhang Milan looked at Jiang Yuan with a smile and said, Son, you are really amazing. This time, it was beautifully done. Then she looked at her husband again and said, And you deserve encouragement. This time, you finally stood up for once. Jiang Fu snorted and said, I only have one principle. You can bully me, but you can't bully my wife and children. Jiang Yuan also echoed, Dad, my principles are similar. You absolutely cannot bully my parents. As he said this, he smiled. However, having his uncle and others here today saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Fu and Zhang Milan looked at Jiang Yuan strangely. Jiang Yuan patiently explained, Dad, think about it, now, Hanwei South Real Estate Company has been taken over under your name. Given the personalities of my great uncle and his friends, they would definitely want to get a piece of the pie after learning about this. Given my father's personality, he would probably give them shares. Jiang Fu nodded.
Naturally, he would not deny it. Then he said seriously, "Son, don't worry, I used to care about family affection. But now, I can see the true face of your uncle and others. Don't worry, I will never give them any chance to take advantage." Jiang Yuan finally felt relieved. Soon, Wang Yongjin and the other two had already returned from buying groceries. Shen Qianyu and Morong Qing also bought some fruits. Immediately, they cleared the haze in their hearts and started working together. It's very lively. Originally, Jiang Yuan planned to let Wang Yongjin and the others return to Suching first, while he stayed at home to take care of his parents. But Zhang Milan rejected it. So, Jiang Yuan had no choice but to follow everyone and rush back to Suching. After returning to the school dormitory, Jiang Yuan and his friends had nothing to do, so they immediately started working on their graduation thesis. Before I knew it, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Done, I can sleep well tonight. Jiang Yuan talked to himself. I just plan to take a shower and then go to bed peacefully. But I just lay down. Jiang Yuan's cell phone beeped with a text message. When I opened it, I saw the news of a transfer of 2.5 billion. Jiang Yuan knew that this should be the proceeds from Han Dang selling all his assets. Naturally, he gladly accepted the money. He was planning to put away his phone and go to sleep. But at this time, a phone call came. It was Chu Xiong who called. What's going on? Jiang Yuan was a little confused. But the call was still connected. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you so late. But I really have no choice. Jiang Yuan was puzzled. What happened? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong immediately said, "It's like this, a half-step martial arts grandmaster suddenly appeared in the provincial capital. He sent out invitations to heroes, asking all the martial arts apprentices, warriors and martial arts masters in the provincial capital to gather in the provincial capital. He plans to establish a martial arts masters association in the provincial capital. He made a bold statement, saying that everyone must participate, and if they did not, they would have no place in the province in the future. His attitude is tough and very domineering." Jiang Yuan was puzzled. Half-step martial arts grandmaster? What was this? Chu Xiong hurriedly explained that this was the case. The man had reached the peak of martial arts master and had already touched the threshold of martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, he can only be described as a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized. He has no interest in this. But out of curiosity, I still asked, I don't know, what is his purpose in doing this? Chu Xiong smiled bitterly and said, what other purpose could it be? Of course it's to make money. You don't know that the guy has already set the standards for joining the Martial Arts Association. Martial artists need to pay 1 million. Warriors need to pay 10 million. The martial arts master needs to pay 100 million. And that's just the cost of joining. Later, there are various miscellaneous fees that need to be paid. Jiang Yuan was speechless. A brief thought. He smiled and said, okay, I'll join in the fun. When does it begin? Chu Xiong quickly said, tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, very good, let us meet at the high-speed rail station at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chu Xiong smiled and said, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Young Master Wang said that if you go, he will arrange a helicopter for us. That's a good feeling. Jiang Yuan laughed and immediately hung up the phone. Although, he had no feelings towards the so-called half-step martial arts grandmaster. I also feel that the other party's means of making money are a bit too crude. To stay in this. But the other party has already said that if you don't go, they will come to your door. That's it. Then just go by yourself. It's a good opportunity to take a look at the provincial capital to see if there are any good investment projects. After thinking about it, Jiang Yuan fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Jiang Yuan got up early. When Wang Yongjin and the other two learned that Jiang Yuan was going to the provincial capital by helicopter, they immediately wanted to go along. Jiang Yuan was naturally happy to hear this. After all, the three brothers' shock level has reached 85%. Only 15% left to complete this system task. By then, he would be able to obtain an investment opportunity worth 200 billion yuan. He has been waiting.